social, wishing good luck to the great people of Canada. Take a look. He seemed to suggest that Canadians should elect him, elect the man who has the strength and the wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all businesses quadruple in size with zero tariffs or taxes if Canada becomes the 51st state of the United States. Now, of course, the U.S. does not subsidize Canada, as the U.S. president claims, nor is he actually on the ballot, but his presence looms large, as we've been saying over and over again. The number one issue we've seen time and again in opinion polls throughout this election campaign has been Canada-U.S. relations, either followed closely or just behind the cost of living. But of course, the cost of living as well directly affected by the U.S. President Donald Trump and his trade war, with another set of U.S. tariffs, Donna, targeting auto parts expected to kick in on May 3rd. Back to you.
Okay, Jeff Semple at a watch party in Washington, D.C. Thanks, Jeff.
It's hard to know, if Donald Trump is just trolling us or if he doesn't realize that he is making Canadians' blood boil.
Well, as David Frum told us when I spoke to him, they interviewed him in The Atlantic, the magazine that David works for, and he said that he took some glee. He knew exactly what he was doing. Yeah. He knows exactly how much Canadians are irritated, angry about what he's saying and doing, and he takes some pleasure. I
wonder if they have a monitor on tonight with some of this going on. Not that he would understand 22 to 10 and what that means, but
I think he even had trouble pronouncing the word groceries, but never. Let's move on. Let's take a look at some of the results in this is in Nova Scotia, South Shore, St. Margaret's, where things have been flipping back and forth. This is a Liberal newcomer running in this riding, and right now, very tight race with the Conservative incumbent.
Yeah, I mean, Jessica Fancy Landry is one of the Liberals that actually got in the race before the Liberals were starting to do better. She jumped in back in December, so some credit to her with the party, I suppose, the party faithful, that she did that. Unregulated fishing, a big issue down in that part of Nova Scotia, and Rick Perkins is the incumbent, but he's in for a tough fight right now. Funny that the Conservatives are having a better night, but the incumbent Conservative is having a tough fight in his riding down in St. Margaret's, South Shore.
And right now, Liberals leading or elected in 22 ridings in Atlantic Canada, Conservatives leading or elected in 10, and the Bloc Québécois, because there's that one riding that gets swept up in Atlantic Canada, leading or elected in that one seat. And we should say within 45 minutes, the polls will close right across from Quebec all the way to Alberta. So we'll see a lot more numbers coming in. We're back with live coverage of Decision Canada.
保守党上一届是拿了8席，现在已经比上次好了。没有人指望保守党能在海洋省就赢过自由党，那是不可能的。以加拿大的情况说是不可能的。对，现在是海洋省先开，因为海洋省最先结束嘛，它在东边。对，现在是自由党领先，是的，因为先开最东边的海洋省、海洋4省，他们的时区最靠右边嘛，所以他们的时间就最晚，先到晚上嘛，9点半结束。现在当然有啊，现在你现在的结果是很有可能大胜，当然现在还没点完。因为上一次2021年大选，保守党只拿了8席，在海洋省，海洋省一共32席，保守党只拿了8席。目前保守党的得票比之前高很多，所以很有看头。之前因为民调显示，自由党在海洋地区是大面积、大比分领先，但现在看。对答案发现好像不是这样，我们再看吧。
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. I'm Donna Friesen. I'm here with Eric Sorensen. We're going to take a look at some of the closest races shaping up right now in Atlantic Canada. All right, where are we going to start with that? South Shore, St. Margaret's. We just took a peek at that, and it's pretty much neck and neck for the Conservative incumbent and the new Liberal candidate, new to politics.
Not much has changed there yet, but a lead of 102 votes out of some 14,000 cast so far. So that's a pretty close race.
And this is Miramichi Grand Lake. Again.
This is Lisa Harris trying to, a second time now, former MLA. She ran in 2021 against a different Conservative who's not running this time. And so Mike Dawson trying to hold that for the Conservatives.
And do we have one more? Central Nova. Yeah, this is one we've been watching closely. Sean Fraser, the incumbent, still just a little bit behind the Conservative, Bryson Jenkins.
I think we have to wait and see how all of those numbers count up at the end of the night, because that would be a very big upset if that were to happen.
And Terra Nova, the Peninsula, is the Liberal, Anthony Germain, just behind the Conservative, Jonathan Rowe. Still
100 polls yet to be counted. And again, we don't know if some of the advanced votes might come in that could change things around, but that one is too close to call. At the moment, I mean, it means, the Conservatives for the moment are leading. They're picking up an extra 3 ridings that they didn't have in 2021. One of them, 2 of them in Newfoundland and Labrador, and one of them in Nova Scotia. At the moment in New Brunswick, they're just winning the same 4 ridings they won last time around. But again, it's a good evening for the moment for the Conservatives.
So we should say leading or elected means if there are tight races, those can flip back and forth. And that's why that number you keep seeing on the bottom of your screen keeps changing from, well, now it's Liberal 22, Conservatives 10. It's been going kind of up and down on both sides. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, Daryl Bricker and David Aiken are over at the touchscreen.
Yes, and Daryl, good to have Daryl Bricker of Ipsos. Been doing some polling for me. Great to see you, Daryl. This is an exciting night for you. Before we talk about some neat stuff you've done, just want to alert you to the one BQ there. And I know our friend Monsieur Gilles Duceppe will be excited to hear that finally the BQ might be making a breakthrough in the Gaspé. The BQ has long wanted to win the Gaspé, but Diane Leboutillier has been standing in the way. It's a new riding. That whole part of the Gaspé got rejigged. Right now, Alexis Deschênes, running for the second time, is leading, not by much, 245 votes over Diane Leboutillier. So we'll keep an eye on that. They operate a half an hour after Atlantic, but a half an hour before the rest of Quebec, if you can figure that out. And then we just saw the one that flipped is South Shore St. Margaret's. Enough of that. Daryl, let's talk about some really neat work you've done. Ipsos has had some exit polls that you've been able to ask people as soon as they come out of the polling booth, lots of things about how they voted. We can't talk about the way they were going till later on, but I want to pull this up. We've got a few things. Let's talk, first of all, about this top question.
So we've been talking about this being a campaign of differences, a campaign of cleavages or splits. You really do see it when it comes to the issues that people are voting for. So which of the 3 issues are people most interested in voting for? Affordability and cost of living, which is very consistent with our overall polling that we've seen over the last while.
And this would be all respondents.
All respondents.
And you've got a few thousand people.
We're up around 7,000 right now. But David, just to show the viewers how it differs, just click right here on baby boomers.
Okay, so now we're saying this is all respondents. This is just people who are boomers. What do they think is the top issue? Canada-U.S.
relations. So you see one of the reasons why older people are voting for the Liberal Party. The Liberal Party is way ahead on this issue. They own it. And if you're a boomer, you're focused on it.
Okay, now you wanted to contrast with...
Let's talk to our friends in Gen Z.
Gen Z. What do they think is the top issue?
Affordability and cost of living. So when you look at, and so when you look at the differences...
And that maps, sorry to interrupt, but that maps more to Poilievre's side of the equation.
Absolutely. This is time for a change, voters. Right. We're seeing some of them show up in Atlantic Canada tonight in a very efficient way so far. So that contrast on what people think this election is about, whether it's about Donald Trump in the U.S. or it's about their own affordability situation and what's going on in their own homes, that's what the race is about.
And once again, this is polling done as people left the polling booth today. Your people were there. And again, among this Gen Z, look where Canada's relationship with the United States, only less than 1 in 5 are saying that. We'll take that away. Is there a difference on men or women? If you want to hit that, I'm curious to see, did men have a different idea? No, affordability
and cost of living. Let's take a look at women.
Take the men out of there. And for the women, it's the same thing. Yeah. So again, that issue, that as they say, the issue frame, the issue set, in that case, this might explain why we're seeing the Conservatives do well. I mean, even if they do drop back down to 8, they're doing they're doing fine.
I think if we would have asked the Conservative campaign if they came out of Atlantic Canada with 8 seats tonight, they would have been thrilled, David.
So can we touch on which party is best to lead on you choose the issue, the affordability and cost of living? Let's try.
Actually, why don't we try this one?
Okay,
Canada's
sure.
relationship with the U.S. Oh, this is one that we actually can't show you.
We can't show you because that's going to be with issue.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to come back to this later on, Daryl. This is great. I'm going to go back to the map, and I just want to check in one more time to Atlantic Canada. And there we'll bring it up. And again, the big changes in Newfoundland and Labrador, where it might be 2 seats. By the way, that Western riding, Daryl, once you were in politics, you'll remember the Brian Mulroney's days.
Yes.
Joe Price from 1984, the last Conservative to win out there.
I certainly do. And Seamus O'Regan is really missed in Newfoundland right now. Our good friend Seamus.
Okay, guys, we'll send it back to you. 22-10 is where we're at. That includes 1 seat in Quebec. And that one right now is the Bloc Québécois is leading. So far, 1-0. It's like the Montreal Canadiens leading 1-0 in the province of Quebec right now.
All right, David, always back to the hockey. Okay, let's go to Taria Isri at Conservative Party headquarters in Ottawa. Taria.
Well, Donna, I mean, the people gathered here seem to be feeling pretty good. The results in Atlantic Canada, they're early results, but they're better than what the polls suggested. They're better than what a lot of the experts were predicting. Like I said, it's early, but let's bring in my colleague Alex, a global news reporter who's covered the Conservatives for about 10 years, lots of insight. Alex, what do you make of these results in Atlantic Canada?
Well, like as you said, it's pretty early going so far, but I would say that certainly the Conservatives are outperforming what we would expect based on the national and regional polls so far. You know, I noticed the room has gotten a little bit more subdued. You know, back when it was like 3 seats to 3 seats, everybody was in a very good mood, clapping, cheering. Things have gotten a little bit more quiet now that, you know, the polls have evened out closer to what we would have expected.
What do you think of how the Conservatives ran this campaign? I mean, you had reporting about some internal turmoil, some criticism for how Poilievre maybe didn't pivot enough to the trade issue. What are your thoughts about how this campaign was run?
Well, I think no matter what the outcome tonight, a Conservative win, a Liberal win, I think the Conservatives have a lot of questions that they have to ask themselves in terms of the direction of the movement and really, you know, unity within the movement. You know, we hear reports of internal civil war between the Ontario Party and the federal Conservatives. That's not a good position to be in, whether they win or lose tonight. So I think that there are some deeper questions that the Conservative Party has to answer, no matter what the outcome is tonight.
Do you think that, what would you say they did well in this campaign?
I think message discipline has been a strong suit. Mr. Poilievre is very, very committed to his talking points and very, very committed to what he wants to say and the message that he wants to convey. So I think that probably was the highlight. In terms of challenges, I think the failure to pivot towards Donald Trump and tariffs, Mr. Poilievre's answer to that was basically doing exactly what he wanted to do before Donald Trump was reelected. So I think that's something that they're going to have to think about as well.
Do you expect that we'll see a pretty big rural-urban divide as far as where we're going to see the Conservatives picking up seats?
I think it depends on what urban area you're talking about. If we're talking about Edmonton or Calgary, that's one thing. If we're talking about Halifax or Toronto or Montreal, that's another thing. But certainly, I mean, the Conservative strength has traditionally been in more rural, suburban, exurban sort of ridings. I mean, we'll see. You know, it's too early to tell.
It's still too early, but let's send it back to you, Donna.
The bigger riding.
All right, Taria, and thanks so much for that. We are going to look at some of the, I think, close races and also some places where Liberals have been re-elected in Atlantic Canada. Let's start with Dominic LeBlanc's riding in New Brunswick.
Well, that's probably one of the surest ridings that they would win in Beauséjour, just outside of Moncton. Dominic LeBlanc, just like his father before him, Romeo LeBlanc, would win that riding, and nobody would be surprised. There are more LeBlancs in New Brunswick, I think, than any other surname, so that gives you a head start.
This is his 9th straight election.
Yeah, since 2000. So this, he's marking his 25th year coming up this year.
Yeah, all right. And this is Acadie Bathurst. We have projected a Liberal win in this riding as well.
traditionally Liberal. There was a time with Yvon Gaudin when the NDP actually held sway there, but here's an example of how far down the Liberal vote or the NDP vote has gone. They're at 4%, and that's one of the stories that isn't showing up on there. It's no surprise that in Atlantic Canada, the NDP is not winning any ridings, but when they're getting percentages that are down, in single digits, that's a bad night for the NDP.
And I think
we have one more, Central Newfoundland. We have projected that the Conservative candidate, Clifford Small.
Yeah, and Lynette Powell, maybe she will be going back to her job as a physician, and there may be many people in Central Newfoundland who will be happy about that news to have their doctor back.
And I think we're taking a look at one more.
这样会好一点吗？
Long Range Mountains. We've been watching this one closely. This now is been projected as a Conservative win.
And that's a takeaway. And at the beginning of the evening, you would not have thought that. You wondered about that Central Newfoundland one, if the Conservatives would hold that one, and maybe it would be 6-1 for the Liberals again. But for the moment, it's looking like it's going to be at least 2 for the Conservatives, and they're still very competitive in a third one. And that's a very, very good night for the Conservatives. And it is, it's a big change. There was a time when all the rural ridings in Newfoundland would have been Liberal, and it was St. John's where you would find some, John Crosby and progressive Conservatives back in the day. St. John's was very much the place where they would pick up their votes. But at the moment,
all right. And I know you're looking at the popular vote, Eric, but we also know that the popular vote, the party that wins the popular vote, doesn't necessarily win the largest number of seats. So we'll see what happens tonight. You can form government in this country with 39%.
No, that's right. Well, let's look at the popular vote for the moment, see how it's coming along. And, the popular vote for the Liberals right now is at 51 to 41 or 42 for the Conservatives. That's I'm just trying to think about how significant we should think about that. I think it simply shows, as we were seeing in the numbers below the screen at 22 to 10, the Conservatives are overperforming from what was expected in Atlantic Canada. And the other story there is that the NDP is down at 4.5%. That's across Atlantic Canada. Normally they would be in double digits. Those votes you would think might have gone to the Liberals. It would appear, Donna, that NDP votes in Atlantic Canada have been going from both, or have been going to both the Liberals and the Conservatives. And at the moment, that's making a difference more for the Conservatives.
现在保守党的得票比2011年那次大选，告诉现在人多10%以上。
Suzanne.
Hi, I'm in Shadiac with Pat Finnegan. He is the former Liberal MP of Miramichi Grand Lake. So that is definitely a riding to watch this time around. It flips a lot. Pat, what can you tell me about Miramichi Grand Lake, and how do you feel about the Liberals' chances there this time around?
Well, I can tell you that Lisa Harris she worked hard for this. And, 2 months ago, we got to look at where that would have been. And there was no chance of the Liberal being, because the new boundaries actually, because it's a mixed riding. We've got Francophone communities, we've got Indigenous communities, we have the traditional Anglophone where Conservative is very strong. So to be able to even have a close race like that is amazing. Compared to where it was early January. So, I'm confident it's very close, but there's no surprise. We knew it was going to be very tight, and I'm confident that she'll pull it over.
New Brunswick is really vulnerable to American tariffs because so much trade is done with the U.S. What do you think might happen from here in New Brunswick after this election, regardless of who wins?
So very hard to predict what's going to happen south of here. I mean, we kind of dodged a bullet without having the tariffs at 25% that he was threatening. So especially fisheries, the coastal communities. I mean, it's 85% goes to the U.S. So we've dodged that. As we know, yesterday he was saying, he wants Canada to merge as a 51st state. So it is very troublesome. But again, I think where we're at today, the shift that's happened is just amazing. And we're hoping that I think Mark Carney to deal with the president. I mean, that's on the mind of a lot of people, especially along the coast where we trade traditionally.
What are the main issues in Miramichi Grand Lake, and what sort of promises or campaign promises might tip the scale for voters there?
So Miramichi, as far as issues, it's not that different from others. I mean, of course, health, the economy, and the threat of the American, forcing us to lose our country, our sovereignty. It's on the mind of everyone. so before the Carney merge, I think the issue of the carbon tax was a big issue. That's gone, and Mark Carney's got a total different outlook on the economy, how he's going to handle that. So I think that had a lot to do with it. But again, it's not that different from. I think it's kind of a bellwether as we see. It's if we can swing Miramichi Liberal, I think there's a good chance that the rest of the country will follow because it's a tough one.
现在就是在开东部海洋省的票。
All right, Suzanne LaPointe
一共
in
32
Shediac.
局，
My
现在保
apologies,
守党
Shediac, not
实
Moncton.
习。
Thanks so much for that.
虽然是肯定是落后自由
David
党
Aiken tells us is
但是
known as
也比
Mr.
上次表现好
Tomato
了。
because he owns a greenhouse. So
He
famous
used to
in New
own a
Brunswick,
greenhouse.
Mr.
Yes,
Tomato.
exactly.
What a title.
All right, let's go to our political panel and Mercedes Stevenson. Mercedes.
Mr. Tomato, see the things you learn by watching this broadcast, Donna, that you might not pick up anywhere else. Well, we're sitting here watching the numbers with our political panel. I wanted to start with you this time, Nathan. I mean, obviously, we could talk about how the NDP are
or how David Aiken knows that he's Mr. Tomato.
Or David Aiken knows everything about
NDP
everyone.
在海洋
And
省
it's
大概有
encyclopedia.
9%的票。
But when you're looking at the
现
results
在
here tonight
东道
at
可能
this
5%
point,
左右。
what's your take on, in particular, the issues that seem to have been driving voters that we're hearing as they exit out of the polls?
Well, we were talking about this a bit before, the generational split.
Yeah.
Right. Classically in Canada, we have all sorts of segments. Some people say we don't have a national election. We have a series of elections that take place across the regions. That could be true tonight as well. But we're also seeing something that might be different between the generations. And we were talking amongst ourselves about the group that maybe have a home versus the group that doesn't or doesn't even hope to have a home. And how does that change your view when an issue like Donald Trump and the US and all of that comes along? Does it move you if you're 30 years old and not having the life that you expected to have, or even the life that your parents had? And that is the first time in Canadian history that that's true for a lot of Canadians. So if the Conservatives were more focused in on that and did that work for the preceding couple of years, Liberals haven't had always the best answers in the previous government, difficult challenges, housing, et cetera, then that's some of the results. I mean, for the NDP part of this is disappointing numbers coming in. Of course, we're really looking to see what happens in a couple of key Quebec ridings, as well as when we start to move into Ontario, into Saskatchewan, Manitoba, where we'll start to know how it is that our party is going to be doing tonight.
Jill, what have been the big issues in Quebec for voters? Do you see that same skewing of ages? Or is it, I mean, we've seen obviously a step away from the pro-sovereignty vote, but what is your sense of what's driving voters in Quebec?
Well, I think what's driving voters in Quebec is what will be negotiated with the United States. And in the past, when we didn't have enough people from the bloc in the House, we had problem that what
因为根据选前民调，保守党是大面积落后，
the softwood lumber, the aluminium, and the culture. Because Trump now is questioning the cultural exception. That's part of the deal with Mexico and the United States. So when you look at what Carney said, helping the automobile sector, I don't have anything against that, but not a single word on the softwood lumber, aluminium, and the supply management. And that's quite important for us because that's our economy. It is different, but we have to protect that. Otherwise, we'll have real problems, especially, I mean, they need aluminum in the States also, in Ontario also, but we're producing that. And also phosphates. I don't know if it's the right word in English.
Phosphates.
The critical minerals, we have a lot in Quebec. And since we want to make the economy more based on battery, we need those minerals. And not a single word I've heard from neither Carney or Poliev. So we have to fight for that.
But for younger voters in Quebec as well, the question of affordability, what their prospects are in life.
Of course.
Huge,
all of that.
Huge questions.
Well, and I want to ask a double-barreled question to Lisa and Seamus. This is a switcheroo of what we normally see. Typically, young people vote Liberal on the left and older people vote Conservative on the right.
Yeah.
And it looks like that has done a flip in this election.
Yeah.
I want to ask why each of your parties hasn't been able to hold on to your traditional voters, starting with you, Seamus.
I think that, first of all, let me just state the obvious. Affordability was an issue. Back in November, December, affordability has been a primary issue and kept the Conservatives ahead for 20, 25 points over the past 2 years. The game changer is Trump. You know, the Liberals, after 10 years, my party, was not looking forward to this election, and now look at it. So Trump obviously had a huge effect on this, but it does peter down to generations. It does, I think, come down to those who have homes, those who do not have homes, those with the prospect of owning a home, those who do not. And it gets complicated. And for, you know, for I think a younger generation that is looking usually to save up and aspire to have a home, these past few years, given COVID and given inflation, have been tough.
Lisa, what do you think?
So I think what's happened in this case is that the older demographic who are probably refreshing their banking statements to see what's happening to their investments are looking for a short-term fix. And what they see in Carney is somebody who can negotiate, who knows the system, who knows the ropes. And maybe he's the better choice for the short term.
I'm retiring a lot soon.
I'm retiring soon. But then the younger generation is, yeah, that's great. I don't even have a hope in heck of having an investment. I want to be able just to survive.
Fear with the boomers and then frustration with Gen X.
Yeah.
We have alliteration on the panel, fear and frustration.
but when people are saying that Carney knows business, I agree with that. He certainly knows business. We have Brookfield making $541 billion last year and didn't pay a penny as income. He will ask all of us to pay, but this company is not paying. And the intervening also in the housing, they're one of the cause of the problem we're confronting in the housing all around in Canada.
If he becomes prime minister, I suspect that he will be facing a lot of questions about all of those things.
Yeah, the campaign was short.
Prime Minister could be long. Donna will be looking at more of those questions as the night unfolds for all the leaders.
Yeah, a lot longer than 25 days. All right, you guys, thanks so much. We're going to take a quick look at some of the results. You can see the Liberals now leading or elected in 23 seats in Atlantic Canada, the Conservatives in 10. That, for now, is a pickup of 2 compared to the last election, but the results not final. There are a couple of cabinet ministers, though, who are certainly in good shape, looking to be in good shape. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor is one of them in Moncton-Dieppe.
Yep, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor in the riding right next to Dominic LeBlanc. And those are in the one spot in the entire Atlantic Canada where one province has 2 cabinet ministers. Prince Edward Island doesn't have a cabinet minister at the moment in the Carney cabinet. And here's another.
The Liberal leading with a wide margin here.
Yeah, Cody Blois added to cabinet just in March. Maybe that was with a nod towards a riding that they wanted to be sure they could win, and giving Cody a bit of a boost, putting him into cabinet.
And I think we've got one more. St. John's East.
There you go.
The incumbents. Declared elected.
That's Joanne Thompson over David Brazel, and that's a big win. She is in the cabinet as well. Also a recent addition, and important for the cabinet ministers to hold their seats, because if they come back in government, you want some experience around that cabinet table, and all of these that we've just looked at have that experience.
All right. There are some very close races in Atlantic Canada that we are watching closely. And also in about 20 minutes from now, the polls will close from Quebec all the way to Alberta. So there's lots still to come. We're back in a moment.
还有20分钟，东部就投票截止了。现在保守党领先还是比较 comfortable 的，不是保守党领先。2015年保守党在大西洋省好像1席都没拿，被铲光板。 等东部开了就好看了。安省魁北克。
We're back with Decision Canada. I'm Donna Friesen. Eric Sorensen is with me. We're going to take you quickly through some results and some ridings that we told you were very close in Atlantic Canada. They've been flipping back and forth through the night. Central Nova is one of them, Eric.
Well, Sean Fraser, he was not going to run again, particularly at a time when it looked like the Liberals were going down.
Sean Fraser 继续落后，加油！
As David pointed out, he
看
got
着
a call
Sean
from Mark
Fraser。
Carney, said, "Come on back." Clearly, they have needed him here in Central Nova. But it is, at the moment, is no sure thing.
Way too close to call at this stage. Lots of votes still to be counted there, but let's look at Terra Nova, the Peninsula, is also very close.
Yeah, this one has tightened up a little bit. For a while there, Jonathan Rowe was out in front by quite a margin. Anthony Germain, the former CBC journalist, is within now almost just a little over 2 points. So the lead is not insignificant, more than 600. Still about another 60 or so polls to be counted.
Okay, and South Shore, St. Margaret's, also almost neck and neck. The Liberal, though, has flipped into the lead position.
Yeah, we're talking about this being a good night for Conservatives in Atlantic Canada. This would be the one letdown if it happens, because Rick Perkins is the incumbent in that riding. Jessica Fancy Landry.
Incumbent.
All right. David Aiken is at his touch screen. David, what are you looking at?
You might remember about an hour ago, I did a little bit of what would be the effect on the seat count if the collapsing NDP vote, particularly in BC, how that might affect things. Let's come back to that prediction tool. I'm factoring in what is happening in real time in Atlantic Canada with some of the incumbent and earlier predictions we made about the New Democrats. So in my funky little prediction tool here, we have 160 for the Libs, 136 for the Conservatives. It's a mix of incumbents and NDP collapsing. What I want to do now is talk about Quebec. We're going to see the results from Quebec and Ontario, et cetera, at 9:30. Now, the Bloc Québécois vote has not by any means collapsed the way the New Democrat vote has collapsed. But the Bloc Québécois vote is definitely weakened. And we heard Gilles Duceppe talk about this on the panel, how for Quebecers, a major issue in this campaign, even among those who used to vote for the Bloc, is Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump's done anything, he's turned some sovereignists, some nationalists for Quebec, at least temporarily, into Canadian patriots. And those Bloc Québécois voters might be voting for a Conservative, but more likely a Liberal. So I want to walk through some ridings now that we want to keep an eye on when things kick in at 9:30. So this is Quebec as the night started. Light blue is ridings held by the Bloc Québécois, red, Liberals, and so on. Okay, so if we are in central Quebec, we want to give the Conservatives potentially a couple of seats. The Conservatives and Pierre Poilievre have been very active campaigning in what is called in Quebec the National Capital Region, around Quebec City. So Montmorency, Charlevoix, Caroline Desbiens will be under some threat there from the Conservatives, and that may flip. Same thing in Beauport-Limoilou. Julie Vignola is the BQ incumbent there. She will be under concern. We move down the St. Lawrence a bit to Trois-Rivières, where René Villemure, the BQ incumbent, and René Villemure is battling cancer right now. We wish him a speedy recovery. He's a wonderful MP. But that riding that he holds of Trois-Rivières, the Conservatives have been dying to get it since Stephen Harper was the leader of the party. Yves Levesque is the former mayor of Trois-Rivières. He's running for the third time in Trois-Rivières for the Conservatives, and that might be the charm for him. We'll see once the votes are counted. I think it's going to be neck and neck in Trois-Rivières. We'll see. 160, 139, remember 172 is needed for a majority. But I think the real big pickup, we haven't seen any Liberal pickups yet, but the Liberals have been campaigning in what's called the 450, the donut around the island of Montreal, and there's some chances here for some Liberal pickups and possibly some real big holes in the BQ caucus. For example, here in La Prairie Atakakan is Alain Thériault. He is the BQ House leader. He's been Yves-François Blanchet's right-hand man. That riding is under threat. The Liberals believe they can take that. We go to Denis Trudel. Many Quebecers will know Denis Trudel from his work on stage and screen. He's under threat in Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Then we go to the North Island. Mark Carney was up there campaigning in the Nova Boost factory in Saint-Eustache, and so is Yves-François Blanchet. That's a sign that these ridings are under threat, and they may turn Liberal to blue. Now 164 to 139. Again, this is making some assumptions about how New Democrats vote in the rest of the country, and we haven't yet got to the blue on red fight. But that is I think one of the interesting things, if the Liberals are going to get a majority, they are going to have to steal some BQ seats. There's just no thing about that. If the Conservatives are going to win government, we're going to get to the GTA. They're going to have
怎么卡住了？
the key, I think, to a Liberal majority in Quebec, and that means
不是我的问题。
Québécois. Now, the Bloc Québécois comes into this. We talked to Jules Duceppe over the weekend. Again, it's not going to be as bad for the Bloc.
What?
But there still may be a smaller, and the Conservatives to a degree as well.
Flows in from Quebec all the way to Alberta.
为什么老卡？
12 minutes from now. For the moment, we've been told that there are some problems now. For the moment, we've been told that there are some problems. At some point this evening,
好像
it had any effect on
有点问
voters.
题。我换一个，
Yeah, Don.
换一个，再点进去看一下。
Some troubles earlier in the evening we learned about.
Shoot.
And we know that it was down.
难道我要去看 CBC 吗？是不是卡了？那里？
我们的上面看电视也是
卡了。
闪。
是他那个频道有问题，对他那个频道有问题，那只能看 CBC 呀、CTV 是吧？我看。CTV。
At Trudeau.
被黑了。
One riding that we're watching tonight that could be a pickup. So this is Calgary Skyview. George Chahal won this for the Liberals in 2021, but he's not running there this time. He's running in McKnight, which is a new riding. That's because most of Skyview is now in
他讲几句，
McKnight.
他在楼上看电视。
Liberal candidate in Skyview is a local business person. He's not particularly well known. He's not going to have the same kind of name recognition that Chahal did. But what may benefit him is some general disgruntlement, did I just make a word up there, toward the Conservatives right now. And I'll tell you why. It's because the Conservative Party appointed both of the candidates for McKnight and Skyview. And there were a number of potential candidates who were hoping to run in those two ridings. They had spent about a year fundraising and door knocking and signing up members. And a lot of their voters have been telling us that they're really angry about this. So Skyview might be a place that could be a pickup for the Liberals tonight because people are upset with the Conservatives. We'll be watching it. Let's go to Mi Zhang in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. Well, we have seen, as you were mentioning earlier, the Conservative support actually higher than expected in Atlantic Canada. If that trend continues, the Conservatives could have a good chance of flipping some seats here in BC. One of them is Similkameen, South Okanagan. In 2021, it was a close race with the Conservatives less than 2 points behind the NDP. We're also watching Richmond East, Steveston. Now, this has a history of flipping.
还有个绿党的中国人 Steven G，
residents have been quite
感觉
vocal
这个
about their
中国人
concerns over
给
public
绿党
drug
选
use, safe consumption sites. So
过
we'll
来
see if
过来
the
聊啊
conservative stance on drug addiction will
看啊
sway Richmond voters
啊
away
听
from
听
the
众让你
Liberal
来讲几句。
Nanaimo Ladysmith also one to watch. Last time it was a tight three-way race.
一起看
This
呗
time it's actually a four-way race with the Green candidate Paul Manley in the mix. Crime, homelessness, big issues in Nanaimo
就
as
想听你骂
well.
自
Will
由党
that shift the riding from green to blue? BC voters have about 40 minutes left before polls close. Back to you.
All right, Mi Zhang, thank you. And before that, of course, a big wave of results expected in about 10 minutes' time, certainly from Ontario, which is a massive battleground. And I'll be looking at sort of those early results.
对啊
from
海洋省现在保守党还是
the
持旗
905, but
可以
also Peterborough, which is a bellwether. The way Peterborough goes, so too does the rest of the country most times. So that'll be one to watch.
Yeah, and some interesting ridings that Michelle was talking about, particularly in Aurora, that were very, very narrow wins for the Liberals in the last election. The Conservatives looking to flip those. If they can start to flip the 905, it's a different narrative as well. I think we can swing over now to Heather, who will probably have a more in-depth explanation of what I just said. Hey, thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are actually going to be taking a look at the people who are casting a ballot and the people who are electing those heading to Ottawa in this next term, right, Nick?
Yep.
And we're going to be looking at advanced polls. Of course, we're talking about voter engagement. Everybody was saying how high engagement was during this election campaign, and it really showed with the early voter turnout. ridings right now. We have the Liberals leading and elected in more than 20, I believe that was. 22, that was, excuse me. 7.3 million people voted, Nick. 25% increase.
Yeah, that's really a good number. You know, the more people that vote, the better. But you know what, Heather? This is a big headache for pollsters and people wanting to project things because, you know, the thing is, those people at the advanced polls, the conservatives usually do well. We don't know whether they are motivated liberals and conservatives or whether it's the conservative machine, which has been very effective and is very well organized and very well funded. Delivering
okay, Nick, I only have 10 seconds left, but I do know that 3 really important ridings in the top 5.
Absolutely. 3 with 3 leaders. You can see Pierre Poilievre, Mark Carney, and Elizabeth May. Interestingly, all in the top 5.
还有 May 的区，这个是 May 的区第二个，那个绿党那个
All right,
May。
thank you so much, Heather. Those advanced votes, very curious to see as well. Sort of when they are counted, when they're fully counted, we're trying to get that information. We don't know exactly how much of that vote, for example, in Canada has been accounted for. That could end up changing some of the vote totals, certainly, and skewing things in a different direction than we've seen so far, but that remains to be determined. So that'll be a key factor, not only in Atlantic Canada, Omar, but moving throughout the country as well.
That's a massive number, as Heather just pointed out, 7.3 million. It shows you the level of engagement there is in this election. And at the end of the night, it'll be interesting to see what the voter turnout was right across the country, to see if it was historic given the threats that we've been seeing from the U.S. or not. So of course a lot of data coming in after.
对，刚才放了一个出口民调，
Yeah, I think the
最
projection if the
在乎的
advanced
事情，
vote
现在
were
其实就是
held
cost of
full,
living
and be
affordability 最
extrapolated
高。
out.
当然，老人家来说
Then
还是
something
美
in the
美加
neighborhood
关
of
系最高。
70%, which is we haven't seen since I believe
Hello,
it was
Melody.
1993. I think I can throw over to Anne-Marie, who is going to talk to our panel about some of that stuff.
Well, yeah, and so that's what's a really interesting point, Vashi, is you have this giant surprise box that nobody knows what's inside. And a reminder to everybody at home, I know a lot of people have just gone through provincial elections in this last year. They're used to those results coming in fast because those are electronic. So to remind everybody at home, federal ballots are counted by hand, which is why we've got sort of this long waiting period while we start to see numbers come in. The same will hold true for advanced polls counted by hand, but they were counted either an hour or 2 hours before polls closing. Some ridings, I understand, are even waiting until all the ballots were in. So that's why we don't have this number. But back to this surprise box of all of these votes, this almost record turnout of voting. Like how can this change things, and what are the parties anticipating that's inside?
人民党这里
Ronna, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I think of a new voter, I think of someone who's never voted before.
Sure.
And what's motivating them? A lot of them are younger. And I think they're coming off the sidelines because of the anger around the decline of our economy. We have a productivity problem, 6 quarters of productivity decline. We have 6.8% unemployment in this country. We are one of the most unaffordable places in the OECD to buy a house. 355% increase. That's how much it costs young people, even if they graduate with a degree or a trade skill.
Right.
They can never catch up when it comes to their wage, the growth of wages,
这
to
个才
actually afford to buy a
点
house.
了1000多票就考了。
Surprise box. People that are saying this economy has left me behind, and I am motivated to get out and vote.
I can tell you, I voted in the advanced polls, and it wasn't full of young people. It was full of a lot of middle-aged and older people.
Older rustic voters.
Well, no, not necessarily rustic, not in my neighborhood, but I would say it was older voters who, like my age and older, who were thinking to themselves, this is an incredibly consequential election.
Sure.
And we want to make sure the person who gets elected is someone we can count on and trust. So, I mean, I think the thing about the surprise box that's interesting, though, is we don't know which ridings where it's already been included, where we don't know which ridings where it's been counted. And so you take a riding like Central Nova, this could make a huge difference. And so we can't say it really makes the predictions difficult to understand.
2011, Orange Wave in Quebec, NDP does really well. Mark Garneau conceded defeat in Westmount, one of the safest Liberal ridings, but he eventually won once they counted the advanced polls, because we had zero ground game in a lot of these ridings. We had very few members there, and especially in a place like Westmount. So once the Liberals had applied their ground game, they filled the advance poll. They counted out. They won considerably. There can be real surprises as you open up. The surprise.
这个是以前 NDP 的党魁
No, this is one that I was really interested in. I was surprised. So many people coming in the advance polls as I was talking, and now that I'm out, people are kind of opening up more to me. Again, the fear factor of Trump, right? I think Canadians wanted to really make have a say, be part of coming up, get in early, make a choice, and show their patriotism making a choice, regardless of who they're going to choose.
BQ 也加油，
my opinion.
自由党路有。
Why we had larger numbers in the advance poll.
Surprises make for an interesting night, especially on election night. So we cannot wait to find out, what's already been opened, where we see the effects of that.
最后都要抢 BQ， 可能因为少数党政府总要找个人合作。
We've got just a couple minutes, guys, until the polls close. In much of Canada,
BQ 那个党魁说加拿大是个人道国家 ，artificial country.
Why don't I give you a specific example, just to lighten this conversation up? So we're watching Supernova very closely. Obviously, Sean Fraser's riding, very marquee riding in Atlantic. He's behind by a handful of votes. I'm told by his riding that of the advanced polls, 3 out of 25 of the advanced polls have been counted, but only 3 out of the 25. So that gives you an indication of what Tom talking about, how you can come charging from behind. So when all of those are counted, my suspicion is Sean Fraser will win this riding.
前党魁看着那个包头，不知道心里作何感想。
that have been counted from the advance, he's been well ahead. So we may see that phenomenon occur in a couple more.
对，21年保守党在海洋省只拿了8席。 没有，他开了一个魁北克的了，不是海洋省投 BQ， 开了2个魁北克的。 好像 Gaspé 那边。
The good thing is we only have about 30 seconds left until we know. Until we start to know, I should say, last 30 seconds to you, Corey.
Yeah, well, we do have a little bit of insight into who's voted in the advance polls because there's been a lot of polling done.
不要只看这个绝对数字，因为海洋省传统上就是自由党老区，革命老区。
Different than what we would typically see in an election. A lot more older voters voting. Than younger voters. And, now that could be because it was over a long weekend. I don't know. We'll see, but we didn't see anything really surprising. At least I didn't in terms of the demographic complexion of those voters. It will. It's probably more a reflection of who had a better ground game in a given riding. To the point that that Tom made earlier. Campaigns with the more organization tend to do better.
Sean Fraser 呢？
And we shall see shortly. Kathleen, I'll get back to you in a moment because we're just a few seconds away from all of those 267 polls closed.
他有高票当选，他爸以前是那个区的家族生意。 Sean Fraser 没戏了是吧？这个不要脸的，还跑出来，又跑出来。
Results from hundreds of ridings all the way west to Alberta. Stay with us. This is CTV Election 2025.
加拿大大选不放假，但是一般可以请假出去，就是投票，然后回来上班，可以这样，或者早点下班去投票。
哎，你们公司没有这种大选的什么放半天假？
没有放假，就是大家就请假就是出去投票，就是带薪的投票嘛。一般也就去1-2个小时，了不起了。估计可能要到明天。看吧，看后面。
This is the most consequential vote of our lifetimes. Donald Trump wants to break us.
We will build out the vision of an East-West nation that John A. brought to this country.
We're going to fight back and defend those jobs. We're going to fight back and defend our country.
We will support what is right for Quebec.
A vision where housing is a right, not a luxury.
有些人就怕排队嘛，所以就提前去投嘛。
CTV Election 2025. Once again,
保守党现在是10席，一定是非常好的结果。再次强调，不要只看这个数字落后，落后是正常的。现在。如果保守党在东部海洋省都能超过自由党，那自由党永远执政不了。11了，好像开魁北克了，开始开魁北克了。
Heather Butts is with us with a look at how things are standing at this hour. Heather, I'll throw it over to you. Where do things stand? Vashi, thanks so much. What an exciting evening. We've already seen those polls close in Atlantic Canada earlier this evening. Then, of course, now a massive portion of our country closing just now. But let's remind people of where we were at dissolution. So the standings at dissolution, the Liberals had 150 seats, the Conservatives 120, the Bloc Québécois 33, and the NDP 24, the Green Party 2 seats in the House of Commons. Now, we do have a few more seats up for grabs this evening. That is because there is 1 additional seat in British Columbia, 3 in Alberta, and 1 more in Ontario. That is because of population growth, demographic change, and redistribution of ridings. So we have 5 additional seats. So we once had 338 members in the House of Commons, and that this evening we will have 343 elected and heading to Ottawa. But of course, the main number that we are keeping a very close eye on this evening is 172. That is the number required for majority. Of course, the governments, the parties vying for that number this evening. Now, let's take a look at the House projections. This is from the CTV News decision desk. Right now, projecting that the Liberals could get a range of seats anywhere from 138 to 176, crossing that majority marker of 172. The projections for the Conservatives getting a range of anywhere from 114 to 148. Of course, these numbers are based on polling data, historical analysis, and a lot of number crunching goes into this. But these numbers will shift throughout the evening as your votes are counted. We'll, of course, keep a very close eye on the NDP and the Bloc Québécois right now, projecting 15 to 38 seats for the NDP this evening. But again, those numbers will change as your votes are counted. This is a forecast, and the range will ebb and flow this evening as parties perform. 172, though, that is the magic number, if you will, the number that we're keeping a very close eye on as this evening unfolds. Back to you. All right, thank you so much, Heather. That's Heather Butts with some early projections. And the big news right now is that polls in much of the country, the bulk of ridings, the majority of them, 267, have just closed. I want to throw up, it's very early, like we were a little while ago with Atlantic Canada, very few polls reporting, but some initial results. For example, in François-Philippe Champagne's riding, he is currently the Minister of Finance. He too decided, like Melanie Joly, not to run for the leadership of the party once Mark Carney announced he would intend to do so. He has a very small lead there. We can throw it over to some more results.
Yeah, from the Liberal has a lead of 21 votes right now. Again, just two of the 236 polls reporting, because again, these polls just closed about 4 minutes ago, in fact. In Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine, in Listed, one of the first Quebec polls to close. You see there that, again, the Liberal incumbent is trailing the Bloc Québécois candidate there, Alexis Duchesne, who has the lead right now.
In Essex, by the way, big, glad I didn't have to pronounce that riding. Very impressive. The incumbent, the Conservative incumbent in Essex. You can see, again, just one poll reporting there. But the results from provinces where polls have closed are starting to come in, including very quickly here, for David McGuinty, currently serving as the Minister of Public Safety. He's the incumbent in the riding, the McGuinty family, of course, well known in the province of Ontario. Leslyn Lewis, the incumbent in she is kind of one of the front bench people in some respects for the Conservative Party. She ran for the leadership a number of years ago. Just one poll reporting there, but she does hold a lead of 48 votes.
And the reason this next batch is so significant, as you mentioned, is just because of the there are 343 seats up for grabs. And the region we're talking about now, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Northwest Territories, represent 267 of those 343. So things are about to get extremely, extremely interesting. In Yellowhead, we've got some more results here. We know that the Conservative has a lead of 145 votes. But again, quite early in this region of the country, just one of the 252 polls reporting, Vashi.
And I think do we have some additional results coming in? I think so. Yeah, we're looking over. Oh, now we're
That's
into Alberta. Left incumbent there. Public safety critic among a host of other things for the Conservative Party. She's, at one poll reporting has a lead, not a surprise. Michelle Rempel-Garner, 6 polls reporting a commanding lead of nearly 1,000 votes for her. I would be shocked if anything different happened in that riding. It's a very safe Conservative seat. She's a very well-known member of Parliament in Calgary.
In Surrey Moose Mountain, we see here that the Conservative is leading and leading substantially by a vote lead of 407 votes. Again, just one of the 211 votes there. Battleford's Lloyd Meadow Lake. Rosemary Falk, the Conservative incumbent, with a lead of 1,500 votes right now.
And Alberta, another one of those places, and we heard this earlier from Tara Nelson, looking to see if there's any movement in some of the ridings. The Liberals had hope, hey, if things are as good as we think they might be, we could swing there. So far, no evidence of that, but obviously very early. And Lloydminster not one of the ones they thought they could pick up, but Lethbridge perhaps.
Future Avenue
stronghold, but we'll see if there are any gains that other parties are able to make there. Again, those results just trickling in as just closed about 7 minutes ago in the bulk of the country. We will be bringing those to you, but this is significant, this batch of results, Vashi.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, basically the path to government has to go through Ontario and Quebec, and the path to a majority certainly has to go through both of those provinces for whomever is able to secure government. I think particularly in certain parts of Ontario, we've heard it from many people tonight, but the Greater Toronto area, like if this is not going to be what the Liberals thought it was going to be, we're going to know there, right? The Conservatives will make significant gains there, or some gains there that will indicate something different happening in Ontario than perhaps the polls had predicted.
And so a couple of dominant storylines today, of course, who will win, who will form the next government, whether it's a majority or a minority. We could find that out momentarily, but then the others, storylines that come below that are the other leaders. What happens on Vancouver Island with the Green Party's Elizabeth May, and also with Jagmeet Singh. We saw just moments ago that he was struggling in that Burnaby riding of his. So whatever happens in British Columbia, where obviously that is a party where they have the bulk of their seats, that will have a significant impact on the future of that.
Also struggling, Maxime Bernier, just one poll, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, currently in 4th place and in that riding.
But there's so much skin in the game for all of these. He wants to keep his job. Pierre Poilievre wants his job. And then we talked about the others as well. Again, this riding of Beauce, where Maxime Bernier is in last place right now. Again, one poll reporting of 245 Conservative candidate there.
And we keep our eyes peeled for any additional results as they come in. I think there are some more. It's going to be a trickle for the beginning part because there's lots to count. There's also the huge advance vote portion. We've been talking all night about a record of 7.3 million Canadians. That all has to be counted as well. We're looking here at Ajax. We're getting closer to the Greater Toronto area. Just one poll reporting there with the Liberal leading Greg Brady, Jennifer McKelvey leading Greg Brady. We'll keep an eye, of course, on other ridings in
GTA,
the GTA. There are some specific ones where the Liberals eked out a victory, for example, in the last election. I mentioned Aurora before, where you're going to want to see if the Conservatives flip there and what story that tells. The primary thing that I think we're watching for right now is there was some surprise in Atlantic Canada. The entire popular vote we don't think has been counted because of advance votes. But the idea that Sean Fraser's in a battle for his seat, the idea that the Liberals are underperforming polling projections for them in Atlantic Canada in the aggregate, the Conservatives are doing the converse. They're outperforming. The key question now throughout the next round of results is whether that translates, whether that is a trend or becomes a trend, because that will have a very different impact on the outcome.
And Heather had the floor, the ceilings for each of those parties just minutes ago. And even at the best case scenario for the Liberals right now, and again, the caveat there being that as the votes are counted, these floors and ceilings could change. But I believe that the ceiling that she had for the Libs was 178. So that is past majority territory, but not that much past. 172 is the number that we are looking for, majority territory. So we'll see if, some of these trend lines that we've been seeing in Atlantic Canada develop through the rest of the country, and what these other ridings, 267
阳省现在这种情况，全国其他地方怎么样？
about to be counted. And By the way, these are all hand-counted ballots. We don't have computer systems or machines in this country to be able to do that. So at times it could take in certain ridings longer than others, particularly in the riding of Carlson, Pierre-Poilievre's riding. We'll see and bring you those results as soon as they happen. But let's go right now to Geneviève Beauchemin, who is with the Liberals in Ottawa tonight. Jen, what's your sentiment there right now?
Well, certainly it's not that workers are not concerned about the situation in Atlantic Canada. Certainly they're looking at those numbers. But what we're told is that they're looking, of course, much more closely right now at those numbers in Ontario, those numbers in BC. She was talking about the fact earlier that a majority of government here goes through Ontario. They need Ontario, of course, to form a government. And that would be a very key part. But we're always told that there's the government in Ontario and the majority goes through Quebec. And those are the numbers they're looking at very closely. Right now, the atmosphere is changing a little bit here because people are starting to arrive as those polls closed, the doors opened here, and so we're seeing some workers, some people who were volunteers trickling in, talking about what it's been like on the ground. Those volunteers out there, they didn't expect anybody to be here much before 9:30. They wanted them to be out there working every single door to ensure that there would be coming, that there would be as many votes as possible. But now those people are starting to arrive here. There's still a lot of enthusiasm. There's still a lot of people who said, look, you know, a few months ago, this was such a different situation. Now we've been door knocking for several weeks and we're talking to people. There's a lot more enthusiasm. We've been feeling it on the ground. We know that this is happening. We're just waiting to see exactly how that reflects in the numbers up there. But, you know, they've got their red dresses on. We've seen people with hockey shirts on, people coming here and are ready to celebrate here. They're just right now looking very closely at those numbers and seeing just, you know, just what kind of party they may have tonight.
All right, 香港那个，她老公以前是那个区的，叫阿诺德城。她老公得病死了之后，她就继续去选。
At the bottom to see where things stand. Big, huge number of ridings that will certainly inform our ability to be able to say what kind of government this is and who forms it. Let's check in with Abigail Beeman. She's with the Conservatives at this moment in time. Abigail, you've been saying they were kind of happy with the results in Atlantic Canada, in a surprised in a good way. What are they telling you about what they think their prospects are in Ontario, in Quebec, and some of the other bigger provinces that are less easy to predict than, for example, Alberta and Saskatchewan for them?
Right. Well, you know, you're telling me that you are closely watching that ticker, and I can tell you that everybody in this room is doing the exact same thing. When you look at the shots of the crowd here, we have people with their arms crossed, 10 sides on the screen. I've switched over to these headphone, microphone, earphone situation because it just got so loud in here the second there was anything positive sounding about those new results coming in. So this is a room that is very anxious for some good news. But to your question about what the campaigns are saying, or what the campaign is saying, so we have been told that Ontario is they're expecting a positive result. They have less to say so much about Quebec behind the scenes, but in Ontario, which is obviously incredibly important, we are told that they are expecting good things. So that is what we'll be watching. Although I've been texting furiously with a number of campaign sources and nobody offering up anything new in the last few minutes, because I think it's safe to say it is a wait-and-see situation. Everybody with their eyes glued to the screen, and I just heard some boos. Not sure what came in over my shoulder there at this moment, but it's a very engaged crowd looking to see what comes in next.
All right, thanks so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman for us at Conservative headquarters as they like us, Omar, stay tuned for the results coming in from the majority of the seats reporting.
Also staying tuned is Judy Trin with the NDP in Burnaby tonight, and polls closing there in about 16 minutes time. And what happens in BC could very much determine Johnson's future, Judy.
That's right. Omar, I want to tell you a little bit about what a campaign worker just told me about how difficult it has been campaigning on behalf of Jagmeet Singh in his riding of Burnaby Central. He said that in certain areas, because of redistricting, there are strong Liberal supporters. But one of the challenges that campaign workers are facing in terms of getting out the vote is this idea of strategic voting. They are telling me that NDP supporters, which are usually a solid block for them, especially in this area of British Columbia in metropolitan areas, they're saying that NDP supporters are actually scared of Donald Trump, scared of
NDP 都跑去投自由党了有点骨气好不好
shifting their vote to the Liberals, to Mark Carney. And so the volunteers, the campaign workers are spending a lot of time talking to these people, saying, you know what, we can be your voice, NDP can be your voice in Parliament to counter, to be the voice of accountability. We were successful in pushing the former Liberal government to enact child care, pharmacare, as well as dental care. We were a key part of that. So they have to make this argument over and over again.
自由党拿个少数还有的战
Now, as the polls
还可以
close,
到处推翻 过个1年半载
seats that the NDP have. So those are in flux right now, and everyone's watching them very carefully.
因为东部也结束，阿芬也结束了，开始点票了。
Burnaby, British Columbia.
An interesting story already beginning to develop in Quebec. We don't have final counts. Obviously, the polls just closed, but we can see, leading in a number of seats are Mark Carney's Liberals, who look to potentially pick up, at this point in time, 7 seats. The Bloc, another, the big story, it's at the Bloc's expense. They're down 6 seats at this point. They, of course, at dissolution, were holding 33 of Quebec seats. Let's head to Jeremy Charron. He's actually at the Bloc Québécois headquarters, their campaign headquarters tonight in Montreal. Jeremy, give us a sense of what their expectations were and how this must be disappointing to them.
Yeah, absolutely, Vashi. I think supporters here are hoping those numbers are wrong, that's for sure. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record here, I'm going to repeat a bit of the same story as Judy just did, because interestingly, I just had conversations with campaign staff here that echo the exact same thing as Judy was just talking about. And, it makes sense because both the Bloc and the NDP have run a similar campaign here towards the end, pitching themselves as a party that could hold the balance of power. The importance of having a different voice in Ottawa. I just spoke to campaign staff here who say early on in this campaign, all they were hearing from voters was fears of Donald Trump and how they were, likely going to vote strategically to avoid a conservative government. What we saw kind of at the tail end of this campaign is some serious groundwork by the Bloc here, messaging change from their leader, Yves-François Blanchet, that what we saw in the polling
埃德蒙顿东南区现在保守党领先
so the messaging here was let's not let the liberals get a majority
但是他那个市长帮自由党在东南区选
ensure you're sending enough Bloc MPs back to Ottawa to ensure that Quebec's priorities are a focus. So interesting to hear very similar stories here from Bloc Québécois campaign staffers as NDP
这算 BC 没有 BC 还有11分钟结束现在是除了 BC 全国都在点票了
All right. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Jeremy Charron at the Bloc Québécois headquarters. That potentially emerging as a very significant storyline, in particular for the Liberals. You can see at the bottom of our screen now, very low seat count for them. At this juncture, that could certainly help bolster the Liberals' chances overall. But we wait to see the final.
And these numbers, as you saw, are fluctuating in real time. The Bloc just a couple minutes ago was at 11, and now it's down to 8. And we knew heading into tonight, based on the polling, that the Bloc was vulnerable in the province of Quebec. But now we are seeing the impact of that hit. And obviously, the main beneficiary there has been the Liberals. And so if this continues in other parts of the country, in Ontario, that will be good news for the Liberals. But of course, we have to wait to see some more results. But I'm just looking at the result for Central Nova, which is a riding in Atlantic Canada that we keep going back to over and over again. Actually, just how much of that spread between the Conservative and the incumbent, Sean Fraser, has increased.
Yeah, it's still very tight. I want to go to Todd Battis to get your reaction. We're still waiting, Todd, to figure out if advanced polls will have an impact on this, but this is as tight as it gets for Sean Fraser. Yes, it's a riding that the McKays, of course, held for a very long time, but this is not someone who was not a prominent member of the Liberal government. I mean, he held major portfolios under Justin Trudeau.
对呀，他不是抄的 PP 的吗？那现在到你实现承诺了。
For Bryson Jenkins of the Conservatives is 279 votes, and it's interesting. I want to go back to something Scott mentioned on your panel earlier about whether those advanced polls are being counted at the same time or if they're still outstanding, and whether that can have an impact on the final results of that, because it is just so close right now in northern Nova Scotia. So that's certainly one where the advanced pollings of the advanced votes, if those are being counted a little later towards the end, that could have an impact on that particular riding. I'll go quickly to another one, Cumberland Colchester, also in Nova Scotia. The incumbent Dr. Stephen Ellis, his numbers have been waxing and waning. He's up 1,000 votes now. We'll certainly keep a close eye on this one because, again, this is one that the Conservatives would dearly love to hold if they're going to have a good showing here in Atlantic Canada. But certainly the star seat or the star riding so far the night right now is Central Nova Scotia, and we'll watch that carefully. Okay, let's go to Montreal and Matsumi.
In the evening, that was a riding to watch. The Bloc's got to be worried at this point. All the candidates in this riding, they're not really well known. So what that means is this riding, it's about the parties and the party leaders. It's a real three-way race going into it tonight. It was too close to call. Right now, the incumbent Bloc is running third after the Liberals and the Conservatives. It is early yet, but that's not a good sign because this riding is thought to be a very good indicator of what might happen here in Quebec. We'll take a look at the other riding in the Gaspé. We've been talking about that for a while because the results here came in about 30 minutes earlier because it's in an earlier time zone. It's really, really tight. It's been going back and forth between the Bloc and the Liberals. The Bloc has put in a fairly well-known media personality here, Alexis Deschênes, but as we say, it's still really, really close. They're still going back and forth. But overall, especially what's happening in Trois-Rivières and also what's happening in Gaspé, the Bloc cannot be very happy tonight so far. Let's see what's going on in Ottawa now. Patricia?
All right, Matsumi, we want to come back to the Carleton riding, which is such an interesting one in so many ways. Pierre Poilievre has held on to it since 2004, but he has never seen this kind of competition, at least in terms of numbers. 91 candidates in that Carleton riding. I don't have the actual ballot here, but I printed out the names. It's 3 pages worth. And we don't have any results, as you can see yet. It's all very interesting because not only do we have that long ballot with all the names on there, part of a protest from a group called the Longest Ballot Committee. They're protesting the current first-past-the-post electoral system. So could be some delays because of all those names. But it also had, Carleton did, the highest voter turnout in advance polls anywhere in the country. So there's a lot of ballots to count. To mitigate delays, Elections Canada said they were going to begin counting those ballots cast in the advance polls 6 hours before polls closed. Extra teams being brought in. But as you can see, we do not have any numbers out of that key Carleton riding where Pierre Poilievre's running just yet. We want to go back over to Toronto in the Greater Toronto area and Michelle now.
Thanks, Patricia. Well, the polls have closed here in Toronto and the GTA, and we're starting to get some of the numbers rolling in here in this vote-rich part of the country. I want to draw your attention to Ajax. This is a riding we've been watching. This was for re-election. Jennifer McKelvey running for the Liberals in this riding. She's well known. She was a councillor. She was interim mayor of Toronto for a while. She's hoping to keep the seat red. Greg Brady is a well-known Canadian radio host. He has a show, Toronto Today. So far, Jennifer McKelvey is leading, but we only got one of the polls reporting. This is certainly one that could be a battle, and we'll be watching. And then Mark Stouffville. Interesting. So this is incumbent Helena Jasek's riding. Right now, we have the Conservative candidate, a police officer, who seems to be leading. But again, it's early days. But it is nice to see some results starting to come in, and I think shortly we'll be getting a better sense of if there are winds of change through this part of the country, or if people are deciding to stay the course. We'll turn it over to Calgary. Tara Nelson.
Calgary.
Thanks very much, Michelle. I'm just looking at the ticker there. We have 1 NDP seat on the board so far. There should be a few more coming in as we work our way across the prairies and the results start coming in. There's one I want to draw your attention to in Edmonton. And that is Edmonton-Griesbach. So Blake Desjardins won this in 2021. It was a very close race, one for the NDP, with just a 4% margin, 1,500 votes over the incumbent, Kerry Diot, the Conservative incumbent there. He was a 2-term MP. He was also a former city councillor. This was a very big upset in 2021. Diot wants it back. He's running again. This could be a very tight race. I am seeing pollsters talk about a group of voters called modest metros. And these are young voters in urban areas, and their biggest concern is their financial future and their financial security. There are a lot of them in Griesbach. So if Desjardins has been able to target those voters and talk to them about what the NDP is going to do to help secure their financial future, he might be able to harness some of that young vote tonight, and that could be what pushes him over the edge. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's going to be a close race. Let's go to Mi Zhang in Vancouver.
Thank you, Tara. 3 more minutes till polls close here in BC. BC may be the last to vote, definitely not the least. There are 43 ridings up for grabs, many too close to call. If the Liberals are on the path to victory, depending on what happens in the rest of the country, it could come down to BC. The Liberals need to hang on to ridings like Vancouver Centre, home to Canada's oldest MP, Hedy Fry. She's running for re-election. She is unbeatable. Hedy Fry's 83, has been serving in the parliament since 1993. She was a rookie then who took down former Prime Minister Kim Campbell. Liberals are also banking on retaining North Vancouver Capilano, which is held by Cabinet Minister Jonathan Wilkinson. And he won handily last time around. We're also watching Burnaby North Seymour, held by Terry Beach. He's been the MP there since 2015. A career highlight for him, toppling longtime NDPer Sven Robinson in 2019. The main challenger now, though, appears to be the Conservatives. Back to you, Omar.
All right, Michelle, thank you so much. Let's bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang, right now. And we're watching the story now developing in Quebec, right? This collapse of the Bloc Québécois, which is something we had seen heading into this, but now we're seeing to what extent this is playing out. Tell us a little bit about the tariff-sensitive areas of Quebec and how that's impacting what we're seeing now.
Yeah, and so interesting because we knew, of course, that electorally important Quebec, that the Bloc would need to be ceding seats to the Liberals if the Liberals could form a majority government. And we are seeing, thanks to our friends at the Chamber of Commerce, their business data lab calculated the tariff sensitivity of some regions, and some of them are very much in play. So on that list is Trois-Rivières, which is, of course, on the St. Lawrence, right between Quebec City and Montreal. It's super sensitive to tariffs, and it, at the moment, shows the Liberals leading. It's early, but a pretty sizable lead at the moment, and the incumbent is in third place, a narrow third, but still. And the other two very sensitive places, Drummond and Saint-Jean, do seem to be tilting to the Bloc. So it's kind of an interesting read on, was the message of Canadian unity, of rallying together behind enough to tilt the balance away from the Bloc in some of these key Quebec ridings. Of course, we're watching it so closely. If you're a Liberal, you have a lot riding on what happens.
Yeah, very much so. And we're just going to direct your eyes to the screen where we've got an early breakdown of the popular vote at this juncture among the votes that have been counted. The Liberals sitting at 51%.
这个数字自由党先领先是正常的，因为先开东部的票，
in particular, that NDP number, keep in mind we haven't counted British Columbia, but that is low and informing the higher number for the Liberals. I want to turn back to Quebec as we watch more of those results come in, and we can say in the least surprising announcement of the night, that Michelle Rempel-Garner in Alberta has reclaimed her seat as the independent candidate. Very well MP in Alberta.
Interesting, actually, Calgary, another one of the very tariff-sensitive regions, but that's not expected to tilt it towards the Liberals particularly.
If this does hold in Quebec, how significant do you think it is? I mean, I know from, the Liberal campaign certainly was counting on Quebec to be a part of their story tonight.
All of the math that we've seen that showed anywhere approaching a Liberal majority meant the Bloc kind of collapsed by at least 10 seats compared to the last election. Have we seen that yet? It's very interesting to see some of these very key ridings in play with the incumbents in third place. That says that there's something different in the air.
And we keep talking about this, just to contextualize it right now. And again, it is early, but at dissolution, the Bloc Québécois had 32 seats and now is being elected in 13 seats based on the bottom. The polls closing in British Columbia in 2 seconds time. Amanda, this is another region of the country that we're watching particularly closely for the NDP. But when you look at British Columbia too, it's not as exposed to the U.S.-Canada situation as other parts of the country are. But still, when it comes to softwood lumber and those sectors, that's big in that part.
In some ways, of course, BC has been suffering from tariffs much longer. Yeah, that's right. The lumber tariffs, but now we have tariffs on top of tariffs. It's a super sensitive issue. But it does, of course, stand a little bit apart from the Western sentiment, which has been a little bit divided over how to manage tariffs. You might get more of that national fervor out of BC here. So will be, I think you nailed it. The question will be whether you see the weakness in the NDP flowing to the Liberals.
Polls are now closed across the country. This is a big moment. We will start to see more results coming, more definitive of a look at who will form government, who will become prime minister. This is a very early indication at this juncture. You're looking at some potential seat changes. The word potential very deliberately because they're based on preliminary results. But we've got the Liberals picking up 14 seats potentially, and the Conservatives remaining stagnant. The Bloc Québécois at a deficit of 10 seats at this juncture. Again, Omar, that is something that we've got our eyes very closely peeled at because that difference there is largely based in the results in Quebec at this point.
也结束了。目前形势就是正在结束，正在点票。BC 的投票刚刚结束。
Over the next little while, get a sense of who will be leading this country, and then whether it is a majority or a minority. Let's get straight to Heather.
点了几十票，
就是
他郑敬基演员哥，有大批印度人来是 NDP 的结束，不是自由党土豆搞的。NDP 只是党魁，这个印度人他不是个印度党。还能打平吗？最后。
projecting the Liberals could get a minimum of 146 178 seats, potentially, possibly crossing that 172 marker point of a majority government. They also are projecting the Conservatives could get a range of anywhere from 117 to 146 seats, but these numbers are shifting as the votes are counted. Of course, this has to do with historical data, riding demographics, a lot of research, and of course, the numbers that are coming in this evening as your votes are counted. Projections right now also for the NDP and the Bloc Québécois, we're watching that closely. But again, the majority is the number that most parties are, of course, the Conservatives and Liberals looking for this
majority.
Close eye on that marker of 172. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. And let's head over to Anne-Marie right now. Anne-Marie, you've got a couple of your panelists from British Columbia right now who I'm sure are watching those results.
向凤飞当选，那是当然了，他是财长。
delegation on your panel tonight.
That's right. We've got more than half of our panel is from BC. Who wants to jump in here first?
In the last election campaign, the Liberals finished third in the popular vote, but came first in the seat totals. Liberals got 26% of the vote province-wide, but got 15 seats. Conservatives got 13 seats. NDP got 13 seats. So the dynamic in British Columbia, very regional province, and how the splits are going to go. We see in all the rest of the country, the NDP vote has collapsed. In parts of British Columbia, working-class parts of British Columbia, on the island, working-class suburbs south of the Fraser River, the NDP second choice ballot.
卡尼开始了，哎呦，这么领先这么多。
But for most of the province, the second choice for NDP voters breaks 2-1 Liberal over Conservative. So I think you'll see basically two colors of members of Parliament coming out of British Columbia. You'll see reds and blues. I think maybe a couple of the Democrats, Jenny Kwan probably in Vancouver East, Don Davies perhaps in Vancouver Kingsway, Peter Julian if he's lucky, and those will probably be the only three. I don't think Elizabeth May will win on the island, and so it's interesting. You know, all the aggregating polling data that you show out of 43 ridings in British Columbia, they show up to a third of the seats in the province being up for grabs, either two-way fights, three-way fights. So as the polls close, a lot of those ridings are going to be very close to watch and very tight to call right up until the last probably 10 or 20 polls.
Arjit, what do you want to say here?
No, absolutely. The NDP vote, a lot of it, I've been talking to a lot of supporters. A lot of them actually have been coming over to the Liberals, very concerned again with President Trump, making sure that we have a strong showing. The ridings to kind of look out for is Victoria for us, something that we've done well in, but we haven't been able to get it across the line before. I think there's a very good opportunity now. Port Moody, James and I know both of you are from there.
Yeah.
Have an opportunity there. And also, let's not forget, there's also Kelowna. If that flips, that's also going to send a very strong message as well. Steve Muir, who is actually running again, he used to be the member of parliament there. So we have an opportunity there. I think BC is going to be have a very strong showing for the Liberals, I believe. And it's going to send a very strong message for the rest of Canada.
海洋省的民调差这么多，其他的还没追上来。
Leader in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And he had a particular focus on Vancouver Island, and I think that'll show up well too.
Well, and what you'll see on Vancouver Island is going to be, I mean, first of all, can I just say how exciting it is as a British Columbian? So we decided the election tonight.
差不多，16席。
The Vancouver Island, if you look at the bottom half of it, it is tight.
肯定自己给自己投了一票。
And the Liberals are probably going to do well in some of those ridings. A lot of them are quite a bit, or tend to be
自由党大政府概率大一些，你说的自由党多数政府嘛 ，majority 嘛。
But then on the north part of the island, you're seeing a lot of orange-blue fights for sure, because working class voters, mill towns, old mining towns, those kinds of places, where those working class messages really have an impact. But the thing is, if the NDP votes collapse,
现在怎么看得出是多数党政府？
more
我都
likely
是
to
刚
go
开
conservative than
点
just
点
about anywhere else in the province other than kind of northern British Columbia. So it's going to be. I heard somebody say earlier, BC is like a microcosm of the whole country. I think it was Scott Reed. And I think that's going to turn out to be true tonight.
I'm going to keep going. I can hear this music, and I don't know if it's like the Oscars where they're going to sing us off or not, but we're going to
好
keep
忙啊，他们演播室。
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about the collapse of the NDP vote. What happened there and what were the factors?
Non
Is this
Dio.
south of the border? Is this
Non
the
Dio.
border?
I just have to interrupt you because our decision desk is just coming up with some data. We are about to reach a pivotal moment in this unprecedented campaign. We are about to make a call. Stand by for major declaration from the CTV News decision desk.
他不给没的那个
Your next government. We are getting the results.
两个党都148是吧？最后投骰子是不是？抽牌。
And there you have it. CTV News decision desk declaring a Liberal win. We know that the Liberals will be forming the next government of Canada. The big question right now is will it be a majority or a minority? And this is a live shot you're looking at. I believe it's at the Liberal Party headquarters in Ottawa. I'm assuming there will be some kind of celebration.
They don't know it yet. They don't know it yet, but they will soon. Take a moment, give the Liberals their due. This is a huge moment for the Liberal Party, who were written off the electoral map just 3 months ago, 4 months ago. It's been 20 years since a party has been able to win a fourth mandate. You're absolutely right to point out that we don't know yet if it's a minority or it's a majority. But to come back from the sort of depths of despair that they faced last year and over the last 2 years, and to be able to pull off a win certainly speaks to a lot of things, not least of which is the presence of Donald Trump and the sort of ascent of Mark Carney, the role of the storyline of him becoming leader and Justin Trudeau stepping aside has certainly done wonders for the party. Huge impact in Quebec. 17 pickups at this moment in time. 11 seat losses for the Bloc, 5 for the Conservatives. A big part of this story will be Quebec. Will also help inform whether or not this turns into a majority government. We've got Michael Couture live at Liberal headquarters. They don't seem like they know what we just said, Mike, yet, but maybe they're going to find out soon.
There's a good reason for that, Vashi, and it's because on the screens behind us, they are not playing our network somehow. We have lodged an official complaint with the Liberal Party, and I'm not saying official complaint, I mean that jokingly, but yeah, certainly I've been texting a number of Liberals, and it doesn't seem like they've gotten the message just yet, but when I was talking to a number of people before coming on, just here before we had declared it, a number of them were cautiously optimistic. That was the buzz phrase going through here, but really they were worried a little bit about how these numbers were going to be. The get out the vote issue, of course, as well. I'd spoken to one staffer who said that they saw big numbers in the early voting today, especially. They have
yeah, 不要忘了还有好多提前投票。
Very early in the day, so they're very
NDP 可能能赢5拿5特。
领地北极圈。As we know, a lot of people were very excited.
阿南德现在42比42。
The Liberal government, they have been talking about this. A number of people have been going to rallies across the country where I've been asking people, what do you think of Mark Carney and where this party has come from? I'll give you the example. Yesterday in Victoria, as I said on the show, 11:30 at night Pacific time, people had waited 90 minutes just to see Mark Carney. And I asked one of the volunteers,
包头应该是完了，葬送了，他也知道自己完了。他说我这是为了帮自由党，就不要脸。
They saw thousands of people sign up for memberships to the Liberal Party of Canada. So getting back to what I was saying earlier, that staffer said to me it was possible. They thought it could be possible that we could see a voter turnout of upwards of 70% because of how motivated people are.
别忘了去年多伦多的补选 St. Paul's 点到凌晨2点多钟，保守党才赶超。
Into this place, people will start to get excited about it, and I think that another network is starting to catch up with us, and that is why you're hearing people getting excited right now. Because, as I mentioned, we declared it first. Another network is saying it now, and that is why you're hearing.
现在就开始靠自由党赢了。
Likely a bit of relief as well, Vashi, because there were some tense moments here in the last 20 minutes or so when they saw the numbers in Atlantic Canada. They weren't seeing them come through Quebec just yet. But now that we're seeing them, certainly some excitement. And as I said, probably looking at this and saying they now hope that it'll turn into a majority of some sort. But really, they're not sure about that. The people that I were talking to inside the campaign, unclear if they think that they did enough at this point to try and get that majority government, Vashi.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Take a look at the ticker at the bottom of your screen. It tells the story of what we were just talking about. To catch you up, in case you are just joining, we have declared here at CTV News a Liberal win. We do not know yet if it will be a majority or a minority government. You can take a look at some of the seat totals now in leading and elected. The magic number, Omar, that we're paying attention for is 172.
It is a remarkable comeback, as you just pointed out a couple of minutes ago. I mean, this was a party that was down about 20 percentage points and has now risen to the point of forming the next government of Canada. This is a hugely significant day for Mark Carney. He stays on as Prime Minister, and this is a moment really that will be studied extensively, I think, in the context of Canadian political history. Foreign policy is not always that dominant of an issue in elections.
Hardly ever is.
Hardly ever. We're not talking about any foreign power this time. We're talking about the U.S. We're talking about that massive trading relationship between Canada and the U.S. I believe the last time it was this powerful or this significant was back in 1988. That was a free trade election. But given the relationship that this country has with the United States, how close that is economically in terms of the fact that we've got family across the border, we've got connections across the border. That is what has been the dominant topic in this election, and obviously voters feel as though Mark Carney is the best steward at this time to navigate the turbulent waters that we are seeing with the United States.
The Conservatives had a different message around change, which is still proving to be, very popular, just not as popular as the concept of what Trump is threatening, which isn't just the economy like it was in 1988, 1984, but also our sovereignty, like our very existence as a country. And I think that's obviously informed the outcome tonight. Let's swing over to Heather Butts, who's got a deeper dive into some of these results.
Thanks so much, Vashi. Yes, we are looking at that Liberal win. And of course, the results that people want to know, well, how did you get here? How did we declare this Liberal win? And that is declared by our CTV News decision desk. And we'll take a look at our projections for where we can go this evening now once we have declared that win. So the decision desk, the House of Commons projection probability of a majority actually is 24% for the Liberals. So
majority.
That is of a majority. I believe we're now going to look at the House of Commons projection. So we are projecting the Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180 seats. That will be the maximum this evening. And of course, crossing that number, that 172 majority marker that we've been talking about this evening. And looking at the Conservatives, the decision desk is projecting the Conservatives will receive anywhere between 119 and 144 seats this evening. And of course, that not with the minimum of the Liberals. And so that's how that math, of course, works out. These numbers based on historical data, riding information that we receive, research, and of course, your votes, because we have been watching these numbers ebb and flow. It's a forecast, it's a range. And so they've been moving this evening as your votes are counted and come in through those polling stations. Of course, take a look at the Bloc Québécois and the NDP. The decision desk projecting anywhere from 18 to 30 seats would be the maximum for the Bloc Québécois. The NDP, a minimum of anywhere from 12 to 28 seats.
没有点完票，只是媒体预测的。继续看吧。
The Liberals could get anywhere from 152 to 180. 172 is the majority. So if they don't cross that line, that magic marker, and they don't get that majority, that's when we really start to look towards the Bloc and the NDP to see how things play out in Ottawa. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Heather. Heather with a deeper dive there into some of the numbers. The Liberals, CTV News has been able to declare will form government. We keep our eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen to see whether or not it will be a majority or a minority. We want to get some analysis to this significant moment in the night from our top strategist, Corey tonight, Kathleen Munk, and Scott Reed. Corey, I'll start with you. You talked earlier, Omar mentioned that you made a ton of news. So did the Premier Doug Ford, for criticizing the Conservative campaign for not focusing on Donald Trump enough. Is this outcome emblematic of that in your view?
I think that's part of it, but I think in many respects, you know, as you reflect on this race, it was largely in jeopardy before the campaign even began. I think the biggest strategic error the Conservatives had going into this election was pounding Justin Trudeau and the Liberals with tens of millions of dollars of pre-read advertising to the point where they drove them down to 18, 19% in the polls and made it an existential question around the leadership of the Liberal Party. And, you know, it's not just Trump, it's the loss of Trudeau. If you think of this election race as if Pierre Poilievre was fighting against Justin Trudeau, and you kept everything else the same, we'd be having a Conservative majority tonight, I believe. So I think it was a big strategic error. We just went too hard in the lead up to the campaign, and we got rid of the guy who was going to deliver a victory for us, and that guy was Justin Trudeau. That said, you know, there was still, I think, an opportunity to focus towards Trump. Going into the campaign, there was a space when the Liberal leadership was going on. There was a real vacuum there. That's the vacuum that Ford stepped into. But he didn't have to do that alone. I think there was an opportunity for the federal Conservatives to do the same. But all of that to say, you know, this is a heartbreaking night for Conservatives across the country. And I think there's, you know, there's a lot of focus on what happens in the party, but also to see what Carney and the Liberals will do. Are they going to reach out to the West? Some of the things that Rana brought up earlier, I think, are really poignant. There's going to be need to build some bridges to parts of the country that really felt left out.
It's a super salient point, Kathleen. At the same time, as we look at what might have went wrong for the Conservatives, it's fair to look at what went right for the Liberals, give them their due, and give Mark Carney his due, who a few months ago was a complete political neophyte. Obviously, rumors for years that he never dispelled that he was going to run, but this is quite the turnaround story, led very specifically by him.
For sure, from funeral march to victory, right? Literally a politician for, 3 months and prime minister for 9 days. And now it looks like he will form government, to be determined whether it's minority or majority, but definitely a win. I'll build on what Corey said earlier. The Conservatives not only preconditioned Canadians to dislike through their millions of dollars of ads, they also did the same thing to Jagmeet Singh, running millions of dollars of ads against Mr. Singh as well. And he's paying the price. He's feeling that tonight. In fact, the national polling looks like New Democrats aren't even hitting what pollsters predicted of around 8-10%, really more like 4 or 5%. So the question is, for any Democrats, was their strategy of moving to protect incumbents, to focus on those local campaigns? Will they be able to pull out some of those incumbents? I don't think it's going to be all 24, but will they reach party status, or will they? They certainly have lost beachheads we talked about earlier in Atlantic Canada. But if they start to lose beachheads in Quebec or Ontario or in the prairies, that's not a good sign for the party.
Scott, the story of the NDP. That percentage that Kathleen just referenced is a huge part of the Liberal story tonight as well.
Absolutely gigantic. And I think as the evening goes on and these seat totals mount, I think we'll see that it's even more significant. They're really underperforming what were incredibly low expectations already, particularly when you take a look at the province of Ontario. We'll see as more numbers come in from BC.
还是安省最后输在安省，肯定总是输在安省。
I just want to add one thing. I really want to underline this point about what an astonishing, historical, unbelievable, oh my God, you wouldn't believe it if this was a movie kind of event this is for the Liberal Party of Canada. Like, they were dead and buried, covered in topsoil and leaves, left by the side of the road.
We covered their funeral
4 months ago.
For months.
Yeah.
For 2 years, in fact.
A couple weeks after Justin Trudeau stepped down, announced that he would step down in January, a friend called me and said, I can't believe this story about Mark Carney. He's not really going to run, is he? Why would he leave the life that he has in order to take on this death march? Why on earth would he do it? And I said, well, because he thinks he can win. And
on
the other side of the phone. And, here we are, 3 months later.
没有完全宣布，现在还正在很多区都还在点，只是媒体预测现在。
Never held elected office, walked in and has pulled off something that's astonishing and unseen before in electoral history in Canada.
Very quickly.
I think there's one other thing that's really important to reflect on in this, and that is this collapse of the NDP and what drove that. Because I think Trump is part of that story. I think was probably a much bigger part of the story with the Bloc Quebec Bloc. But I think there's a question as to whether or not the type of campaign that the Conservatives ran was so frightening to NDP voters that they gave up their decades-long voting preference to vote Liberal for a Bay Street banker, which is not really a likely place that you would think that would go. So I think to give the Conservative Party credit, like they have built their base to, I think, a historic level. But in doing so, they may have moved the goalpost further away if the result of that is the collapse of the NDP to that degree.
Great point.
It is a great point. And Corey, just very quickly, I mean, what is the soul-searching moment now for the Conservatives? What is Pierre Poilievre thinking tonight, and what happens to his future? What is the party thinking tonight?
Well, I think there's got to be a lot of questions asked around that, but I don't think there's one Conservative party. This is why you see so few Conservative governments at the federal level. There's really like 5 different Conservative parties across the country, and what constitutes conservatism on the prairies, which is where I'm from, it looks a lot different in Ontario, where I am now, or in BC, or in Quebec, or in the Maritimes. And you have to try to find a through line through these disparate types of Conservatives that often have some pretty big internal contradictions within them. So it's a real challenge, and I think tonight's result speaks to that challenge. And to try to find a through line through those different things is going to be the challenge for the party.
We keep our eyes peeled, I should say, at the bottom and the right of our screen as we try and determine whether or not this will be a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority. Very competitive things going on in the 905, which is a very key electoral region of Ontario, just outside Toronto. It looks at this point, early indications that the Conservatives are picking up a significant number of seats at the Liberals' expense in there. So that's something that could very much inform whether this is minority or majority. And I think we can check in actually in Liberal territory at Liberal headquarters with our senior political correspondent, Mike Lacouture, who is there live for us. Mike, take us inside the room if you could.
Yeah, Vashi, a very familiar face to people in the Liberal Party here with me. David Lametti, former Justice Minister, also good friend of Mark Carney. He has been advising informally. Mr. Carney, thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Lametti. I mean, first off, these results, what do you think of them? And what would you have told me if I said that this is what it was going to be just a couple of months ago?
Look, it's still early tonight. I'm watching, obviously, carefully what the bloc vote is in Quebec. I'm watching what the NDP does. We're evolving into a two-horse race, and none of us are used to that. So none of us are being able to predict. That being said, I'll say it to you. I said it to Mark Carney a number of times since January, both in the leadership and throughout. I said, Mark, if I would take these numbers 6 months ago, I would take them, and I would tell you that I would take them. Look, we were dead and buried in December. Beginning of December. Now we're going to form government. Now, whether it's majority or minority, I'm hoping it's majority. We've turned this right around, and thanks to Mark. It's Mark's leadership, Mark's personality, Mark's intelligence.
为什么不谢川普？先谢川普。然后你说了 thank you 吗？没礼貌。不给你打牌了。
When you think about where you were and the exchanges that you've had with him today, what's going through his mind right now?
Mark's singularly focused.
今天开票是最后开啊，把现场的票点满了，最后几个箱子了。
But he is singularly focused on getting us across the finish line. Yes, government's a good thing, but next is trying to get majority government, so a strong government to face Mr. Trump.
When you see what you're seeing with the numbers, how realistic is majority?
Again, it's early. Again, I'm looking at the bloc numbers and the NDP numbers in a two-horse race. If we can maintain those races and win Liberal seats, I think we're going to be all right.
You had told me a story off air about introducing Mark Carney essentially to the Liberal Party, bringing him to a Christmas party after you got shuffled out of cabinet. So are you to thank for all this?
No, I'm not to thank. Mark Carney's to thank because of his experience and his leadership capacity, his intellect. But he's an old friend, and I thought I would invite him to the party. And there were a lot of Carney-curious people there at the time.
What is it about him, in your mind, that has that singular focus that has brought him to this point right now?
Extremely intelligent and masters the dossiers. I've already seen him in briefings where he can turn the briefing around and say, yeah, I get that, but we're going to do this, 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 and this. And he clearly grasps what's happening immediately in the briefing, and he turns it around to give a direction and a plan. And I think this is something unique.
因为大家都比较愤怒，想要改变的人可能会去提前投，所以真不好说。对现状不满、对政府不满的人提前去投。
What can Canadians expect of Mark Carney?
They can expect sincere, thoughtful, intelligent
policy
responses and policy ideas, especially with respect to economics. This is Mark's bread and butter. This is what he's going to bring to Canada.
I got to let you go, but
you're
his friend. Are you coming back?
I will serve if Mark asks me to. I'm happy where I am.
绿党就那个帮党魁那一几个，
This is an important
票
moment
数
in
有
Canadian
减少，
history.
席位吧，你
This
说
is
席
an
位
important
吧。
moment for the country with an existential threat from the United States. So I've worked hard to get Mark elected.
我就输在多伦多嘛，最关键就输在 GTA。
I'll continue to support him. I'm happy to give informal advice if that's what it is.
All right, Vashi, you can't say I didn't try with David Lametti here, but he's a cabinet minister. He knows how to answer a question. Send it back to you.
He's a dogged reporter, that Michael Couture.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a good picture into the behind the scenes of what's responsible for this. Obviously, it's Mark Carney, but the people behind him, Marco Mendicino, David Lametti, and Jerry Butts in particular, were three of the kind of key figures. People who are, very much associated with the former prime minister in
majority as a minority.
Mark Carney. So interesting comments there from David Lametti. I have a guess that he will be part of the office, the prime minister's office, but that's just a guess.
All right, you heard it here first. I'd be interested to see what happens, by the way, in David Lametti's former riding of La Salle Verdun. Of course, this was a riding that the Liberals held.
Long share down.
We'll try to track that to see where the numbers are shaping up. Let's
6 1/7不到，1/7左右就能考了。
Isn't doing that great, but we know that the leader, Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet, CTV News declaring him as the winner in that riding. He is, of course, the incumbent. So the story there is that he retains his seat in Belleuil-Chambly. But
PP 呢？我还没看到 PP 今天晚上 PP 的票呢
quite a hit in that province. I want to just get to Bloc Québécois headquarters now and Jérémy Charon. Jeremy, what's the sentiment like where you are right now in that headquarters? A lot of
if you can hear behind me, loud cheers here. They've been cycling through on the screen the elected MPs, including François Blanchet just moments ago.
保守党上次119吧，我记得119。
To your point, there's a lot of positive energy here right now. They cheer as they continue to see their MPs elected up on the screen. But that number right now, 23 for the bloc that you see on your screen, it's not a terrible number. The party had been talking about, whether they would drop under 20, and that would be a significant loss, and there would be a different mood here. There had been talk about landing somewhere in that 20 to 30 range, right in the middle. Yves-François Blanchet earlier in the campaign said that he felt his party could be efficient with 25 MPs. He'd like more, he said, but they could be efficient there. So I'm interested to continue to watch tonight where they land and where that number lands ultimately. Of course, at dissolution, they had 33 seats, so they're facing still a significant loss. But where that number lands will be important as we continue to talk about on whether or not this is a liberal minority or majority.
人太多了，是不是？对啊，搬都搬好久。
I'm just looking at our tracker here, and I can tell you that Bill Blair has recaptured his seat of Scarborough Southwest in that riding.
Minister of National Defense, and of course, former Toronto Police Chief, known to the community out in Scarborough. We are looking closely, though, at the 905 because we did have some early indications that the Conservatives could be picking up there. Why is that important? The 905 very electorally significant, and of course, we've got our eye on the numbers at the bottom of the screen and whether the Liberals are able to hit that magic 172 to form a majority. We are still not even close to figuring that out.
That may take a while yet, but losing, defeated, we're declaring in the riding in fourth place of 4 candidates, so suffering quite a substantial loss. Yes, really losing in that riding of Beauce. Let's get to Sandy Ronaldo, who's been really gauging the sentiment of the people. Sandy, over to you.
Oh, Omar, let me tell you, my guests have been itching to have an opportunity to say what's on their mind. But the word that keeps coming up again and again is polarization. So talk to me, John.
Well, I mean, our shows and shows across the country tomorrow are going to be where people start to vent, I think, and maybe where Liberals want to brag. I mean, the problem with the two political parties and their followers and voters, those who are entrenched, is both of the parties think the other one is an existential threat when in government. So Conservatives are going to be very angry, and also angry about the fact that, I mean, they had the Liberals on the ropes, and they've already put up with 10 years of the Liberals, so it's going to drive them crazy. And one last aspect in all of this is, as you know, Bill, probably from your texts and calls on my show, a cohort of Liberals these days, or a cohort of Conservatives, like to own the libs. And tonight they've been denied the chance to do so.
I know that you're eager to say something, Bill. Don't hold back.
Well, you just look at those numbers, and what you see is Canada becoming a two-party country.
But haven't we always been that way?
Well, no, I don't think to the degree we're seeing right now with the NDP collapsing like that. So, yeah, people are going to be divided. Conservatives, we're already hearing from our listeners, I'm sure you are as well, sort of that core group that tries to reach out to you right away. And so far, Conservatives are angry with people who voted Liberal. But I don't think that anger will last long. I think it will turn internally pretty quickly. And they're going to say, what happened here? How did we have this in our grasp? Change that we've wanted for so long.
Yeah, we even had the number.
They're going to start to ask questions of the party. The only way that doesn't become really ugly is if the Conservatives can keep the Liberals to a minority. Then I think you'll see they'll calm down. They'll accept that as reality and say, we live to fight another day. We can't have our country divided right now, though. We need to be the real enemy to our country right now is in Washington. That's the real threat. We need to work together to fight that. Those numbers don't show that so far.
But how do you begin to heal, right? Given the fact that we've got such a fractured nation in terms of just look at those numbers again. You know, if it ends up being, we're waiting to see whether minority or majority, but how do you, as the new leader of this country, reach out to those people who didn't vote for
I don't think you can. No. I think our country is becoming more like the United States. We hear it every day on our shows that people who are conservative are really conservative. There's that wing of the party where people they bought into Donald Trump. They like him. They believe elections can be fixed and lie to you, and that the media is lying to you all of the time. That exists in our country, and I think it's only going to grow as a result of this.
Yeah.
Unless the Liberals get a strong majority and Carney can actually deliver a good deal with the United States, maybe then we take a deep breath and say a win is a win. But
there's going to be a lot of bitterness amongst conservatives, though, and I think Bill's absolutely right. I mean, Cory Knight, just behind us, has been conservative through this entire campaign, and now we see what the result is. But conservatives are also going to see, I think.
全世界所有的媒体都错了吗？最后，现在不是民调错了，所有媒体都错了。
The NDP around, they have to move to the center. I think that's the only way they can do that.
哇，Markham 咬得好紧啊 ，Michael Ma。
Doug Ford felt emotionally the moment when Donald Trump got too involved in this country, and he expressed that. And I think Pierre Poilievre waited too long to show it. He was on my show 4 or 5 days ago, and he expressed it now. We saw it
投我。
weeks earlier, and I think there's going to be
对啊，自由党拿多数是最糟的结局。现在。
Keep talking, so I'm going to have to wrap you up.
卡尼抄的保守党的政策，他一个可能都不会实现，他就是抄的。
And certainly we could listen to them for
对啊，目前已经比21年好了，21年119当时结束的时候。
to make. In this case, we are declaring Mark Carney elected in his Ottawa area riding not a difficult battle. Not expected in any way. Mark Carney will remain Prime Minister and form government. You can see there we have him is riding as well. He has never sat as a member of parliament. In fact, this will be set to resume later this month, or in May rather. This will be his first time in parliament.
No stranger to big issues, but a political neophyte, and that riding, of course, adjacent to Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. Let's get to CTV.
肯定是自由党吸走的多，因为传统上左派政党嘛，这些都是左派政党。NDP魁独都算左派政党。
Oh, absolutely. You know, and it will be not a surprise here, but a bit of a relief. It's almost like we're clearing hurdles for people in this room now. There was this big sigh of relief and enthusiasm when it was called that it was going to be at least a Liberal government. We still don't know minority or majority, so they're waiting for that. And now to hear that Carney has been elected is that next hurdle. And of course, you know, this is a big. People are talking to me today about door knocking, trying to get the vote out. Every single vote out, door knocking from Mark Carney, and they said they really saw a big change, of course, when after Trudeau stepped down in January. They said that they started talking to people and they saw a major shift, and so they felt that this was what was going to happen tonight. But they're still watching really nervously, and there's a lot of talk about the situation of Quebec here as well, because, you know, of course we're in Ontario here, but they're watching how much Quebec is handing of seats to the Liberal Party. So certainly this is something they're watching very closely. And, you know, as I say, a lot of enthusiasm. The eyes here all still on the screen, still a lot of anticipation and nervous energy in the room now.
All right, so we'll check in with you a little bit later. And of course, another Liberal leadership contender, Chrystia Freeland there, has won her seat of University Rosedale. That's what CTV News Decision Desk is projecting, and has a lead of about 1,000 votes with 10 of the 205 polls reporting. It'll be interesting. You know, we were talking about the fact that Mark Carney is a political neophyte. It'll be interesting to see in the days and months to come how he evolves into that role of a politician, because it is a cutthroat game.
Well, and who he surrounds himself with. So, for example, Chrystia Freeland, who in that cabinet he made just before the writ drop, moved from being deputy prime minister after all that chaos and drama with Justin Trudeau to the portfolio of transport. Like, what kind of desire there is to project, you know, more change, and how he reassembles cabinet will certainly be something to keep our eye on. CTV declaring Leslie Lewis, one of the former contenders for the Conservative leadership in Haldimand, Norfolk. I think we just saw Chrystia Freeland. I think I'm also hearing Leslie Church might have flipped Toronto St. Paul's back to the Liberals. Leslie Church was chief of staff to Chrystia Freeland for a period of time. That
能让少数政府的话，我觉得也还是可以的。
the liberal dissent in public opinion.
至少有个制衡。
There it is. There we've declared declared Leslie Church a win in Toronto St. Paul's, taking it from Mr. Stewart, the Conservative candidate, who had surprised everybody.
卡尼当选也不就是个精神保守党吗？都是赢，都是保守党赢，这样行不行？我靠，St. Paul's 已经超了，我靠，这是输这么多，1年半前，哎呦。
Here at Liberal Watch Party in downtown Montreal.
NDP 的票全被吸走了。米勒来了。
Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest. Thank you for your time and congratulations, because now we have the results. And just a few months ago, this seemed completely improbable.
St. Paul's 真的是个明显的风向标。去年对土豆实在太恨他了，所以保守党拿下。 30多年的深红区，今年又回来了。多伦多人还是爱自由党。
There's the Trump threat that we all got together and focused on Canadian sovereignty, on tariffs, and the existential threat to Canada and to the economy, a million jobs.
这个St. Paul 区，这个当选那个女的 Leslie Church 是方慧兰的幕僚长。他1年半前输了，现在又赢回来了。
Leadership credibility, resume, and the work that he's done before he became a politician. I think that was very important. A leadership race that reinvigorated the team and got people motivated for this election. So I think a number of things, including how we run the election, is a positive message around affordability, around fighting Trump, and about the leadership that Mark Carney provides for Canadians. I think Canadians bought into that, as well as rejecting some of the negativity that we heard from the Conservatives.
You said that Justin Trudeau made the right decision in deciding to step aside to allow the party to renew itself. Obviously, Mark Carney does not have any.
米勒也说土豆走得好，哎呦我的天！当他的伴郎。
Well, look, he has an exceptional resume. It's unparalleled in Canada.
哎呀，这个答案对的。
Perhaps he's
看来民调还是准。
on the job, and we've seen that throughout the election. But again,
多伦多人不骗人。
with 3 games to go in the regular season, and we're about to win it all. So
谢谢你，保守党必胜。
But being in caucus, being in government is a different thing. I have all the confidence in his leadership skills to be able to do that. Again, he is new.
少数党赢了， 看是不是少数党吧？
I think we should just focus on Canadians' choice, and
对，
Canadians are never wrong.
啊 ，PP 来了，我操 ，PP 落后啊，现在不是吧？我操 ，PP 落后现在。我操，这下完蛋了。我操 ，PP 落后了。
All right, Maya, thank you so much. And right now, we're just going to see basically if that Liberal government is a majority government or a minority government. Remarkable comeback for Liberals, so whatever political strife there. I want to throw it over to Anne-Marie right now with her panel. Anne-Marie.
Okay, James Moore, you published an article very recently that said, always look on the brighter side of life, Monty Python. How are you looking right now?
I'm a lifelong conservative, a proud conservative, but I'm a Canadian first. And congratulations to Prime Minister Carney. He is my Prime Minister, and I congratulate him on a remarkable turnaround of the Liberal Party to land him his victory tonight. The burden that falls on him now as the Prime Minister of this country, we should never forget the final speeches that Brian Mulroney gave before he left us last year, which is to remind us that the first obligation of any prime minister, before anything else, before you pave an inch of highway, before you pass a law, before you do anything, the first obligation of the prime minister of this country is national unity. And there are some real cleavages and gaps in this country. A lot of people feel left behind. Ron has spoken about how a lot of people in the Alberta and the energy sector have felt left out and beaten up and disrespected for a really long time. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do in order to heal those gaps and heal those divides and make this country a more united and better place. He's talked about them. He's said some good things. He's said some examples, but like when conservatives talk about legislative, but there's some really good, thoughtful ideas.
他那个区是公务员区，公务员都麻了，又怕被砍，又怕丢工作。
government of this country, whether it's blue or red, that would heal a lot of divides, that would make Albertans, that would make Westerners feel like they're part of this country. And there are a lot of things that Prime Minister Carney can do, and I hope that he's open to those ideas, and hopefully he is open to doing what any Prime Minister who's worthy of the office will do, which is to reach out and to build a stronger, more united country and to fill those divides.
We were just listening to Mark Miller, who said, they focused on sovereignty, but you could argue both of these parties focused on sovereignty. Canada Strong, Canada First. Ron,
NDP 的票真的全去自由党。
Liberal win. What's my reaction tonight? Well, I think James articulated it very well. There's going to be a lot of healing to do. I think the one thing strategically that is going to be difficult is a big part of this win is Quebec. And we know that Quebec is at odds with the energy sector. And so how will Mark Carney balance that out? He owes a lot to Quebec. We've talked about all of a sudden there's a consensus on pipelines. Still difficult to convince Quebecers to use an energy.
媒体根据他们之前的预测模型嘛，他们已经可以预测然后考了。
Something to after tonight, he owes probably a lot to Quebec voters. So
对啊，公务员最爱自由党嘛，自由党就乱发福利啊，然后乱招人呐，然后什么乱发合同啊，那个外包商啊，做个 app 花几亿啊，2个皮包公司搞了几亿的合同。
Close to 39%, which Harper won a majority with that. Right. He could actually end up with more votes from Ontarians that Doug Ford did, but we're still losing in Ontario, which is where we needed to win because of a massive collapse of the NDP. Who would have ever thought the NDP would be at 4%? So
NDP 前党魁坐在你旁边，哎呦，我这个心情。
To see the NDP, to see a leader that really just drove this party into a ditch, and so I'm sure you put that on the leader. I put it on any leader. I mean, there was an opportunity, I think, for Jagmeet Singh or for any NDP leader to create a differentiation between the leader, who someone mentioned is a big, and the type of people that normally vote socialist and NDP. So it's surprising to me that a 4% result for the NDP is shocking. So obviously we'll see a new NDP leader, and that obviously would make a difference in the future, but not tonight. Sure, you're talking about leadership, but you're focusing on the NDP leader. Let's talk about Pierre Poilievre as a leader. What was it about his leadership run in this campaign that people said, I'm choosing differently? Well, just remember, he actually grew the base of the Conservative Party. He tonight delivered a vote that won under Stephen Harper. He's grown the base of the party. The progressive vote has completely gone to the Liberals, and the NDP completely collapsed. I do think that Jagmeet Singh has to take some responsibility for that. He had an opportunity to differentiate himself from the Liberals, and he wasn't able to. Harjit, I'm going to let you jump in, but I wanted to say something that I think is really interesting, is that this became a fight about who could stand up to Donald Trump. But do you think any of the leaders imagined that we were going to have what you were talking about now, Rana, which is we've got to look at how do we unify a country, let alone fight what's coming from south of the border?
Harjit, that's that point. I mean, Canadians were united on a message of rejection of Trump. Right? That's what this election was largely about. Now they're picking that can best lead.
他比 PP 更加不适合，他是 social conservative， 他是萨省的，更加保守。人家萨省更加吸不到其他那个东部的票。
Everybody needs to unite, and that I think is very important. I personally think the divide is not going to be as significant with Mark Carney's not only that as James mentioned to me about reminding me that Mark Carney's from Edmonton. I think also British Columbia is potentially going.
Think of him as an Albertan?
Well, the thing is, here's an opportunity for him to prove it, right? He started his leadership. So this is the time. It means there's a lot of work to be done. BC also has an opportunity now to potentially take the Liberals to majority territory as well, which I think can also happen.
That is exactly what's going to happen tonight.
So
look how excited Christy Clark is about that.
You know so I think this is what's going to. I think with all the concern, Canadians have sent a very clear message. We are united. We want all of you united on focusing together. I think that's what needs to happen right now.
I think the other message from Canadians that's really important
is that we
care about the economy. People are really concerned about the economic health. Well, you know, and then Mark Carney came along. And Mark Carney, I mean,
134目前也比之前119多不少，但是能说 NDP 攻得太严重，自由党吸了太多票。 这个就是土豆的问题，多头的问题。
Electing liberals in British Columbia might be 20 of them,
太多
giving him the majority, who will continue to support resource development. So if we do that, we'll create lots of high-paying jobs for lots of working people in the country, and it'll mean we can do things like protect our healthcare system, but also it will mean we'll be able to reach out beyond Canada's borders to the world and not just to the United States. He's made diversifying our markets around the world a real priority, and I think he's going to stick with that. I don't think he's a guy who sits around and says, oh, gee, I owe this province or another for electing me. I think he's a guy that says, I want to fix the economy, I want to grow Canada, I want to unite the country, and so that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, then what does Pierre Poilievre say? Because you
他
have
们要战略性投票，是就提起
you have a party story that has had 3 leaders in 3 elections and they haven't been able to break through. So what does that say, Brian?
NDP 比自由党左得多，当然不会投保守党。
I want to get back to what we were talking about before.
160了。
It is shocking to me, and it's a bit of a body blow to see the NDP lose party status. We've been talking about it as a real possibility, but it looks like
会 flip 吗？很难 flip。
It
不
is.
动你说话了，你的党被骂了一晚上，
Which was to
你的党
lose
灭
the
了。
distinction between the NDP and the Liberals. And the day they signed that deal, which we actually never saw, I made the point: what's the business case going to be on the doorstep? How do you talk to voters and say,
看到自己的党要灭了
vote for us? And the answer is going to be, but you've been voting for them for the past 3 years. So that lack of distinction made it very easy for progressive voters to say, look, this is a time that's like no other. It's down to a two-way race. Poilievre is not our sauce. We don't like what he's offering. And we're just
BQ 不能拿掉 ，NDP 有10个了，绿党1个没有了。
go over to the Liberals as well tonight. And I want to reassure Rona. On her
自由党要联合执政，就看到时看票呗，看最后的票呗。NDP 已经早就做好准备了，等 call 了，等打电话了，开心的跟你们一起执政。
And he says he's now open to discussing. So I think that is one of the things that Carney has brought to this discussion. He said this is about building the Canadian economy for all Canadians. And look, there's a whole sector of aluminum that's particularly important in Quebec. You can't help the auto sector, you got to help me, or we've got to say no to the energy sector because you got to think about me first. That's one of the sea changes that we're seeing operate tonight. For the bloc to drop 10 seats or so tonight, that's huge.
Yeah. All
right, I've got to interrupt the panel. My apologies, but we have a very significant declaration to make at the CTV decision.
啊，现在 call minority 了。
这是我一开始的问题
了。164，哎呦。又 NDP 这个垃圾。那又是 NDP。
talking about, Omar, that precipitous drop in support for the NDP, translating to a big decrease in seats. Even though the Bloc sees a decrease as well, their significance in the House of Commons just went up by a whole lot.
And so the question now for the Liberals is, who will be their dance partner? They'll obviously have to reach across the aisle initiatives.
不这样是他结果吗？你说了这么多承诺，到你实现了，然后实现的全是 PP 说过的话，也没有什么不好的事。要这么想，毕竟我们不是保守党的，是吧
Maybe we'll see you very soon. So please clear your schedules. The minority situation, of course, it's a very interesting development.
Tom, don't laugh. You're going to be back here. Maybe.
完了，他联合 NDP， 他又可以什么都不做了。
I got it. Let's swing right there. I can say I want to get to Mike Victoria, senior.
像 NDP 这样还能搅局吗
？Mike, and I know you will say the same thing from talking to you. This is not what Mark Kearney wanted. He was dead set on needing a majority to be able.
如果 PP 输了，才是个太搞笑的事情。
This is a fascinating development.
那只能说公务员恨死保守党。
Yeah, and Vasha, when you consider the fact that in the first week of the campaign, he did let that word slip.
21年了，04年第一次当选，一直那个区，他那个区后来拆成了2个区，另外一个就是并就是卡尼那个区。
At that rally, had called for a liberal majority. That obviously got a lot of our attention in the media. We had asked Mark Carney about it the next day. I asked him point blank, do you want a liberal majority government because you said you need a strong government and a strong mandate to stand up to U.S. President Donald Trump. And again, he was cagey about it, saying that, look, we want to fight for every vote. We want every Canadian to vote for a Liberal and to have that candidate. You heard earlier from David Lametti, one of his good friends, that he would not be satisfied until he
NDP 加起来也不够，不要让 NDP 说上话 ，NDP 是一点脸都不要，真的。
It will be interesting, as you and Omar had just discussed. Who will their dancer be? Think back to the
移民路上的我们可以松口气了吗？不一定。未来几年也不会好移的。
Mark Carney joked afterwards when he was asked about it. It's not like we're going to exchange texts or anything.
对啊，现在自由党你觉得好移吗？好多人都想哭。
Asked for my number. I said, sure, you can have it, and let's stay in touch. So now you have to wonder whether or not one of the first calls tomorrow will be to Yves.
自由党在一起就打电话就打 call 给 NDP 电话早就等着了，拿在手上等了好久了，你还不打电话？记得剧本，记得配方。
Because another network is on the big screen, but certainly when people hear it, you can expect a bit of a sigh. And because I've been talking to Liberals in this room, they were really crossing their fingers.
有没有可能保守党赢了？不是那个 minority 然后 PP 没赢 ，PP 回家了。你去不了议会开会了怎么办？
Now that we know it's a minority, I think a lot of the people in this room will look at this and say it's a partial win, and that they're happy for now, happy that they'll be able to form the government, and then try and figure out exactly which party they'll have to work with to get things done in the House of Commons.
McKnight 打得还蛮紧啊。
All right, Mike, thank you so much. And I just want to pick up on what Bill Carroll said earlier, that the only way the Conservatives could accept this decision is if it were to be a minority government. This may be.
Well, they're not wanting to. They don't want any of this to happen. But
yeah,
if it's going to be palatable, it's a minority
government. It is easier to swallow. I want to have a look at as we were seeing the tracker coming up on the screen. We were looking at Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton, and it seemed again, he was trailing in his own riding.
NDP 又11票了，他又能行啊？
What are you seeing and what are you hearing?
12票就可以保住颜面。
Well, the mood has certainly changed considerably since the last time we chatted. It's a much different atmosphere in the room now. When CTV projected a Liberal win, the minority screen has not come up yet at this headquarters, but in that first Liberal win, not a sound here. And when you look at the faces of people, very upset scene. I think you'll hear more from my colleague, Trail, who's on the floor speaking to those people. But in terms of the campaign, that was very happy to provide me information when things seemed to be going well in terms of those early results from Atlantic Canada, and telling me, a few times that they were expecting, that they were very optimistic about Ontario and BC. I have not had any information from official party sources in the last, I think we're now at 2 hours, so not interested in speaking at the moment. I've also put in several requests for an update on the leader.
Melissa 是个 lesbian.
With his family in a hotel nearby, and
还有谁比我们第一爱？
obviously come and speak later, but no updates there as to how he's feeling, what he's thinking, or what he's seeing at this point. Watching those results, perhaps maybe a moment to reflect on some of the things I've witnessed covering the Conservative campaign for the majority of this campaign out on the road with Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. What stands out to me in my mind right now is platform release day. So in the last week of the campaign, the platform release had a whole bunch of issues with it coming out just last minute, not a lot of time there, but I really stands outstanding in that room at that press conference.
那个票没有出来，这些东西还是可以念的嘛，还是增加点的票。对，我知道，有7个没有完全没有票数出来。
About the platform release, sort of paused and said, "I owe this country everything." And in that moment, I saw the energy in the room completely shift, and it was as if he was acknowledging or feeling a change of wind, so to speak. He had almost a sheen in his eyes, saying that he owes the country everything. And I saw that again at another rally, and that was a real sense of the campaign shifting in that final week. riding when he said for the first time, no matter what happens tomorrow, I'll be there to fight for you. And obviously the question was left hanging there as to whether he was acknowledging the possibility that conservatives may not form government. So still waiting to hear official word from the campaign about a reaction to this and to what's happening, but a much different mood in the room here now.
All right, thank you so much, Abigail. That's Abigail Beeman at Conservative Headquarters in Ottawa. I want to bring in our chief financial correspondent, Amanda Lang. A couple of different things that stand out here. First of all, I know we talked about the economy more broadly, but for a lot of people, it was about cost of living. And we're seeing some movement in the 905, the areas around Toronto, which is a very unaffordable place to live, that there is additional support for the Conservatives coming through. At the same time, we see the Liberals being held to a minority. Mark Carney's ability to deal with content.
I think, I mean, strategists will have a better view of this, but that whole the price that incumbents pay really does play out when it comes down to people's affordability issues and long-term structural problems in this country. There. What's to me very interesting that we need to pay attention to right now is, when we got those two platforms kind of late from the Liberals and the Conservatives, we didn't really get a full federal platform from the Bloc Québécois because they don't need to. We don't need to know what they think about these things. Well, suddenly they might matter a great deal what the Bloc Québécois thinks because it may hold the balance. Spending plans. We know they're going to take our deficit in the fiscal year. It's a big number. They'll need the support from another party for that, and that other party might have spending plans of their own. Let's remember. So what was already sort of spend facing down the tariff fight, trying to prop up the economy, and the economy will do that, might get it to be an even bigger and more costly spend as we look down this.
And Amanda, as you're speaking, we just have the results for Central Nova. We saw a little bit of a seesaw back and forth, the Liberals and the Conservatives, and we are now able to declare the incumbent, Sean Fraser, is going to be re-elected in his riding of Central Nova. So despite an early lead from Bryson Jenkins, the Conservative, we know that Sean Fraser will be winning there. He has recaptured his seat. Stephen Guilbeault winning his seat in we're talking a little bit about what Mark Carney has to do now. In a minority situation, you haven't got the time. At a time when people want results, they want them fairly instantly. And so what kind of pressures, what's the most important file other than the U.S.-Canada file? Because in terms of a housing strategy, things like that also take time to take root.
So interesting is it's connected. We had this great movement inside this country to work together. So the provinces came together with federal representation to say, how do we get rid of internal trade barriers? How do we move forward on energy infrastructure and actually get our resources to Tidewater and new markets? Those are the kinds of things that might actually get stymied by a minority government has to get agreement in different ways. Will that sense of kind of cohesiveness hang with us? Will we get that kind of Canada team notion or not? And that'll be the big question, whether the other parties are more interested in triggering an election or looking to our own backyard, because we've seen the math. If we can solve some of our internal issues, we can offset the cost of tariffs. They're not right. Internal trade is a big deal.
And July 1st is a major day, right? That's when Mark Carney has said that a lot of these roadblocks that we've seen will be removed and we'll have more trade between the provinces. But the race is on.
I think also though so significantly is, and you touched on this, but if in fact that is an economic agenda that they're proposing to pursue, you're talking about building big projects. I mean, they run through Quebec, and relative power has just increased despite the decrease in seats, has been unequivocal about being the only leader of all four that we're talking about. Even John saying this would be okay at this point with the pipeline, for example, who would stand in the way of it. Like this becomes very problematic for any government, in particular this one, if they want to advance that.
It very much changes the stakes, and of course it might change what has to be offered to Quebec in order to appease on some of those issues. It will be a major factor, and remember, we are still fighting a trade war. We're still fighting, of course, a president that still talks as recently as today about annexation. So it's not a small issue. We do need the country to come together. It'll be so interesting to see, in theory, you can see, of course, the Liberals and the Conservatives working together on some of these issues. We just never have seen that.
In theory, In practice, it'd be something to behold. But you never know. If you're up against the crisis, you never know.
一个是自由党不要到172，一个是自由党加 NDP 不要到172，因为 NDP 这种垃圾党就太恶心了，是保自由党宁可自己的党都不要。
change because we are at a critical
对啊，
crossroads.
不要有 majority 的，真的自由党无法不变。许下的承诺估计什么都不会实现，兑现。
Thanks, Omar. Yeah, we were looking at perhaps what parties, Nick, might actually end up helping the Liberals in government. But we'll take a look at our House projections. And this is, again, how we got to where we are right now in the evening. The CTV decision desk projecting that the Liberals could see a range of seats anywhere from 150 to 167. So not reaching that magic marker of 172. The Conservatives could get anywhere from 138 to 152. But Nick, we're really looking at the bloc and the NDP. The NDP only getting anywhere from 9 to 15.
Significant setback for the NDP, and the big question is, will the bloc hold the balance of power in the next parliament? And what does that mean for the federation and for Mark Carney and his government?
Certainly an interesting Nick, the numbers are coming in, but we still have some really close races. We still don't know for sure all of the MPs yet. Of course, who will be heading to Ottawa. We're going to zero in on Ontario, and we're going to look at the 905 area. That's that area around Toronto, the outskirts, and we're looking in at Brampton right now. Nick, some pretty tight ridings here. First, taking a look at
this is all going to come down to organization. It's basically street by street, block by block. It's going to be interesting to see.
卡尼执行了这么多 PP 的政策，他们理念相同，应该组成联合政府。可以，那是绝对多数。
But just 221 votes split there.
And I think this speaks to the ground game, and the Conservatives are probably hoping they can pick up a couple of these Brampton seats.
Okay, and this one, Brampton West.
Yeah, this is for the Liberals. So just think of the Bramptons basically in play. You know, a handful of votes could make the difference.
卡尼就是保守党的精神传人，就这么定的。
This is just north of Toronto, and the Conservatives in the lead by 982. But the Liberals in second place.
自由党跟保守党联合执政有没有可能？我告诉你，历史上真的有出现过一次，那是第1次世界大战。我们是不是快到第3次世界大战了？快进！
The Conservatives in the lead by 510.
Yeah, this is traditionally has been conservative in the past. This is good news for Poilievre on this front, but you know, all of these races are fragile right now.
Okay, let's take a look at another one.
Peter 原就是共党的人
，still in that Toronto area. Vincent Ho in the lead right now, but another.
哇，这个 Richmond Hill 居然来了，那个伊朗人居然选过保守党。
Even with 115 polls reporting, so it'll be interesting to see. With the advanced polls.
这个 Richmond Hill 属于多伦多周围的嘛，看来就是最穷的当他们的人就喜欢自由党。
In the 905, that is around the Greater Toronto area. For now, we'll send it
谁要
back
赢
to
了？自由党会赢，关键是看赢多少。
Thank you so much.
保守党进步很多，确实大家的愤怒在这是看得到的。上次只有119席。
so about 5 seats shy of the 172 majority, and we have in fact called for a liberal minority government. But some interesting results there coming, Vashi, from the 905.
Interesting.
Very much so, and I think reflective again, as I mentioned to Amanda, of the challenges with
魁北克和保守党联合，那你把 NDP 放哪呢？现在加起来是168的167，哎，现在加起来。
I think I saw at one point Francesca Cervera, who has been around for a while.
哦，绿党怎么又2席了？绿党怎么又行了？
We'll stay tuned to see if there are final results in that respect, but that is certainly something to watch. I think the other thing to watch is we're assuming the Liberals can find a dance partner or might be able to, but if you look at the numbers and early look at them, would leave you with the impression that if other parties want to get the highest bar for them to cross. Very, very different scenarios at play.
And one of the early writings that we were watching through the night is Central Nova, and it looks like the CTV News decision desk is projecting that Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister, will be retaining his seat despite
人造国家就人造国家，我们一起造。
Again, he has recaptured his seat. Let's get to CTV's Todd Battis in Halifax, who has been watching this. And this has been quite a back and forth for the past few hours, and we are able to make that declaration now. Todd, what's your reaction there?
Yeah, and as you can imagine, it was a real nail-biter. It's after midnight here on the East Coast, and so there's some distance now between when the polls close and when we're getting those results. And the conservative Bryson Jenkins had seemed to be a pretty respectable lead, but that now flipped to declared Sean Fraser as the winner. And so again, you start wondering about those advanced polls and if those get counted later, and that's what created a bit of a surge for Sean Fraser. I want to go to another riding, Terra Nova, the peninsulas on the island of Newfoundland. This is one where Jonathan Rowe has a slight edge ahead of a fairly healthy lead over Anthony Germain, and that is down now to, look at that, it's a lead of just 23 with only 4 polls left. So that one is extremely close. That lead had certainly narrowed over the last hour or so. And I'll mention one other, St. Margaret's South Shore in Nova Scotia. Rick Perkins, the incumbent MP conservative, is now trailing a Liberal contestant by 5,000 votes. So again, you wonder if those advanced polls created a bit of a surge for the Liberals in a couple of Nova Scotia ridings anyway. Let's go to Montreal now, where Mitsui is standing by.
Well, the story in Quebec tonight is what's happening to the Bloc Québécois. Is trailing in a lot of ridings where they should be leading. The Bloc at this point stands to lose about 9 or 10 ridings. That number keeps changing over time. We see that it's not right now, but it's being 10 sometimes. The Bloc has really struggled to define itself this campaign. Quebecers say they're torn. They really like the Bloc. They say they're fractured. And the Bloc did not campaign. But the people say they're worried about global trade wars. They're worried about Donald Trump. And under these circumstances, they say sovereignty is a hard sell this time. Now, an example of what's happening to the Bloc, if you look at Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, it's a Bloc riding. Now, the Liberals don't have a huge lead, but you got to remember that this is a riding where the Liberals are traditionally not strong at all. And the Liberals are leading here. And also, we go back to Trois-Rivières. That's the riding where we said was a very good indicator of what was to come. Now, it was a three-way race. The Liberals are ahead of
大家的愤怒还是在这的。对啊，也肯定不可能都去了自由党。对，这一次工会包括那些执法部门、那些警察什么的 association 全保守党全都背书。EQ 是魁北克的地区行政长，他们就是魁北克的。魁北克的利益。我靠 ，PP 还落后，太他妈吓人了，开了75个落后 ，PP 要没了，PP 没了，保守党还在 PP 没了。这什么鬼啊
？But it will be an interesting riding, certainly, to watch as those results start to come in. Again, there were 91 names on that ballot. Now, elsewhere outside the city of Ottawa, Conservatives are doing well as expected. A rural riding that has typically gone very well. Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry, where incumbent Eric Duncan, the first openly gay Conservative is now elected tonight, his third term there. And another rural riding with historically strong support for the Conservatives leads Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Michael Barrett ran away with a win in 2021. That was his second straight. Now make it 3 in a row. This is a radical flip from Liberal support 2004 has not looked back since. So Michael Barrett in again there, but we will continue.
我说你们是人造国家吧，都来求我。
Riding in Carleton and see how that goes. For now, we want to go to Toronto and Michelle
Dubé with how things are progressing there, Michelle.
Yes, Patricia. Well, as the results roll into the vote-rich Greater Toronto area, we've really got our eye on the 905 suburban belt because this, as far as we're concerned, is telling the story of why Mark Carney is not getting a majority tonight. The Conservatives are faring well. We've got our eye on York Centre, which is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Roman Baber, he at this point could potentially unseat Yahara Sachs, the incumbent there, Minister of Mental Health, first elected in 2020. The results are still coming in, but that is a potential pickup for the Conservatives. Also, if we go over to York, Durham, this is a new riding, and we have determined here at CTV that the Conservative candidate here, Jacob Mantle, a lawyer, a ward councillor, he is taking this riding. So it does signal that people in this part of the country are hungry for some change. I would say just ridings that are potential Conservative gains at this stage. So it really does tell the story of keeping the Liberals' power in check in this election. Let's go to Calgary.
148 比148。
Thank you, Michelle. Right now in Alberta, I can tell you it is pretty much a sea of blue. 34 of 37 right now. Conservatives are leading or elected, and we want to zoom in a little bit closer and see what's happening in Edmonton this hour. Right now, 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings have gone Conservative, leading or elected in 8 of the 9 Edmonton ridings. Going for the Conservatives. Only one riding for the NDP in Edmonton. That's Edmonton Strathcona. This one's not a surprise. Heather McPherson is a 2-time NDP MP there. She's very popular. She won with 60% margin last time. But I want to turn your attention to Edmonton Gateway. This is Tim Uppal's riding. He's expected to win here. He is a 5-term MP. But it's the independent candidate here, Rod Loyola, that maybe could throw a spanner in the works. He was running for the Liberals. He's a former NDP MLA. He resigned to run for the Liberals. They dumped him fairly early on in the campaign because they found an old video where he was speaking positively in support of Hamas and Hezbollah at an anti-NATO rally. So they dumped him. He decided he was going to still run in this riding as an independent candidate. He had already ordered about 2,000 Liberal signs. He said, I'm keeping them and I'm using them. He just used a piece of tape to cover the word Liberal and some of the signs. He used the he basically said, the color red. I'm using these signs. The Liberals weren't happy about it. The Liberal candidate wasn't happy about it. So we'll have to see tonight if he actually pulls some votes away from that Liberal candidate, because it could have caused some voter confusion there in that riding. But this is a riding that Tim Uppal is expected to win tonight. Let's go to Mijan in Vancouver.
We mentioned that BC was full of close races, plenty of tight 2-way races and 3-way races, because the NDP has traditionally done very well in BC. Now that BC declared a Liberal minority government, Liberals trying to hold on to those key suburban ridings. Let's take a look at Richmond East, Steveston. It's a battleground riding we mentioned earlier. It's flipped between Liberal and Conservative in recent elections. Let's take a look at what's happening now. Look at what's happening now. Zach Siegel of the Conservatives slightly ahead of the Liberal incumbent Parm Baines. Now, I've been watching this riding. It's been going back and forth between those two all night, a really tight battle. This is really could go down right to the wire. Conservatives leading at this point. But just a few minutes ago, Parm Baines was leading. So now let's take a look at Vancouver Kingsway.
怎么只差4个啊？
差评怎么办？
怎么回事？
讨论一下。完了，没有这种臭道歉。
Don Davies, very
ChatGPT 问一下。
incumbent in that riding. He is leading, but not by very much. Like he used to win by the last 5 elections. He's won for Vancouver Kingsway, but right now, Amy Gill of the Liberals only
保守党现在的表现，我感觉确实不像那么拉胯。以前已经Echoes 那种无良民调都领先10几个点。
Don Davies, personally very popular, very involved in the community. You know, just last Saturday when there was the tragic, deadly attack at the Filipino festival, he had been at that festival, Don Davies.
把布隆谢的电话给我，给他打电话。我们是任何国家，你来吧，欢迎你加入。
For the people there to see if there was anything he could do. He is popular in that riding. We'll see if his personally can win out over any strategic voting coalescing on the progressive side. So we're keeping watch on those two very close ridings and several others that are shaping up to be real races.
Thank you so much. And in many ways, BC pivotal for the future of the NDP. You see the tracker, as Mi-Jeong mentioned, 10 seats leading and elected for the NDP. They need 12 for official party status. Will they even have that before the night is over? The results in BC, particularly on the island where they have 6 of the 7 seats, or had, I should say, a decision, is really going to fill in the story for the NDP and the future of the party, and also the future of its leader as well.
Yeah, and the sort of drop in their support in Ontario, a big part of the story Now that we're over to held by the McKay family, now a number of elections by Sean Fraser, a nail-biter over the last number of hours. I'm going to head to Paul Hollingsworth, who's actually at Sean Fraser's headquarters, I believe. Paul, over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Look, if you're looking for a political emotional roller coaster, we found one here in Central Nova. We pulled into town about 9 hours ago, and there was a feeling of buoyancy and optimism from Sean Fraser's camp that they were going to win and have this result be the re-election for the Liberals. Then when those early polling results came in the early hours of this campaign this evening, those results, fear, doubt, and concern set in. It looked like it could be a Conservative win, and this room was very quiet. Feelings of despair set in, and people were really worried about the outcome. Look, when you look at Bryson Jenkins, what he accomplished in his campaign, we were told he's a young campaigner. He's been knocking on doors for the past 18 months, had a very impressive rally about a week ago in Trenton, Nova Scotia. Pierre Poilievre was there. Peter MacKay was there. His father, Elmer MacKay, was there. They came out of that rally feeling that they had momentum and the ability to see but the Liberals found a way to close this in these final hours of this campaign tonight when these votes were counted. I spoke to a Conservative insider via text message about 2 hours ago. He told me they feel pretty good, but they really wait for those numbers to come in. On our part, but it seems to me that those polling numbers from the events made a huge difference. And what could have been a major Conservative gain here in Central Nova, riding with deep progressive Conservative roots, turns into a Liberal hold. And Sean Fraser, the cabinet minister, who faced a lot of criticism with his housing portfolio, with his immigration portfolio, finds a way to win what clearly was a stressful victory, but a key hold for the Liberals as they hang on to Central Nova here in mainland Nova Scotia. Now back to you.
All right, Paul, quite a race in that riding. Let's head over now to Anne-Marie. And Anne-Marie, I wonder if you guys are taking a pool to see how soon we'll be back together again.
Look how close those numbers are, guys, right now.
Very close. Look, when you're dealing with a minority that is very close, you gotta look at who your dance partner is. And Ronnie, you guys were just having a very lively discussion at this end of the table about who that could be.
Yeah. Well, right now, so I go back to my comment earlier about how does that make Western Canada feel? Because, you know, I've heard Bloc MPs stand up in comments and say really derogatory things about Alberta and the energy sector. So there's that sense right now, is Mark Carney going to owe something to the Bloc? And that, is that his dance partner? Is it going to be the NDP?
Look, they're at 11. They're at 11 seats right now. It requires 12 to get official party status.
Right.
This just in. If they get 11 seats, they're going to have
魁北克是占保守党还是自由党？他们占自己，他们是占魁北克，就看都是怎么谈了。那谁给的资料多了
？And I don't think that's going to do that much to quash Western alienation after the 10 years we just had.
For the reason you gave, Rona, it would be toxic.
The Bloc is worse, but the
理论上只要联合多数就可以。之前甚至发生过一次，06年自由党的时候就是那一次哈勃保守党的票最多，但是自由党 NDP 加魁独联合起来签了个协议，说他们要执政，但是总督不同意。
Maybe he's going to be a down. I mean, it's not only the Liberals that are facing this question.
We are not going to be in a coalition with separatists.
So
完了。
You know what's going to happen here is Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre are going to have to work together. They're going to have to figure out where they have some common ground.
If he stays,
he'll stay.
But I mean, I appreciate the discussion that we're having regarding dance partners, right? I think also this election has been very different, right? Canadians are wanting the parties to work together because we have a significant threat before us. And I think it's very important.
PQ 这种民族主义政党就是比较左的。
I don't. He's not the type of person just going to be placated for the sake of people. This is dealing with.
米勒已经当选了。
And
这些前部长基本上曝光率够都会当选。
This is about working together. We have.
建议加拿大加入魁北克，对吧？
So it's incumbent upon us federally to be working together as well, and I believe that Mark Carney is the right person to do that.
Okay, but this, in Mark Miller's words from earlier tonight, somebody from his own party, he is. So when you're talking about a minority government like this,
穷人多的地方就喜欢 NDP， 不喜欢自由党，就罚钱嘛。
We have seen people come from outside
为了独立还有这种好事，赶紧独立，自由党立马烧几十票。
How does he lead in a situation that right now, look at 157, 148.
The challenge he also has, too, is the Liberal Party has always been a coalition. I mean, certainly is now with all these NDP voters that have supported it. So he's got the challenge of dance party with the Bloc on the one hand, and then in a kind of dance party inside where he's got to find his way to reaching his economic goals, which I think he sincerely believes in, when there may be a lot of people inside the party who might be, super supportive of some of those things.
James, I want to take that.
我加28，对呀，其实还是大家很愤怒，都是愿意改革、愿意变革的。不过川普这个事一搞，哎呦。
When you're elected into a minority government, you have to prioritize and you have to look around the nature of the parliament that's in front of you and where you can get your votes, what requires legislation, what you can do by
多伦多人，哎呀，还是吃太饱了，哎呀，还是房子太便宜了，多选自由党吧。
So as a prime minister in a minority
必须要独立，没可能独立的，都是说说而已。
These are my priorities, and before he puts those priorities out there, do proper consultation and recognize that he doesn't have a majority. He has an obligation to respect the democratic mandate that is expressed in the entirety of Parliament and work with others in order to get things done.
不能成为 official party。official party 是12席，议会要有12席。如果不是 official party， 他发言的时间就会有限制，然后什么竞选资金拨款也会有限制，对他们会更难。
He can find willing partners in good faith in the Conservative Party in order to do certain things that will get Canadian products to global markets to mitigate the risk of Donald Trump's threat on Canada. Conservatives acting in good faith, liberals acting with open minds, and get good things done for the country.
自由党确实领先，但是保守党没有想象那么差，没有那么拉胯。
Okay, so for those of you who know Mr. Pauly, Canada First and Canada Strong work together. I think that yes, but I would say this. I think what we're going to need is for Mr. Carney to come a little bit further to the center. Because right now, as you said, he's got that basement full of left-wing socialist voters that have got him there. I'm not sorry, NDP voters.
Not sure that's an exact quote.
NDP voters, I'll paraphrase.
绿党的党魁已经被击败了，选不上了。这是他们的党魁，个垃圾党。他们在选前故意减少他们的候选人去全国选，为了给自由党拉票。这种垃圾党存在干什么？你加入自由党得了。可是移民部长选上了，单大样。他在乌托梦，他和那个移民部长现在一起选，他被击败了。
and it's true. It's one of my favorite quotes in politics. It's remarkable what you can achieve if you don't care who gets the credit. And if the purpose of Parliament is to nation build, and the purpose of Parliament is to bolster the Canadian risks against a president of the United States who today is joking about us being a 51st state, who mocks our country, who mocks our prime minister, if the threat against Canada from the president of the United States isn't enough for us to work together, if you don't care who gets the credit through 2025 and 2026, let's talk politics in 2027, 2028. But for now, let's get through this threat. Let's get through this. Let's make the country stronger and work together. I think that's what Canadians want more than anything out of this parliament.
And you're already seeing this right now. And I agree with you.
他就喜欢制造混乱，他这种病态人格。要不是川普，保守党赢得麻麻的，200多席 ，super majority。我靠，还落后！我操 ，PP 好像要没了 ，PP 落后1000多票，我靠。
Really, that's a word that most of us would associate with.
天天出去演讲，然后把自己老家丢了。
in the House of Commons.
I'm going to point everybody's attention to what we're looking at on the screen right now. We're talking about Mr. Poilievre working with Mr. Carney. That may not be the case. Then where do we land? Where does your romantic mindset get us?
The night is young.
The night is young. 对。
Well, look,
今晚还很长的时间，大家不要睡觉。
The district have known him for 20 years and all that, but
我操 ，PP 开了10个箱子，还落
the
后这么多。
immediacy of the numbers right now, we're talking about the next 4 years. I think Canadians don't want to go into another election very soon, very quickly, and I think that it's going to be incumbent on Mr. Carney to make those bridges built on sturdy public policy that will be beneficial to all of the country. Like Rana, by the way, I am a little bit leery about the Bloc Québécois. I don't doubt what Mr. Mulcair says about Premier Legault and the province of Quebec wanting to do some things that are good for the country and to protect Quebec and all of Canada from the threats of the United States. However, the Bloc Québécois are a different political animal, and their real goal, in my view, are the 2026 provincial elections in the province of Quebec and supporting the Bloc Québécois and what that threatens to the country for the rest of this year and early into next year. The two main parties that aspire to govern this country need to make sure that they're working for the benefit of the country, not for the benefit of the next election campaign. Because Canadians don't want they want this country strong. That means getting Canadian and other resources to it means conservatives recognizing the shortcomings of their campaign. And little things like, for example, boots not suits. Successful political parties invite people in. You don't push people away. You don't say, look, what's wrong with wearing a suit to work every day? I do. What's wrong with being working in professional services? I understand what Mr. Poilievre was saying. How about making sure the political party grows? You don't grow and succeed as a political party if you're saying to cohorts of Canadians, you're not welcome here. You grow the political party by welcoming people in. And so that small example magnified across the country. If the Conservatives do that and the Liberal Prime Minister, I think, makes appropriate recalibration given the results, I think we can put country first. We can put country first.
And also, let's not forget, some of the other voters, when it comes to progressive voters, they were very concerned about what your politics say.
他们就说，
NDP vote
不是他们有真的可能有内部消息，他们真的内部去派人去救火了。
Is how do you speak to all Canadians? I just think we do have a very good opportunity right now. Canadians are not going to tolerate
福特是省里面的，现在不选，他是安省省长，
I think Mark Carney has demonstrated the little time that he has been as prime minister how he's brought people together, focused on diversifying our market, and I appreciate the
福特他说还不会出来选，
think about
他在安省当他的安省王多好。
I think he's got a proven track record of proper investment. We need to grow our economy. We need to diversify significantly. And one of the key things that Mark Carney's talking about is the interprovincial trade barriers. We need to get that sorted out and also diversify our markets to
都是 projecting，
and also let's not forget the Pacific.
因为没有可能现在就不知道没点完票，就是根据之前一个模型。
All right, Emery, thank you so much. Let's head on over to Natalie Johnson, who's standing by in the riding of University of Rosedale with Chrystia Freeland. And Natalie, I'm wondering what kind of role Chrystia Freeland
自由党那帮部长还是都选上了，是不是还是那帮白菜那帮萝卜
Well, that's a great question, Omar. I'll ask her that right now. She would, of course, have been an intimidating incumbent to go up against a political
Same minister, same party. 啊，冯慧兰来了，慧兰大妈。
Reclaiming your very red riding here at University.
这是你有功劳，你把土豆干下来的，你是手工。
Can you tell me how you're feeling right now about how slim the minority standing is at this moment and the GTA seats that the Liberals may or may not hold?
You know, Natalie, I think it's important for us to have a little bit of perspective when we look at this result. And for me, I look back to as recently as December, when everyone was writing the Liberal Party off. People were talking about whether we would retain official party status in the next election. And so tonight, when it is clear that we are going to form government, from my perspective, that is an outstanding result. And I do want to say Prime Minister Mark Carney has been doing a fabulous job in his brief weeks as Prime Minister and leading this campaign. This is a great night for the Liberal Party, but even more importantly, this is a great night for Canada, because I really believe the ballot question has been who can fight for Canada, who can stand up to Donald Trump, who can defend our sovereignty, who can defend our national economic interests, and who can seize this moment to build Canada. And Canadians have answered.
You told me earlier today that when you resigned your role as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister back in December, there were some people who were upset with you for that decision. Does this feel like a redemption story for you here today, now that you see how well the Liberals have done compared to where they were at the end of last year? And what roles do you think you might play in Mark Carney's next government?
I knew the morning that I resigned that it was the hardest thing I had ever done in my professional life, and I knew it was the right thing to do. And my conviction around that has just grown with every passing day.
Do you anticipate staying on as Transport Minister, and what role might you play in the Trump tariff discussion?
Have elected a fabulous Prime Minister, someone who has done a terrific job in the role of Prime Minister in the weeks he's been doing it, and who has led an astonishing campaign. The ball is in his court now, and I have to say, for me, tonight is about really being so grateful to the people of University of Hillsdale that they've elected me for the 5th time, thanking them for the amazing conversations we've had, and the strong results and the strong vote of confidence we've had in this community, and the great work of all my supporters.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Congratulations, Krista Freeland, who holds down the University riding. Krista Freeland had maintained throughout this campaign that the big ballot question here was about the future of Canada itself. We now know that the Liberals will, of course, hold a 4th term in power.
他们去一共7万多人，4万多就提前投了，
Position in the next cabinet will be. We will be learning that in the days and weeks ahead.
公务员都等到最后投，是不是？
Natalie, thank you so much. And
先投，
I just want to get your reaction to what Freeland has just said. I mean, it's remarkable when you go back and think about the role that she has played in this moment.
She set it all off, right? When she talks about people writing them off in December, I mean, one of them to a degree was Krista Freeland herself. It was interesting to hear her comments about how hard that day was. If you think, I think it was December 6th, if I remember right. She put out a letter on the day that the fall economic statement was to be delivered, essentially saying she was at a crossroads with the Prime Minister about the direction of the country, and that was the beginning of the end of Justin Trudeau. A month later, stepped down and set in motion the events that ultimately contributed in large part to Mark Carney winning. Obviously, another part was Donald Trump, but I think, you know, interesting to hear those comments. Certainly, she was a huge part of this story. If I could just quickly direct our attention to the board and where things stand, it is very fluid, but it has also been incredibly tight over the last year. A widening. But when they were both in the 150s, for example, I think there's not a huge difference right now between the Conservatives and the Liberals. So much like the firms and including the research had predicted tight race in the popular vote, but also in seats, and just the construct there of what this might mean, particularly if the Liberal number ends up being lower than 160, if the Conservatives continue to eke up. Right now it's going in the opposite direction, but the actual numbers are going to tell a big story as well. Heather Butts is standing by to continue that part of this conversation and take a closer look at what the numbers say to us, Heather.
Oh, well, you nailed it, Vashi. The numbers are telling an incredible story this evening, and that is the tight race and how things are ebbing and flowing this evening, but really just how close it is. We want to take a look now at the seat change, because we're looking at the national standings and how things are changing as the night goes on, and changing from what our government once was. So if we take a look at the national standings, of course, the Liberals right now leading and elected in 161 ridings, the Conservatives 146. But Nick, Bloc Québécois and the NDP,
然后再会绿党再来一票是吧？绿党说我也能行，我给你投最后一票。
And Nick, looking at this one, tell us a little bit more. We're seeing the NDP around 5%.
对，现在 popular vote 就只差1%。
If this 5% holds up, it will be the worst showing in the history of the New Democrats. The other worst showing was in the 1993 election. A piece of history that Jagmeet Singh probably doesn't want to be associated with, but looks like that's where he's at.
No, we'll certainly have to wait and see how he answers to that this evening. But again, some really close numbers here. Mark Carney at 42% and Poilievre at 41%.
Well, think of Pierre Poilievre. Now he can say that he's done better than Stephen Harper, right? Like he might not have been able to form a government, but that's still up in the air. But the thing is that he's done very well. More people have voted Conservative in this election than in any election in recent memory.
Yeah, there's certainly an underlying story there. Let's take a look now at the gains and losses. So the Liberals up 1 seat and the Conservatives, as we were just talking about them and their popularity, up 7 seats, Nick.
Yeah, I think for the Liberals, even just up 1, considering they're at a near-death experience in terms of where they were at and where they were looking at a Conservative supermajority, you know, being only up 1 is probably decent. You know, for the Conservatives, they can claim that they're making headways not just in the popular vote, but also in the number of seats. But bad news for Blanchette and bad news for Singh.
Certainly. And Nick, we're seeing an interesting story play out in Ontario, typically helping to decipher who wins an election. Right now, though, it looks like they're making that
Yeah, we talked a lot about vote efficiency and how popular support would convert into seats. It looks like the Conservative ground game in Ontario was very effective at converting their level of support, even though it was trailing the Liberals, into seats in battleground Ontario.
Okay, let's move over to Western Canada and see how things have changed there. Potential seat change for the Conservative, gaining 8 seats in the West. The Liberals potentially gaining 6 seats, and the NDP, Nick, take a look at that.
Yes, we were talking about the feeding frenzy in British Columbia with both the Liberals and the Conservatives going into British Columbia repeatedly because they saw the NDP vulnerability. That's manifested itself. And both the Conservatives and the Liberals have benefited.
Okay, Nick, so let's take a look now right across the country as we see this, the potential seat change right across the country from Atlantic Canada to the West Coast. What stands out? The most to you on this one, Nick?
Well, you know, what really stands out is you can see the Liberals picking up in Quebec, Conservatives in Ontario and the West. And, you know, the NDP just basically a setback everywhere.
Okay, a really interesting story playing out here this evening, especially for the NDP, and we'll see a little bit later on, you know, where those votes really went and where their supporters went. And again, right now, CTV News declaring a Liberal minority. Back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you so much. Let's bring in Corey, Kathleen, and Scott right now. I want to go back to the story that's developing and emerging right now in Pierre Poilievre's riding of Carleton. We heard James Moore say just minutes ago he thinks that Pierre Poilievre will capture his riding. What's going to happen, Corey, as you're watching these results?
I'm a lot less certain that that's going to be the case because I look at all of the Ottawa seats, and there's some of the biggest numbers that the Liberals have actually landed in the entire country. Like the 613 area count isn't just going Liberal, it's going Liberal huge. It's going like over, you know, averaging over 60%, with Conservatives landing in the 30s and in some ridings in the 20s. We saw this happen in the last provincial election. We were doing very well in the Ottawa area for a long time. And then we saw the numbers go down. We lost 5 seats in the region, and that's in the provincial race where the provincial party was doing better, where the NDP were doing better, where the Liberals were doing worse. You know, you look at these numbers, and I think he could be in real trouble. I think he could be in real trouble because it's not just the Ottawa proper seats, which are dominated by public servants, which is places like Stittsville and that riding. It's also the countryside. The Liberals are pulled off a big win in Glengarry Prescott Russell, for instance. That went almost 60% Conservative in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. So something is happening in Ottawa. Something is happening that is looks unlike the rest of the province in terms of the numbers. And look, at the end of the day, Carleton is an Ottawa seat. It's a suburban Ottawa seat. So if it holds the way these other ridings in the area are holding, he's going to have a real fight on his hands.
Kathleen, I wanted to ask you about Jagmeet Singh.
Yeah.
And your thoughts as you look at these numbers. You were the one who mentioned the sort of less than favorable showing in Ontario in particular, some really solid seats for the Democrats. What are you thinking about right now?
Yeah, it's looking a lot like 1993 when Audrey McLaughlin, leader of the NDP at the time, brought our party down, lost party status, down to 9 seats again. Being shut out of Ontario hurts. It looks right now like we will not pick up our Windsor West, our Hamilton Centre, our London Fanshawe. That's not great for New Democrats. There's still a lot of hope to be held for we have New Democratic seats there, small numbers of polls there, but that are looking good. Obviously, Cowichan, Courtney Alberni, a few others, even the North Island, which I wasn't sure was going to go our way, is leaning our way. But certainly, New Democrats flocked to parties. I'm not sure if it was completely. I do think that some of our vote in some areas too, but Liberals were the benefit for sure. And right now, it seems like Canadians have hired Mr. Carney to take on Trump, but those votes are on loan. He borrowed those votes. And if he fails to actually deliver on the U.S. question, those votes will hopefully come back. But there's going to be a lot of rebuilding. Pick up something quickly on your other panel that was saying about party status. And there is an opportunity, I think, for Liberals to actually think about giving New Democrats, having the grace to give New Democrats party status. And I'll tell you why. Because in a minority parliament, all the busy work happens in committees. And if they don't have a New Democrat on those committees will be very problematic. It also means they won't have a New Democrat on the Internal Board of Economy, which is a really inside baseball kind of talk.
You're making the case.
Because it's this kind of stuff that actually will help the Parliament run more smoothly. He's a neophyte politician. He's going to need help, to make Parliament work.
So there was a point a few minutes ago, Scott, where it was like a dead heat almost. Like the Liberal edge was very small. That has since
minority,
right? You're looking right now at 164 seats to 146. This is, not a conclusive number at this point. What type of minority government does that look like to you versus, neck and neck?
I think the plurality is going to be reasonably solid by the time we're done the evening. And Corey and I were talking, Kathleen off camera. When you look at the effect of the advance ballots coming in for the end of the evening, you look at a bunch of those close riders, like 905, Brampton's, a couple of other spots. I think you'll see that the Liberal to me, the issue of the minority is really about Carney and his agenda. And, looking at what the other panel was talking about when you talk about these questions of how do you manage Trump? How do you take on let's be crystal clear. Prime Minister inherits the country in crisis, right? We are in a trade war with our largest partner, with the world's largest economy, with the world's largest military. Our security and economic arrangements are in question. We are going to have to ask our Prime Minister to make decisions that may be broadly unpopular, specifically unpopular among certain regions, certain people, certain places, certain sectors. That's going to be part of the job of Prime Minister, is to take some unpopular decisions. It is much harder to do that when you're in a minority parliament. But when folks are saying, well, this means he's going to feel beholden to Quebec, so therefore he won't do pipelines, I think that's a complete misreading of Mark Carney. I think he has all the potential and was on course if he'd been in a majority situation to be a radical Prime Minister, someone who's willing to undertake really quite sweeping change and re-engineer the economy, our relationship with the United States, and move on these things in a sense of crisis, and take the permission that crisis sometimes grant you to do things like energy infrastructure and internal trade barriers. Now, how will he do that in a minority parliament? I think one of the questions is, will the Conservatives, out of reflex, always vote against everything? If he isolates an issue and says, I want to do this on energy, and I know that the Bloc won't love it, but why in hell can't I get some Conservative votes for this? Because are the Conservatives now just going to focus on, well, how can we end this government? And the other, whale of a story that is yet to come this evening is leader will he hang on to his riding? And how might that affect the management of the parties in a minority parliament. So there's a lot of cards to be played.
And Scott, as you're speaking, we're just getting some results from the westernmost part of the country, from Saanich Gulf Islands, which of course is Elizabeth May's riding, and the CTV News Decision Desk can now tell you that she is keeping her riding of Saanich Gulf.
哦，妹当选了，居然妹当选了，妹又要回去做党魁了。哎，这个本来预测，当时确实是都有可能。3 ways， 这个叫 David Beckham， 自由党党魁，自由党竞选人在这个区叫大卫贝克汉姆。Beckham， 你又当选了，我真的带不动你们了。然后自由党最后他一票过172，就他去投掉了。对啊，妹经常又赢了。他都准备退休了，他以前是退了，然后带不动又回来了。
She's jubilant, she's celebrating. Obviously secures her political future.
年轻男的已经败选了。
Kathleen, if we can go back to you, speaking of political futures, and speaking of Jagmeet Singh, does he stay? Or does he go? Because I mean, to be not about the NDP and the collapse in their
快给我看看辛格啊！你们这个 coverage 到底怎么回事
？In this parliament,
辛格也不给 ，PP 也不给。因为票
election, which is the pat answer. But I mean, holding on to incumbents is not a high bar. And certainly party status is a low bar. I think we need to get back to a party that wants power, not just influence, and a party that works for that and represents working people across this country and brings forth social democratic values, because these are the values.
换台 Global News.
Seats is not nothing where they're at right now, but it's not enough.
And a lot of that is what they did in Ontario to pick up.
Eric, thank you. Let's go over to David Aiken, who is with Daryl Bricker from Ipsos.
Yeah, thanks, Donna. So Daryl, of course, Daryl Bricker of Ipsos. People have been out doing exit polls, asking voters as they come out of a voting booth, a whole range of interesting questions. I mean, there's 80, 90 questions loaded in here. We could spend an hour and a half there. But let's start off with, we were going to start off with, I think, wild card.
Right.
Is Canada on the right track? So this is someone who voted today, might have voted for a Liberal, might have voted for a Conservative. Here's all voters, 7,000 people, and we're not on the right track, says people who voted today, and they didn't throw the bums out.
都10年自由党了，他还是 red track 个鬼呀？怎么可能还在正确的道路上？
Mark Carney is seen as the man of the moment on one issue. The Liberals designed their entire campaign around it. It was dealing with Donald Trump in the United States. So on that issue, fine. But as far as the Liberal record is concerned, what they've produced in Canada over the last 10 years, this is the effect. More people, by a considerable amount, feel that the country's on the wrong direction rather than the right direction.
And we can say, folks going through it, boomers, Gen Xers, it's pretty consistent right across the board.
Yeah.
We're going in the wrong direction. Now, I think it was attitudes on Canada.
Oops, sorry, I did that.
Is that me?
That was me.
Okay, there we go. Canada is broken. This is what Pierre Poilievre was saying last fall. He got criticized for saying that, and yet, but if you agree,
a fifth of us strongly agree with Pierre Poilievre was saying. Almost half of us overall think that Canada is broken. This again underscores the fact that people are not satisfied with the direction of the country, not satisfied with the last 10 years of a Liberal administration. And even though the Liberals can sneak in on this one issue, the overall context they're going to be walking into after this in a minority government situation possibly is going to be difficult.
Let's say, I mean, the data that the parties have, I'm sure they're doing polling something similar to this. If you're in Poilievre's inner circle tomorrow or in the coming days, you probably go, see, we were right all along. This is probably validating the axis of their campaign, essentially.
Until 3 months ago, 2 months ago, they were right.
Right.
And that's what people were jumping on. This is what underscores folks' time for a change.
Right.
I hear that a lot in politics. There was a really strong belief prior to Mark Carney becoming the leader of the Liberal Party and Donald Trump doing what he decided to do, a real desire to change that hasn't gone away.
You're Mark Carney. You sit down with your cabinet. You have this data that people think Canada's broken. We're moving in the wrong direction. He did move quickly on carbon taxes. He moved quickly on a couple other things. I guess he's got to move even more quickly to really show that his government is taking some of these concerns seriously. That would be the takeaway for the Liberals, I assume.
He's on a very short leash. His priority, as far as Canadians are concerned, is one issue, which is dealing with Donald Trump. Everything else is going to be difficult for him and going to be difficult to manage.
Yeah. So, guys, as we go back, we're going to probably talk about this later in the night as we listen to leaders' speeches. We may hear, I think, at least one leader, that'd be Jagmeet Singh, who is probably going to talk about his future. And that is, in terms of the parliamentary calendar, that, you know, while a leadership race unfolds, the NDP are not going to want to force an election, but they may not hold the balance of power. It's going to be a very interesting parliament, I think.
A very interesting parliament. We haven't seen anything like this in quite a while.
No, indeed. All right, Donna, Mr. Eric, what do you think?
Okay, great. Yeah, it's Liberals are 162, Conservatives 149, and it's just I think as long as there are these close ridings, we're just going to see those numbers just fluctuate.
Yeah, I mean, the longer it goes, you know, when we talked about those numbers won't fluctuate as much as time goes on, because more things get in, more things get a little bit more into cement. But so it's going to be hard now. The Conservatives, as we called, aren't going to catch them. It was just that there were some ridings that gave us a bit of a surprise there for a while. But right now,
let's look at Lac Saint-Jean, Gilles Ducep's son running there, and we have projected that he, in fact, will win that riding by a handy majority. Let's go to Mercedes Stevenson and the political panel, including Gilles Duceppe.
Yes, congratulations. He learned, I'm sure, a thing or two, though, from Dad.
But we're always learning.
That's true.
From one or the other.
Very humble politician, exactly. Not always a contradiction in terms.
Humility being the word of the evening.
Exactly. And that's, on that note, I want to go to you, Seamus.
Sure. Let me tee it up for you.
The Liberals being handed a government here, but it's a lot closer than people expected. What is the message that Canadians are sending tonight to Mark Carney?
Well, you know, let's see what happens. These numbers are still so close. We're still watching some very tight races, including my friend Anthony Germain in Newfoundland. We'll see. I think regardless of what happens this evening, whoever forms government, it looks like it'll be Prime Minister Carney. Yeah, you take it with some dose of humility. You know, Canadians are sending a message that they want somebody who's going to be able to negotiate with an American neighbor that has suddenly become a threat. But there were a lot of other things coming out of COVID, coming out of affordability, interest rates that they are not happy with. And so you got to get busy. And from what I understand, he told the Liberal War Room earlier this morning that if indeed the Liberals did win, that you hit the ground running right away.
Yes, but the problem is we don't know tonight because there'll be a lot of recounting, I think.
Yeah, by the look.
So we don't know who will be the Prime Minister, because if he doesn't have the majority, he will have to deal with whom.
So my question.
So if the bloc has the balance of power, be sure they will negotiate with both parties to obtain what they want to have.
So what could happen tonight is that
could happen.
We declare a Liberal minority, for example, but then they ally with the Conservatives.
If you look at the situation.
So for Canadians who don't follow the intricacies of how a minority parliament works.
Yes, please lay this out.
Well, I'll cautiously take some steps. The Liberals, given these numbers, if something like this holds, they get the first opportunity.
They do.
To form a government. And what they will appeal to the Governor General is say, we have an agreement with the Bloc or the NDP, and this is how we're going to govern. If no such agreement exists,
find confidence of the House.
And then we're going to return to the House as soon as possible. We'll have a vote to show that we can govern.
Yeah.
If they can't show that agreement, and the Bloc are sitting saying, well, we're talking to both the Liberals and the Conservatives, there may be a scenario, and this would be a bizarre moment, but maybe not, where we're seeing Pierre Poilievre attempting to make a deal with the Bloc leader, which, as a Western Canadian, well, I think it's bizarre in the sense of
Sorry, I'm asking.
No offense.
We've
been
through
a scenario before with Mr. Dion and Jack Layton.
We got along fine.
There's moments where you get along fine. I would just
Paul
say,
Martin, I did it with Stephen Harper.
I would
ask any party in a situation when they could have the balance of power.
Yeah, so it's a very.
They won't say, no party will say, okay.
But
you say, wait a second, you will negotiate before saying, okay.
Beyond for power, the question will be for what? I just think for a conservative leader who has been careful, we talked about this a little bit, Poilievre has been careful not to attack the bloc. Not like he did the Liberals or the NDP. But the bloc has attacked the Conservatives previously.
Not during the campaign, but a lot before the campaign.
A lot before. So do you see a scenario where Pierre Poilievre would be willing to make some of the concessions that he would have to make, things like supply management, with the Bloc Québécois to try to form a government?
I think that any good leader would listen to anyone who would want to come to him to discuss possibilities. Why wouldn't you listen to them?
But who your partner is can affect your own reputation. And that's in a minority. Of course it does. So look at how the NDP look at how the NDP have been affected over the last 3 years of making an agreement with Mr. Trudeau when he was Prime Minister.
Did not
had
help
a very, very negative effect on our reputation with a number of Canadians. This is calculus.
Let's make him even more interesting.
Go ahead.
Who will be doing the negotiating?
Well, isn't that an interesting question?
Right? Who is the leader of the NDP after tonight? Who is the leader of the Conservative
We've got a while to go. We will come back and we will revisit
questions.
what's going to happen in terms of the leaders. But I mean, Donna, it just tells you what a wild night we're having here. The numbers all over the place. The possibility of a bloc-backed conservative minority. It's all kinds of interesting things that are unfolding here that we didn't anticipate.
Yeah, I mean, you start doing the math and figuring out who could work with who and how that's all might shake down, and then who's leading which party. Yes, lots to watch for, and it's still all we know is there's a Liberal government. We don't know the shape of it at this point.
It's always a potentially more explosive arrangement. Any party, national party, that would strike a deal with the so-called separatist party in Quebec. Like it's just a little bit more volatile to think about that as opposed to the other. So everybody would have to sort of be thinking hard about just when you look at these possibilities. But the possibilities are lining up right now.
Okay, let's go to Carolyn Jarvis, who's in Toronto. I think you're with Chrystia Freeland.
I am indeed with Chrystia Freeland in the riding of University of Rosedale, who won her riding this evening. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much. It's a great night.
You took a gamble on December 16th when you resigned from cabinet. You were a finance minister, deputy prime minister, sending a message that you no longer believed in the prime minister, or vice versa in that case. Did that bet pay off?
It wasn't a bet. It was a really tough decision. It was a recognition that Prime Minister Trudeau was driving us all in the wrong direction. And as long as I was there, I was facilitating that. And so I just realized I had to do something. I didn't know what would happen, but I knew it was the right thing to do. And today, when I see a Liberal government re-elected, I know even more clearly that it was the right thing to do.
The numbers are indicating to us that we are looking probably at a minority government for the Liberals. What is the message you think that the electorate is sending today?
So we don't know the final result yet, and I'm not going to speculate on it, but I'll tell you what I think needs to happen now. I think that this election was an election about standing up for Canada. The ballot question was, who do we trust to stand up for Canada and to fight for Canada? And the answer of most Canadians was, we trust Prime Minister Mark Carney. I think that's right. I trust him. I think he's the guy to lead us. I also absolutely believe that the way that Canada succeeds in this critical moment, probably the most challenging time in our history, is by being united. And so I think it is absolutely essential for our Liberal government to be really clear that we're going to govern for the whole country. We're going to govern for people who voted for us, and also for the people people who didn't. Tonight, you know, I'm originally from Alberta, and tonight there were quite a few people here from Alberta who came here to support me, and it's really important that people in Alberta, people in Saskatchewan, hear from us. We are going to govern for the whole country. We're going to listen to you.
How are you actually going to do that? Because there were huge turnouts for Poilievre rallies over the last couple of years across the country. We're still seeing strong numbers of Conservatives, even if they may not be forming government. How do you actually connect with the people who voted Conservative this election? Say, we're hearing you, and we're going to stand for your beliefs as well.
I think it starts by listening. And I think if you listen carefully and you have positive intent and you say, look, let's work together for Canada, you can accomplish a heck of a lot across party lines. And the example I'll give you is my friendship with Premier Doug Ford. I mean, if you look at me and you look at Premier Ford, we're not necessarily people you would think of as kindred spirits, but we really get along. I call him my therapist. We've done a lot of things together. I trust him, and I'm proud of the things we've accomplished together with him. I really believe that with that kind of attitude, that sincere desire to work for Canadians and to set aside partisan divisions, we can accomplish so much in Canada.
How does one celebrate an election victory when you're returning to Ottawa and the Prime Minister is godfather to your son?
How does one celebrate? Well, right now I'm going to celebrate by going and giving my husband a hug, which I haven't done yet. That's going to be my celebration. But I do want to say to Prime Minister Carney, he's been Prime Minister for just a few weeks, and I think we saw him in office dealing with it remarkably well. And this is his first election campaign, and he has been a formidable campaigner. So I think we should all say, well, I certainly want to say to him, congratulations, Prime Minister. You did an incredible job.
And congratulations to you on your victory tonight, Ms. Freeland. That was Chrystia Freeland, re-elected at University of Rosedale this evening. Donna?
All right, Carolyn Jarvis, thanks. We're going to look at some of the tight races we've been talking about that are, holding back the Liberals from gaining more seats. Let's take a look at these. These are very tight races in a range of places. Newfoundland, Toronto, Quebec.
Yeah, so that one is that's one we were talking about earlier that is so close in Newfoundland right now. Terra Nova, the peninsula's 0.1%, 99.6% of the polls. That may well be a recount in that one. Eglinton Lawrence, Liberals are ahead by very little, but it's only 61% of the polls reporting, so that one really could go any direction at this point. Same thing for the one right in between the two there. BQ is ahead, but it's very close. Several more that are still very close and too close to call. And when they're, there they are, all less than 1% between all of these ridings, and the polls reporting are all sort of in the midway. Mid-range. So that's the point that's being made by the decision desk for Global News, why you can't be sure where it's going. The Liberals would clearly have to run the table. They'd have to pick up everything that they're close in that they would end up having to win. It's not just holding the ones they've got, right? They can hold the ones they've got there. That's at 162. They need to turn around several more. And my understanding is, even as I look at the swing meter, it's the same. It matches up right now with where they are on the board, which is at 162. They need to kind of switch over 10 more ridings. So they're leading in a bunch of close ridings. They also need to flip 10 to get to a majority. That feels out of reach at the moment.
Okay, we're back with more coverage in a moment.
拿 minority 丢自己选区会怎么样？这个太神奇了，确实。计票没结束，还早，才点了一半左右吧。
如果是这样的话，他就是党魁可以不是 MP， 所以他理论上还可以做党魁，然后就看他党内对他的意见咯。因为保守党是有10%的人，如果对党魁不信任，他就可以发起投票，然后就党内投票嘛，看最后的结果。所以理论上，如果保守党内还是服 PP， 他就可以继续当党魁。他如果不辞职的话，他会继续当党魁。然后如果他没有达到自己选区，那就是不能参加议会喽，那就还是可以当党魁。
但是他不能参加议会，太难受了。
对，他得找一个人代他发言，就是在代理党魁在议会里面，
就是有个领头人在议会。其实能拿到150，已经比上一次好多了。
上次120吧
，119。只不过，哎呀，这川普的事搞的，包括 NDP 崩塌，哎呀，说了很多次，难受。
对啊，主要是 NDP 崩太厉害了。
NDP 真的就是全国支持率就5%点几的话，这是历史上最惨。票分走了很多给自由党。
Welcome back to our Decision Canada coverage. One of the places we're watching is the riding of Pierre Poilievre. That's Carleton in Ottawa. Let's take a look at how things are going there. Now there's how many? 60?
It's not an insignificant number of polls reporting.
Yeah.
And Bruce Fanjoy has about a 7.5 point lead and a 1,300 vote lead. So
the Liberals had worked hard to try to take this riding from Pierre Poilievre.
What a complicating matter this would be for the Conservatives, depending on what happens.
Yeah, and this may be a long night because as these votes come in, because
但是就是公务员小区嘛，我们就怕提名上来砍公务员嘛。
This is a landslide. It's 2.5 points ahead in New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville.
还没丢，正在点票。
Yeah, so it's
like
I'm trying to count. I'm getting up to like 15 or so ridings
that are close,
that are less than 1%, like this one, Eglinton Lawrence, and that would be an upset. I know that.
This one's very close, 86 votes between them.
That's a 0.4 percentage point difference. 86 votes. We're only about halfway through counting. Royale.
Oh.
Anthony Housefather?
Yeah.
Not as tight as some of those others. It's funny, we would have called it, and a lot of election nights, we'd look at writings like this saying, ooh, that's still pretty close. But there are so many that are within like a percentage point. That's the remarkable thing. Like, look at this. There's like one
票
to report.
但这个票基本上开完了，还是最后一个箱子，这个肯定要重新点票了。
That's 46. Think about that. That's 46 out of almost 40,000 votes. That's how close this one is.
Yeah. All right.
We're going to be here all night long.
Terrific.
TV for us. You're going to be on TV? You're going to be on TV for several hours watching these recounts, Donna.
What are you looking at, David?
Well, let's go back to Lower Mainland, where we were just at, looking at the riding that Peter Julian has won 3 times. I'm going to get it wrong, and I know we got a lot of British Columbians watching. Mallardville? Whatever. It's right. There it is. It's somebody just... Mullard, that's Burnaby Central. Let's go right to Mallardville, where we were a second ago. New Westminster, Burnaby, Mallardville. Thank you, everybody. I wanted to come back to this. We just had this board up because the thinking we all had, I think when I say this is me, this is a lot of experts we were talking to, was the NDP vote, people who voted for Peter Julian in the last 7 elections, if they didn't vote for Peter, they were going to vote for Jake Sawatsky, the Liberal. But that's clearly not what's happening. And that I find very interesting in that a lot of the people who voted for Peter Julian didn't this time. He's down to 28%, and we have 80 polls, about half the polls reporting here. Instead, many of them voted for Indy Panchi, the Conservative candidate. And we're seeing that in a few other ridings. So let's look now. We'll take a look more at some of the stuff going on, Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island. Let's talk at the capital, Victoria, where we have an upset, where Will Greaves, an international relations professor at the University of Victoria, is defeated Laurel Collins. New Democrat. She was certainly one of the fiercest climate change advocates in the House of Commons, let alone in the NDP caucus. I was with both Poilievre and Mark Carney when they campaigned in southern Vancouver Island. I spoke to a lot of people who had voted for Laurel Collins, and they said to me, I like the idea of Laurel going to the House of Commons and advocating for climate change, but in this election, I'm voting for someone who's going to sit across from Donald Trump, and that someone's got to be Mark Carney, and Will Greaves has benefited from that sentiment. That was the thinking of NDP voters on the south of Vancouver Island. So there's Will Greaves defeating Laurel Collins. Next door in Esquimalt Saanich Sooke, Randall Garrison had been a long-time NDP MP. He's retiring, and the NDP thought they had a great candidate in Maya Tate, the three-time mayor of Sooke. We're going to win this, no problem. She's got a great resume. And again, this time, those who had voted New Democrat did go over to Stephanie McLean. Stephanie McLean has been on the island for a few years now after retiring from Alberta, where she had been in Rachel Notley's cabinet as a New Democrat provincial minister. So Stephanie McLean, we're not projecting anyone elected just yet. Grant Cool, an entrepreneur on the island as well, 55 polls reporting. So that's down there in the South Island. Two New Democrats holding on. Jenny Kwan in Vancouver East. New Democrats or the CCF have held this riding since 1935. It's an NDP safe seat, and yet it's pretty close, almost a three-way. She won it with 55% of the vote 4 years ago. She's at 41% right now in Vancouver East. Right below her, Don Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. He's been there since 2006, and he's only got a 154 vote lead. So this is looking like the Liberals may close on this. We'll see how that goes. I wanted to zero in as well on Abbotsford South Langley, because a lot of British Columbians will have been paying attention to this story, and it was significant in the sense that there was a lot of resentment about the way that the Conservative Party headquarters were picking their candidates. The candidate leading right now is the Conservative, Sukhman Gill, 22-year-old blueberry farmer. But look at this guy, an independent, Mike de Jong. Again, British Columbians will recognize that guy. He's a former BC finance minister in BC Liberal governments, and the Conservatives would not let him compete for the nomination. He was not good enough for the Conservative Party for some reason. But it doesn't look like that has affected the overall outcome. Abbotsford South Langley should be a slam dunk win for the Conservative. It looks like they are winning, but again, Mike de Jong sort of upsetting things. So wanted to zero in on that one. Other things changing, looking at Port Moody Coquitlam, where Benita Zarrillo is the NDP incumbent. And again, the thinking here was, oh, well, those NDP voters, if they don't vote for Benita, they're going to vote for the Liberal. No, apparently no. A lot of them went over to vote for Paul Lambert. He's got 44% of the vote, 41% of the vote for the Liberal, 165 polls in. We'll see where this goes. Port Moody Coquitlam has been among the tightest races in the last couple of elections. And this looks like it could be pretty tight too, 725 votes, but the NDP is not a factor at the end of the race. So just a little bit of lower mainland action, a lot of very interesting races. And I was joking that we're going to be on TV for a long time tonight, but it's not a joke. We are going to be on TV for a long time tonight.
We've already been on TV for
We have. Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely.
Not that we're adding up the hours.
Yeah.
David, thanks.
Makes David a happy man.
It does
Yes.
make David a
Yay.
happy man. We were just trying to calculate how many ridings are very close, because we keep saying that all night, but we didn't have a kind of a number to put on it. Now we think it's about 28 ridings where there's a 2% or less separation.
28, and half of those, 14, are closer than 1%. Now, the one thing I did look up on that was to see, so are the NDP, or do they have a shot in some of those? All of those ridings that are within 1%, the NDP is not in second place in any of them. In fact, they're in first place in one of them, so they're.
悬了是什么意思？本来就是确定自由党。
That's interesting. Maybe just for a second, also talk about the popular vote. When you're talking about these different parties, considering what they're going to do to form government and who they could talk to, one of the considerations is who won the popular vote. At the moment, the Liberals are leading, but over the evening, the Conservatives have closed the gap, and usually what happens with more votes being counted in British Columbia and the votes being counted in the way they are, the Conservatives will continue to gain a little bit more. So it's possible that once again, the Conservatives will win the popular vote and lose the election.
对啊， 有可能还是赢了选票。
But it's very possible we could be looking at that situation for a second.
Well, I think in 2019 and 2021, the Conservatives had a higher percentage of the popular vote.
Yeah.
一般都是选举结果差不多
Right now they're only behind by less than a point. And as I say, when the late votes come in, it's very possible they could kind of go over top of them there without catching them in terms of the number of seats.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Tracy Tong, who is at the riding of Eglinton Lawrence in Toronto. Tracy.
Well, Donna and Eric, you were just talking about ridings that are just too close to call, very tight races, and Eglinton Lawrence is definitely one of them. Last I checked, the Liberals were leading by under 1%. So this is certainly a riding to watch, and I'll tell you exactly why. This riding here has been a Liberal stronghold for decades, with the exception of just one term starting in 2011. The Conservatives took that one, but tonight they have a good shot at taking it again. The Liberals held this riding with Marco Mendicino having this seat, the former public safety minister, most recently, and they are now running Vince Gasparo, who also ran in the last provincial election just a couple of months ago. But the Conservatives have a very strong local candidate here in Karen Stintz, who was city councillor for this ward for 11 years. She ran for mayor, very well known here. I have Karen, who's with me right now. Of course, the nerves, the jitters must be happening in this room right now because it's too close to call. But you just addressed your crowd and you said this was the best campaign of your life. Tell me why.
Yeah, it's an incredible campaign. The number of volunteers, the support in the community, the we put out 3,500 lawn signs on front lawns, and those are families that wanted to see the change that the Conservatives were proposing. And so never in my life have I had this kind of support in the riding. So I wish it wasn't as close as it is, but it's a campaign and we knew it was going to be a hard one, and we're fighting it to the end.
What have you been hearing from the residents here?
That crime is the #1 issue for many residents. For the Jewish community, it's anti-Semitism. For parts of North Toronto, it's the car theft and the break-ins. And the Italian community is a general feeling of being unsafe. And that's a big issue. The economy is a big issue. And immigration is a big issue.
And considering the voting history in this riding, having it be a Liberal stronghold, I mean, you had an uphill battle from the beginning. Given how close this race is tonight, and if you take it, what do you think that says about what the voters here want?
Well, the voters here want change, and they know that it was a change election and that the Conservatives represented change. And so, I did build a relationship with the community over my time as a city councillor. And, I think that I represented the community well. And so I hope I get the chance to do that again.
Thank you so much for that, Karen. And so there you have it. We're still waiting for the results, and it is too close to call here in Eglinton Lawrence past midnight. So certainly a crowd, and they're actually all quieting down because I think some of them are realizing that we're hitting from here. But again, a very, very hot riding to watch in this election for sure. We'll send it back to you, Donna and Eric.
Okay, Tracy Tong, thanks. We're going to look at some other ridings that are similarly close. Let's have a look through those.
Just mention Eglinton Lawrence for a second. That one is like 121 votes. So there you go.
So
anyway.
these ones have a higher polls reporting.
Yes.
So,
yes, as we said earlier about Terra Nova and the peninsulas and Newfoundland and Labrador. The lead is 46. Who knows? Terrebonne and Quebec, the BQ, leading with a 60 vote lead. These are very close. Fleetwood, Fort Kells out in BC, leading there by just 7% as well. Vancouver Kingsway. Wow, it's all over the country. Is interesting too, right?
It is.
But it is remarkable to have that many ridings less than 1%, and it's not like that's not an insignificant number of polls. Like that's at least half the polls. In some instances, it's close to almost 100% of the polls, and it's still less than 1%. It is. That's one of the most remarkable stories of the night. Is how many close races there are. It can't be called, and we're at that point right now where you're looking at the Liberals at 161, and you say, well, surely you can say that's it. They're going to get a minority because they're 11 away from 172. But the fact of the matter is, 172 is not so far away when you have 28 ridings less than 2%. Like, we don't want to call ridings when it's less than 2%.
No.
28 of them are still outstanding just with those percentage points.
And if most of the votes have been counted, ballots have been counted, some of those close races will go to recounts. They're not going to.
That's right. And we don't, I guess, still know in some of these instances whether there are certain ballots to be counted that could shift it quite a bit in one favor or another. And so, again, one of the two parties could make somewhat of a comeback based on what you're seeing. I mean, the Liberals need to get 11 to get the 172. The Conservatives need to get 11 to catch the Liberals. It seems less likely, but we'd have to see just exactly who's leading in those 28 that we're talking about, who's in second and third.
Okay, well, the Liberals are certainly watching all this closely, wondering how many seats they're actually going to end up with tonight. Mackenzie Gray is at Liberal headquarters in Ottawa. Mackenzie.
Hi, Donna. We've got David Lametti here, former cabinet minister in the Justin Trudeau government, also worked as an advisor on the Mark Carney campaign. Mr. Lametti, it looks like we're going to be here for a long night. Is there still a path to a majority for the Liberals right now?
I don't know. There are a lot of close races left. A number of races where there aren't that many polls reporting yet, or where there are advanced polls that still have to be counted. It is a two-way race, and we haven't seen a two-way race like this before. We're starting to see what we see in the United States, which is we're going to be up late tonight, watching the final vote count. So there will still be some changes. It looks like we are going to form the government. I'm really proud about that. I don't know what the outcome will be, but there will be some changes before we wake up tomorrow morning.
In terms of governing, you've been involved in majority governments and minority governments with Mr. Trudeau. How does that change the calculus for Mr. Carney, depending on what he was saying?
Well, obviously, you play with the hand you're dealt with. You have to find alliances in a parliament. We did that. I did that as the Minister of Justice with members of Parliament on the justice portfolios long before we had an accord with the NDP. Then when we had an accord with the NDP, things were even smoother. But you have to find ways, formally or informally, to find allies in the House of Commons, in committees, in order to get your agenda through. And in particular, we're going to have negotiations with Mr. Trump. So we're still going to have a whole parliament that is Team Canada for the purposes of talking to the United States. So we will find a way to do that.
A number of your colleagues, former colleagues, Anita Anand and Sean Fraser, said they weren't going to run, and then talked to Mark Carney. Did you ever think about coming back, or did you speak about that with Mr. Carney?
I didn't, although I did speak to both of them. I gave Mr. Carney a hand recruiting candidates. It's a special bond being a member of Parliament. I enjoyed every minute of representing people of the South Market done. I'm very happy that Claude Gay, who I helped to recruit, has won that riding back into the Liberal fold. So I'm really pleased about that tonight. Once I left, though, that very special relationship, I'd drawn a line under it, and I didn't feel I could go back with any credibility. So I'm proud of what I did. I'm proud that Claude got elected, and I'm going to find other ways to serve.
All right, David Lametti, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks, Donna. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Mac. We're going to check in again with those close races that David Lametti referenced. It's what all the parties are watching right now, trying to figure out who ultimately is going to possibly make it to 172. I mean, or whether the Liberals can make it to 172. So this is Terrebonne. We've been watching this all night.
Yeah, Nathalie St. Clair Desgagnés is ahead by 60 votes, and there are 3 polls still to report. Too close to call.
At Brampton, North Caledon, 209 votes separated.
Ruby Sahora, so former cabinet minister for the Liberals. She's close, but she's trailing. This is why we can't be that sure of where the Liberals are going to end up here tonight.
Brampton South, almost neck and neck, 138, 83 votes separating these two.
Wow. It's fascinating. Like, and say that's realistic, right? To have so many close races.
Another one in Fleetwood, Port Kells, 67 votes between the Liberal and the Conservative. And Vancouver Kingsway. This is where Don Davies, the NDP's hanging on. but just 81 votes ahead.
Yeah.
NDP
Still a lot of polls reporting there, so that one I think is you can't take that with the bank at all because there are so many votes yet to come. But it's going to be a two-person race to the end in that one.
All right, thanks. We're going to go. That's the Tory headquarters right now. We know we've been looking at Carleton, where Pierre Poilievre is running. And he has been in second place. I'm not sure where that stands right now, but he's not guaranteed that he's won his own riding right now. He does know tonight that he's not going to be prime minister. Taria Isri is there.
Yeah, Donna, we've been speaking to conservative sources, and they say that, many of the races are very tight, that ballots are still being counted, but that they are confident that Mr. Poilievre will hold his seat in Carleton. Let's bring in Alex. What do you make of the fact that we're even discussing whether he's going to be holding on to his own seat?
Yeah, cast your mind back to January of this year and the fact that we're talking about Pierre maybe losing his own seat in Carleton, the seat that he's held his entire career in Parliament, which is long, is pretty shocking. I think probably it's unlikely that he's going to lose that, but the fact that we're having the conversation tells you something about how motivated the Liberals were, in particular, to score that victory. But I think what we're seeing tonight is a surprising amount of strength in Ontario and in Atlantic Canada from the Conservatives. Strength that wasn't necessarily picked up in national polling leading up to tonight.
Yeah, Ben, let me bring you in. I mean, what do you make of that strength in Ontario?
Well, I think like I said earlier tonight, I think part of the modeling that pollsters use is based on previous elections, and this is something we've never seen before. So this will get baked in for the next election, which, based on the numbers that we're seeing, could be 9 to 18 months away. Because I honestly have no idea who the Liberals work with in order to get any legislation passed.
Yeah, I mean, it's shaping up to be a pretty late night. We know that the Conservative leader is watching the results as they come in a nearby hotel. We are expecting him to speak in the next half an hour, perhaps a little bit longer. But, when he does speak, Alex, what kind of message do you think we're going to hear from him?
Well, obviously, despite it being a close race and still, they're within striking distance, obviously it's a disappointment. They had a 25-point lead leading into 2025. That evaporated. The fact that the Liberals are leading right now, I mean, if you told me that in December, I wouldn't believe you, which is why I don't make predictions in politics anymore. But obviously he's got to, reassure his party that he's the guy, even in a loss tonight, he's the guy to lead them into the next election, whenever that comes, as Ben mentioned.
And Ben, I guess I'll ask you, how could Mr. Poilievre reassure his party, in the face of this defeat, that he's the man to lead them?
Well, look at the numbers. I mean, the numbers bear it out. Like I said earlier, he's been able to not just keep the base, but grow the base. He's grown the popular support. He's grown the number of seats. We were saying earlier, if he loses his seat, not optimal to make that case, but I think he probably has the right at this point to decide his own fate. But again, this is the Conservative Party. The Conservative movement is famous for not necessarily rewarding a better result. They want the best result. So we'll have to wait.
And we'll have to wait and see those results in Carleton. So I'll send it back to you, Donna.
All right, Taria, thank you. Mercedes Stevenson has been listening in, watching all this, along with Senator Pamela Wallin. Over to you two.
Thanks so much, Donna. Pamela, you're an independent senator, but you're a conservative. It was a small seat.
Yeah, small seat.
Small
no,
seat.
No party membership.
No party membership. When you're looking at this and all of the infighting that was clearly going on with the Conservatives, some of it was inside the campaign about whether or not to pivot. Some of it was much more overt, coming from people like Corey Teneycke or Doug Ford or others who were openly critical. Some like Danielle Smith, who thought they might be helping Pierre Poilievre, but the comments actually backfired. What degree do you think this campaign, and to be fair, they're doing better than we expected, and then the pollsters expected, and perhaps than they expected to do, but to what degree do you think that discord contributed to challenges on the campaign trail?
Well, I think it's huge. I mean, when people are in this country very concerned about the two big issues, their own economic futures, the economic future of the country, and for some people even the existence of the country, because there was some very dramatic language around whether Donald Trump was coming over the border or not to get us all. But people are living in very, very tense times, and they feel like not just here but the rest of the world is a little bit off kilter as well. So they're looking for stability, and when you see a party sniping at each other quite publicly, it's a bit disconcerting. Now, that said, I think Pierre Poilievre, should he win his seat, this is quite unbelievable to see this tonight, but should he win his seat, I think he will say, look, we did much better than all of you folks that were telling me to change the campaign and switch to the Fight Trump campaign and to soften my leader of the opposition personality. He can, I think, claim quite rightly that his showing is much better than expected. On the other hand, this is the others who were doing the sniping and saying this is campaign malpractice and all the rest of it are going to say, look, if you don't win your own seat, that was the point we were making. Now, it's not comfortable for Mr. Poilievre for the numbers we're seeing now. Like it's
what do you make of how close that is?
It's there are so many issues there. Yes, as we've discussed. I mean, this is a lot of public servants in his writing, and he is talking about those issues of reductions and shrinking the size of the federal service. So those are issues. I think this ridiculous ballot issue that we've got of allowing 90 odd names on a ballot is very confusing and difficult. I think that's kind of a separate issue. It's trouble. I mean, there are issues there about that people were putting their fingers on, about likability, about his stand on issues like the truckers and many other things. I know a lot of people in the rural areas that think he's a great constituency guy because he understands. So you've got that tug and pull, right? People who were impacted. So again, you don't want to jump to conclusions, but and the night, when you look at the numbers, our screen there says 161, 150, and there's 14 ridings that are less than 1%. That certainly makes a majority for the Liberals still possible, theoretically. So that changes the game. Then his leadership becomes less of an issue. The party will take
Is there any scenario where he loses his riding and stays on as leader, or is that?
Well, I think they have to do it in the short term just to figure out what's going to happen, because I think it would be very difficult for the Conservatives to try and form any alliance with the Bloc Québécois. I think the Western base would not take kindly to that.
You don't think the temptation for power there might be enough?
Well, there is always the temptation for power, as you were discussing with your panel, and politics makes for strange bedfellows, there's no question. But I think that would be difficult to do. The NDP can't really, it states it is in with 8 seats, can't really help the Liberals at this point, right? So it's... I don't know. I haven't seen one like this. I mean, and the crazy part is here he's done, he's done very well, not just in popular vote, but in seat count.
Yeah.
And so it's a conundrum. But I think we just have to get through these 14 ridings. I think it's going to be a lot clearer, in the next 40 minutes or so.
I'm expecting to hear, as we were hearing from Mr. Poilievre, Donna, potentially within the next half hour, we'll see what he has to say. But certainly a bit of a wild night that we haven't seen in a while in Canadian elections.
All right, Mercedes, Pamela Wallen, thank you. You're looking now at the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh, and his wife making their way to the stage. Let's listen for a second.
走不成多数党政府，就算保守党翻盘了，是吧？好像也行，先完成一个小目标。
Point out, I guess, that the NDP right now is sitting at 8.
NDP 准备承认败选。
They had 9 in 1993 when they also lost official party status. they could end up with fewer votes this time than at any time in their history. That's what he's looking at.
因为各个领导人肯定要发表讲话了，我们要承认，我们考啊！你这个垃圾，以后再也不想见到你。
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
这什么啊？他这个鬼样子。
Thank you. We're good. Thank you.
哎，
Thank you. That was very nice, very sweet of you all. Thank you so much.
滚蛋，滚蛋！
You're gonna get me all choked up here, guys. Got to keep it together here, folks. Thank you very much. The love is amazing. I appreciate y'all. Big thank you to Suzanne. She's been with us from the beginning. Huge thank you.
对啊，那挺高兴的。
Appreciate it so much.
把自己卖给了副院长啊。
And all of you in this room, you guys poured your heart into this. Thank you so much for everything you've done. You're amazing. Love you all. And I know in election parties, night parties across the country, people are gathered. I want to thank them all for all their hard work. They're amazing people gathered together across the country. I want to take a moment to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on his victory. He has an important job to do to represent all Canadians and to protect our country and its sovereignty from the threats of Donald Trump. Tonight and every night, all of us here, we're on Team Canada. We want Canada to thrive, and we're going to continue to fight for Canada. I want to congratulate all the other leaders on a hard-fought campaign. It's been the honor of my life to represent the people of Berkeley Central. Tonight they chose, thank you. Tonight they chose a new member of parliament, and I wish them well as they continue to work hard for this community. Obviously, I know this night is a disappointing night for New Democrats. We had really good candidates that lost tonight. I know how hard you worked. I spent time with you. You're amazing. I'm so sorry you're not going to be able to represent your communities. I know you're going to continue to fight for them. I know on how many doors you knocked, how many family dinners you missed, how many nights your kids went to bed without you there to tuck them in. I know it was a tough sacrifice, and I just want to thank, and we can get a round of applause to every single candidate that ran for us. Thank you. Thank all those incredible candidates and their incredible teams, because no candidate can do without a team. The volunteers, the staff, thank you to all those candidates and their incredible staffs. One more time.
对啊，他是那个锡克族的包头嘛，印度锡克族。
Choosing to commit your life to politics obviously comes with some sacrifice, but we choose this life because of the chance to change the country we love for the better. We may lose sometimes, and those losses hurt, it's tough. But we are only defeated if we stop fighting. We're only defeated when we believe that those that tell us that we can never dream of a better Canada, a fairer Canada, a more compassionate Canada. I have met New Democrats from coast to coast to coast who will never back down, even when they're told that there's no room for them at the table.
他是败选了，这个人不是印度人，是个白人马克卡尼。这个不是以后的加拿大总理，别
We
搞
make
错了。
room for everyone because we believe that there is enough wealth in Canada for all of us to live the life that we deserve. Honestly, I got to avoid making eye contact with certain people because then it's going to get too emotional up here. So I just made the mistake of doing that. So I'm going to look away now. You know who you are. Don't look at me again. Almost 8 years ago, I was elected the leader of this incredible party, this incredible movement. I've worked really hard to be worthy of this trust, to live up to the legacy of our movement. Hold on a second, guys.
卡尼是个歪嘴，然后还有点驼背，个子也不高。
One more sec. Tonight, I've been informed a party leader that I'll be stepping down as party leader as soon as an interim leader can be appointed.
他终于辞职。
Now, I could not have done this incredible job without. Here's a point. Give me a second to break down a bit. I couldn't have done it without the incredible support of my wife.
输了，输了，这个垃圾！你退休金到手了。
She has been my rock. She's been my foundation. For the past couple of years, I've been regretting that I didn't thank her on the night of the last election. So this is my opportunity to make up for it. She has literally been my rock. I couldn't have done this without her. She's backed me up. Yeah. She has made so many sacrifices. She convinced me that she's enjoyed them all, but I don't know. But she's amazing. I'm just so thankful. Thanks for being on this journey. I'm gonna give you a hug. Hold on. Also, I might break down this part because and Anhad and Dani, my daughters, remind me of the future. God damn it, that we are fighting for.
谁要你啊？那个小丑，哎呦，小丑。
That's just because I get emotional anytime I talk about my kids. I'm very sappy when it comes to my daughters, so I get a little emotional. I've also been supported by my family, and I got to thank my parents who are here today. They're amazing. Love you both.
好像 PP 落后更多了，我再看一眼。
My brother, I wouldn't have been on this journey without my brother. So big shout out to my brother, Katan. And honestly, this might sound funny, but my in-laws, I literally could have done this without my in-laws. They're amazing. Where are my in-laws? They're somewhere here. Wherever they are, they're here. I wanted to look at them and point at them too. Oh, there they are. Yeah, I couldn't have done it without them. Literally, if you're a parent, you know how important your parents are, and your in-laws too. It turns out. So huge thank you. They've supported us. They've kept me grounded. Given us great advice. I'm so thankful to my family. You can't do this work without great people, and you can't do this without a great family supporting you. So thank you to my family. I'm spilling my water and everything. It's getting a little bit, trying to be graceful here, folks. I also want to thank my NDP caucus. This is a team that together we brought historic change for people. We brought real change to the lives of Canadians. I know that people are concretely better off because of our work over the last 8 years, and no election result will ever diminish that. So thank you so much. Yeah, my caucus, honestly, I'm so thankful to them all. We did some incredible work together. Seriously, every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I might break down this part too. Forgive me, I do. I can only do this, and we can only do this work because of a great staff. And you all just poured your heart into me, into the work that we did. So.
又亏，谁想看你亏？第4张 popular vote 领先1.2。 那 popular vote 这个真的还没赢。满分。 Carton 开了一半，
There's water here.
然
This water is
后
very strategically placed for me, so it's
1多
very
2票。
lucky that I have. I might need a couple more glasses, so just if anyone can help me out on that, that'd be great. Y'all brought your talent, your heart to the fight every day. We treat each other with respect and dignity and with kindness.
能不能
Love you.
以后再也不想听你说话了，滚。
All right. We're almost there, folks. I got a couple other things I really want to get off my chest here. One other thing
决定
is
输了，连自己
nothing's too spicy.
一
It's
倍都
just
保
good
不住的
stuff.
话，改革党就
I
保
often
守党
speak
就
about something my mom
大
taught
改
me
革
is
吧
the。Sikh teaching of Chardikala. And this is something fundamental to who I am. And it means the words break down. Chardi means rising and Kala means spirits. And it's something that is, it captures a big part of who I am. And it's the idea that in the fight for justice, in the fight for fairness, in the fight that we fight, we want to have optimism in the face of struggle. We want to have a defiant optimism. It's like this eternal resilience. And this is the spirit that I carry tonight. Obviously, I'm disappointed that we could not win more seats. But I'm not disappointed in our movement. I'm hopeful for our party. I know that we will always choose hope over fear and optimism over despair and unity over hate. New Democrats literally built this country. New Democrats built this country. We have built the best of Canada, and we aren't going anywhere. Thank you so much. Love you all. You're amazing. Merci infiniment. Appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all so much. Thank you.
Love
you all. Every one of you. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
点了1400万，1470万票。
Well, there you have it. The
Yeah,
leader
right.
of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh. A gracious speech from a man who has been leader of that party since 2019, who says that he lost in his own riding tonight. His party has lost official party status.
For sure. They're not going to get to 12. And there's a real hollowing out of the NDP caucus tonight as well. He is losing his seat, and probably he didn't say anything about his leadership, but one imagines
He did.
that,
He did. He said he will be stepping down as soon as an interim leader is chosen.
But there are other NDP MPs that look like they're leaving. They're losing anyway tonight. I don't want to speak in case some of them are so close, but Peter Julian in BC, Laurel Collins in Victoria.
He has a new 2017, pardon me, I'm being corrected. He became leader in 2017. As he said, it's been almost 8 years.
Lindsay Matheson in London, Brian Massey in Windsor, Nikki Ashton in northern Manitoba. There's as I say, a hollowing out of the caucus and a lot less representation of the NDP across the country. They have like a single seat in Alberta and one in, with that's Heather McPherson. Alexandra Boulerice in Rosemont, La Petite Patrie seems to have held on in Montreal. I think they may have been shut out in Ontario, with...
Let's just hang on one sec. I just want to take a look at Burnaby Central itself. This is Jagmeet Singh's own riding, where he is well down in third place at this stage.
That's a distant third.
Yeah, that is a resounding defeat. It's a reminder, politics is a tough business, hey? You put everything into it. He has talked about in recent days about receiving death threats. He's had 2 young children while he's been in office. So,
but he will have a legacy as well that he can look back upon. I mean, 100 years from now, or however many years, if there's people are talking about the national pharmacare or dental care, this was something that the NDP pushed the Liberals to do during these last few years. They punched above their weight with the number of MPs they had in their small caucus. It's a much smaller one now. It's entirely possible that small number they have could be enough for the Liberals to consider working with them still, in spite of not having official party status?
We'll find that out. While Jagmeet Singh was speaking, the leader of the Bloc Québécois was also speaking in Montreal. Mike Armstrong was there. Mike.
Yeah, I could walk you through some of the highlights from his speech, actually. He described it when he came on.
声音。
They're telling them we can't hear you. Oh, that's not.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, I was going to walk you through some of the highlights, Donna, of what Mr. Blanchet said in his speech just moments ago. He said it was as strange a night as you can imagine, one with two feelings. He said there's sadness for people who lost their seats, people who worked hard, gave everything they had for the party. He thanked volunteers who worked during this campaign as well for the time they gave. This was interesting. He also took a moment to thank members of the Parti Québécois, sort of a sister party, the sovereignist party here in Quebec, for the time that they gave. Then he went into issues. He said that the Bloc Québécois has identified in this campaign, and he said that they will now be unavoidable for the government in Ottawa. The weight of the Bloc will be important in Ottawa because of it holds the balance of power. He said culture, aerospace, immigration, supply management, clean energy, language, all of these issues, all these things that they will now put on the agenda of a minority government in Ottawa. He talked about responsibility and how the Bloc will act when it goes back to Parliament, promised to work productively, and not to support anything, however, that doesn't benefit Quebec. He said Canada will be stronger with a strong voice from Quebec. And he wrapped up by talking about the Trump effect and the headwinds that the party faced in this campaign. He said he thanked supporters for holding back a wave that came at them. And it's interesting. I've been to a lot of campaigns where people have lost. It doesn't feel quite like a loss as much as it usually does. And I think that's because Yves-François Blanchet and probably the last couple of weeks really set the party up for almost exactly this result, number-wise, but also said that the best case scenario would be if the party held the balance of power. And I can tell you, anytime you heard from the speakers here the words balance of power, there was a big cheer that we heard tonight. Donna?
Well, Mike, did he talk about who he's prepared to work with?
Not at all. And it's interesting. I mean, we've heard from him in recent weeks where he's talked about Mark Carney being parlable, somebody that you can speak to. I don't know how much attention it got outside Quebec, but at the debates, Mark Carney gave Yves-François Blanchet his cell phone number, and that seems to be, that was something that Mr. Blanchet talked about a lot over the last couple of weeks. But as far as dealing with Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives, I remember him saying a couple of days ago, I wouldn't trust them to water my lawn. Why would I trust them with health care? So it didn't seem like that would be necessarily a parliamentary dance partner.
He also called Canada an artificial country just, I think, 3 days before.
That was a big one.
That was a big one. All right. Mike Armstrong in Montreal at the headquarters of the BQ. Thank you.
Just looking at some of the numbers, there are still 12 races where the spread between the first two are less than 1%. I was looking to see in terms of where the Liberals are right now. They're in second place in some of those, in 4 of those races.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Eric. We're just watching Pierre Poilievre arriving at his headquarters with his wife, Anna.
Maybe while he's waving, because he may not talk for a second, if they can put up a split second, what's happening in Carleton?
Yeah, I haven't seen the latest on his riding. Is he in position to win? There we are.
It's been pretty steady. That's more than half the polls reporting now, and Bruce Fanjoy has held onto about a 5 or 6 point lead most of the night. And it's like 2,200 votes right now that he'll have to make up.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, everyone. Dear Canadians, dear fellow Canadians, thank you. Thank you, dear fellow Canadians. I love you too.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Profound gratitude that I stand before you today at the moment of this historic election. Because only in Canada could the story that Anna and I bring to the stage be possible. Adopted son of school teachers and a Venezuelan refugee. Stand on this stage in front of our proud country, offering ourselves up to serve for the future. After millions of people have shown up and marked their X, spoken their voice, and exercised their democratic rights. We could not be more proud. We could not be more grateful for the opportunity the Canadians have given us. Speaking now of Anna, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible wife. She's been by my side. She's my rock. I love and cherish you and our little ones more than you'll ever know. And I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life, you could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street. My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise. Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
It would be an honor to carry on fighting for you. It was my honor to be your voice, and it is an honor for me to fight for conservative values, those values you voted for. And it will be an honor to continue to move Canada's promise forward, that anyone here in Canada who works hard can have a good life in a beautiful home, in a safe community. That's our tradition, and we'll bring it home. Thank you.
To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received since 1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning and we did all of this in a very difficult environment. That said, we are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time Canadians decide the future for the country. Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first, we congratulate people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my conservative team, my caucus, my members of the conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti,
as a party, we have expanded our support, and every day the Conservative caucus and myself will work in Ottawa to keep the government accountable on behalf of millions of Canadians who voted for real change. It's been my honor to go across the country to speak to thousands of people who shared their concerns and their hopes.
Hardworking people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu.
I've heard you, and I took your stories with me throughout the entire campaign, and your stories will stay with me whilst I fight with my team to defend you and to move your interests forward. To those who desperately need change, I know you are disappointed. Change takes time. It's hard. It means we can never give up, because our country and Canadians deserve it.
For everyone who stood with us today, and the millions of people who voted for other parties. So, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account, for the young people who despair at never being able to afford a home, for the seniors on fixed incomes whose savings are eroded by inflation and no longer feel safe in their local neighborhood parks, for those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime, for those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America, for all of those who feel left behind and forgotten, my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything. That hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Thank you, Canada.
Well, there you have the leader of the Federal Conservative Party, Pierre Poilievre, acknowledging that he will not be prime minister. This is the fourth consecutive loss for the Federal Conservatives. However, he made the point, Eric, that the Conservatives did better in this election than they did in the last one.
There's never been a caucus this big, like an opposition caucus, 148. It might be a little unwieldy at times to have that.
Mm-hmm.
Give them credit also, like, I mean, think about what's happening around the world and how democracies are under assault and how Canada tonight is a beacon of democracy and how you can have a fair and honest election. And there was the person who lost in a tough race. You know how bitter this defeat is for Pierre Poilievre, but he stood up there tonight, still having to absorb that there are a lot of close races. You can imagine in some other nations where a leader who maybe didn't want to accept it, wouldn't have accepted it and would have thrown into more chaos. I mean, full marks to Pierre Poilievre for saying, look, we didn't get over the finish line tonight. The Liberals are going to win this. He calls it razor thin. At the end, it may not be quite that thin, but you know what? It's not far off razor thin when you have still another 12 or 13 ridings within 1%, so that the Liberals could finish up closer to 170 or they could end up in the 150s.
Yeah.
So
he also congratulated Mark Carney tonight, and we're still waiting to hear from Mark Carney and what he's going to say. We're also not clear yet whether Pierre Poilievre has actually won his own riding. David, can you fill us in a bit on that?
Sure, let's pull it up one more time. He has not been leading at all in the riding of Carleton. This is where we're at right now. Bruce Fanjoy, his Liberal challenger, right now has 51% of the vote. We have 180 polls of 266 reporting. It takes 10 minutes to count the ballot because it's that long. I pity the poor scrutineers and the Elections Canada workers. So it's a 2,400 vote lead that has to come. Now, let me relate this. In 2015, when the Trudeau wave swept through, Poilievre, on just the votes cast on election day, just squeaked it out. He only won by 3%. But if you looked at the votes cast in advance ballots, Poilievre won by 8%. And that was really the cushion. The point there is, generally speaking, conservative parties, small c conservative parties across the country, generally do better on advance votes. Maybe not this time because it was kind of a weird election. But Poilievre knows the value of getting a vote out. And if we know they started counting the advance ballots 6 hours early in this because of that. Have they reported those? Unfortunately, Elections Canada does not tell us which polls are reporting, but we generally know that the final polls are usually the advance polls. All of which is to say, you know, it's still very much in the air, but this is a great night for the Liberals just to be this far down the track. If I take a look, as I say, no, there's been no lead change all night long. It's been Liberals from start to now. So we'll see.
David,
that would complicate things.
In the event he loses that riding, where does that leave him if he's still
that's a very good question
of the party? Then he can't sit in the House of Commons, right?
He cannot. Now, there's been strange situations in our political history. William Lyon Mackenzie King, 22 years as prime minister, longest serving PM, lost twice and had to find another seat. That's someone who just his party he's the prime minister and he doesn't have a seat in the House of Commons. So presumably, in this case, what is the normal course of affairs would be that Poilievre would look to a member of the caucus, someone who won tonight, in probably a safe seat to say, can I have your seat, please? Can I take you out of your $200,000 a year job so I could have your seat? I'm trying to think if there are people near Ottawa, Scott Reid, for instance, and right next door to his seat, who's been around for a long time. Does Scott want to retire? I'm not sure. Cheryl Gallant, also right next door as well. She won again tonight in Nipissing Renfrew. What used to be called Nipissing Renfrew now is Algonquin Renfrew or something. I don't know. Somebody's going to have to step aside if Poilievre doesn't win.
Hey, David, I just wanted to point out that we're waiting to see Mark Carney. We should see pictures of him and his wife shortly. You know, we understand he's going to speak very soon. While we wait for that, I just wanted to go back to Mark Carney, or to Pierre Poilievre for a second. He talked about, you know, the party has to learn lessons from tonight.
What were those lessons? That's what we wanted. The first question I think we're all going to ask it if he has a press conference tomorrow. What were those lessons? were the lessons maybe it wasn't such a good idea to ban the media from your tour so that we couldn't report as perhaps as much as he might have wanted on his activities, thoughts, and views? The fact that he decided during his campaign, that he was going to give a lot of questions and time to what you'd call the alternative conservative media outlets and not to those serving sort of mainstream Canadians like us. This is not sour grapes. He can do whatever he wants. But a lot of conservatives have told me that media strategy, in the end, on close races, where there were close races, that wasn't so helpful. There was at least nobody could see the upside to it. It wasn't a winning condition. Even Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves to have the press around, travels and flies around with them all the time because he loves to get his views across. So that's one thing I think that people are going to look at and say, maybe you got to change that.
I wonder if some of the other, he sort of lost some of it towards the end of the campaign, but the sort of, critics said he was sort of a Trump light,
52%, there were polls on this, 52% of Canadians said Poilievre is too much like Donald Trump. Yeah. It's probably unfair to Poilievre because he has said, I don't agree with Trump. Trump himself, in an interview with Fox News, said that he would prefer the liberal to win. That was Trump's words. That was an interview with Laura Ingraham. But nonetheless,
I believe everything that Trump says.
I know. Whatever it is, Poilievre, for whatever reason, a lot of Canadians looked at him and saw the slogans, saw somebody talking about his crowd sizes. Poilievre was doing that for a while, did big crowds, and so did Donald Trump, and they both like to talk about crowd sizes. Too much reminded them of some Trumpy stuff. How does he shed that image now? That's the key. If you're in a conservative background and saying, okay, how are we going to change that? And there are those, I can tell you, because I've been speaking to them today, who do have some ideas about how they can modify Poilievre's image to one day beat Carney.
Okay, David, we're just going to break away for 1 sec to go to Mackenzie Gray, who is at Liberal headquarters right next door to where Pierre Poilievre ran tonight. Mackenzie.
Yeah, hi, Donna. We've been talking to some Liberals here in the room about Pierre Poilievre and Carleton, that riding where Bruce Fanjoy, the Liberal candidate, is there. They think that they have handily won the advance vote in this situation. They're not sure if that has been counted yet. Of course, it can be counted and tabulated at different points in time, but if that vote is still outstanding and they're not sure about that at that point, they feel confident that they actually can win this seat in this situation. Now, we should say for the past number of days, I've been talking with Liberals while out on the campaign with Mark Carney. They have consistently said that they did not think that they were going to win this seat, but they had been pouring substantial resources into helping Bruce Fanjoy, not Carleton. Many senior people have been working in the Liberal war room. When their shifts were done there, were being sent out to Carleton to knock out there. Also, Mark Carney's wife, Diana Fox Carney, had also been door knocking in that riding. So the Liberals in the past few days have really been targeting that and hoping to try to win that. And just one other thing about Mark Carney and voting as well, too. He actually couldn't vote for himself today, Donna. He doesn't live in the riding of Nepean. He actually lives in Rockcliffe, a nice neighborhood here in Ottawa. So he had to vote likely for Mona Forte, who is the candidate in Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester. So a little interesting wrinkle there, but very close in this race in Carleton. And the Liberals think they've got a shot at this point in time.
And Matt, what about Mark Carney right now? Where is he? Are we expecting to hear from him soon?
Yeah, we're expecting probably within the next couple minutes. You can just see behind us here, folks have come onto the stage. They weren't out here until Pierre Poilievre finished speaking. So we should be hearing from Mark Carney. I would expect that he's not going to be saying one way or another. If he expects it to be a majority or a minority government at this point in time, that advance vote is what the Liberals are really holding on to at this point in time. We did talk about it earlier, but we've seen in by-elections recently, in very tight ones, that it's not until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes that advance vote gets posted, and the Liberals really do feel that they have the advantage when it comes to the advance vote numbers.
Yeah, okay. Mackenzie Gray, thanks. We're going to come back to Liberal headquarters as soon as we lay eyes on Mark Carney. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Talk about these numbers for a second. So the Liberals, for the moment, are at 165. The Conservatives, 147. So it doesn't seem so close, but you wonder, well, are the Liberals within striking distance of a majority? Because we haven't called that yet. I looked at the races that are less than 1%. There are 14 of them. 14 races less than 1%. The Liberals are involved in all 14 of them. They're leading in 9 of them. They're in second place in 5 of them. So let's take it to the extreme. Let's say the Liberals lost all the close ones that they're in front. That would drop them into the 150s. let's say instead they won all of these, that would take them up to like 170. And that's not then counting the ones where they are close within 2%. So there's still
still a path?
There's well, I'd have to see the numbers like between 1% and 2%. It means they would have to literally, like playing billiards or something, they'd have to run the table and win everything there is to win right now.
Yeah, I think we've got some of the numbers, some of the close ridings.
And it would seem hard because there are so many so close. How could they all fall the same direction?
Well, this one is NDP, Liberal, so this...
Yep, this is one of them where they're in second place. As I say, there are 5 of them where they are within 1%, and this is one of them where they're within 1%, and they're in second place. But, so that's not over yet. 8 polls still to come in. We flashed Terrebonne there for just a second, and up it comes again.
Oh, this is just complete neck and neck.
Yeah. I mean, it is a 28-vote lead. It comes out to 38.7 to 38.7. That's more than 46,000 votes. 28-vote difference. Isn't that amazing?
It is.
One more poll to count.
And Terra Nova, the peninsula,
system hasn't changed in the last, well, quite a little while. There's been one poll yet to report. And Anthony Germain's lead is,
I've got Brampton, North Caledon on my screen because I'm doing the same thing, hunting for close ones. And here's Ruby Sahota, a Liberal incumbent. She's 168 votes back. And we've got still 35 polls to report. I'm getting a little punch drunk too because we've been up so late doing math all night long. Let me take a look at here. Look at the lead changes we've had all night long in Brampton, North Caledon. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And again, it really does come down to if the Liberals, as it was interesting to hear Mackenzie talk about how Liberals are confident in Bruce Fanjoy's advance polls. And I think again that the Liberals feel the advance vote did tend to be older voters, boomers, who everybody says is probably inclined to vote for the Liberals. So in a riding like Brampton, North Caledon, if that last thing that comes in, the last few polls, who knows? I mean, you're right. Eric, I think it was you who said, yeah, it could be things posted at 2 or 3 in the morning. And we know it's going to be a Liberal government. We have not, Global has not declared a majority or a minority government yet because there's too many votes still out there. Too much is on the margin. It could be a 173 vote majority. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's at least a minority government, we can say. Like it is a Liberal. That's what we mean when we say it's a Liberal government. It's at least a minority.
I think one of the things, just to go back to Poilievre's comments for a bit, one of the things he talked to is we got support where we've never had it before. Private sector unions, people who you might think would vote New Democrat. And again, I'm going to take a look. This is one of the, we talked about some of the big New Democrats in BC losing. Down there in Windsor West, Brian Massey is in 3rd place. Almost all the votes are in, and the Conservative won. This is a private sector union-friendly sitting. Car parts, car makers, you made it. Brian Massey has been there since Herb Gray retired, since 2002, and it just wasn't good enough for him tonight. And I see there's Diana Carney coming up to speak. So this is I just want to finish by saying these folks went to the Conservatives.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Thank
that was
you, David.
58% of the vote went to the Liberal and NDP together. So
all right.
The votes
let's listen to Diana Fox Carney, wife of Mark Carney.
Good evening, Canada. Bonsoir, Canada. Merci.
Good evening, Canada. And thank you for voting.
I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for supporting your Liberal candidates. And thank you for choosing my husband's vision of a positive, unified, and above all, a strong country. Over the past few weeks, Mark and I have had the enormous privilege of meeting so many people across this great country. Everywhere we've visited, we've been energized by the passion, the commitment, and the kindness and belief that we have encountered, not to mention the beauty and diversity of this amazing country. As we've traced a path from winter into spring, through all this, I've watched my husband listen and learn. I've watched him inspire confidence and take on new skills. But most of all, I've seen him remain true to what he's always been: consistent, compassionate, loyal, and driven by an exceptionally strong set of values. He's thoughtful, respectful, and honest. And I think and hope that you now have come to appreciate that alongside his capacity for dealing with the most serious of matters, he has a great mind for trivia, a wicked sense of humor, and a wonderful smile. He's been that way since our very first date, back when we were young grad students, when we went to that dinner, and he said to me, he stopped the conversation and he said to me, "I want you to know I'm committed to move back to Canada and to work in the public service." So here we are. As his partner, I could not be more proud of him. And as a Canadian, I'm so thankful that the man I met more than 30 years ago has held tight to that strong commitment to service. I'm lucky to have him. We're lucky to have him now more than ever. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to introduce my husband, the Prime Minister who will make Canada strong and Canada for.
Hello.
卡了，现场信号好差。
That is Nepean. That is the spirit of Nepean behind me right there. Thank you. Bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone.
Bonsoir.
Good evening.
Quel bonsoir.
What a great night.
I have a question. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong? Okay, we got that settled. That's good. Avant de commencer,
Before we start, I'd like to congratulate the other leaders for their campaigns and for the extraordinary amount of work that went into it. I want to thank them for their service for Canada today and in the future.
I want to thank the leaders of the other parties. I want to salute the contribution of Jagmeet Singh. I noticed his remarks. Leading on progressive values. Elizabeth May, who will be returning. Francois Blanchet. And I want to congratulate Pierre Poilievre on a hard-fought, fair, good campaign, his commitment to the country that we both love. They all have many, many more contributions to our land. Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Diana, for your work on this campaign. Thank you, Diana, for the commitment and compassion you bring to everything that you do. Tonight simply would not have been possible without you and without the support of our 4 children who inspire me to service every single day. I also want to salute the women and men who put their name on the ballot from all parties. Thank you for standing up to serve our country at this critical time. And for those who were elected, particularly those liberals who were elected, I am looking forward to working together to deliver for Canadians. This says, Bruce. And Bruce, yes, Bruce Van Joy. I'm looking forward to working with Bruce Van Joy. Fantastic. He will be a great MP. We're going to have fun tonight. Yes, we're going to have fun. Bien sûr. Je tiens à remercier les milliers de bénévoles
the thousands of volunteers here and across Canada who gave up their time to knock on doors, to make calls, and to speak to their neighbors and members of their communities, to give us a strong government.
You know, I chose to enter politics because I felt we needed big changes in this country, but big changes guided by strong Canadian values. Values that I learned at the dinner table from my parents, Bob and Verley, and from my siblings. I appreciate this more in retrospect from my siblings. My siblings, Brenda, Sean, and Brian. Values that I learned on the ice from my coaches. Values that have been reinforced as I've met with Canadians across this great country. And those include 3 values that I want to highlight this evening. Humility. It's Canada after all. Ambition. It's Canada after all. And unity. It's Canada. I love you. Right back. Right back. These are good values. These are Canadian values. Values that I will do my best. I'm just getting worked up here. These are values that I will do my best to uphold every day as your Prime Minister. You betcha. Okay, well, you have to judge after this next section because I am going to begin with the value of humility. And by admitting that I have much to be humble about. It's true. Over my long, that's not an applause line, it's just a statement of fact. Over my long career, I have made many mistakes, and I will make more. But I commit to admitting them openly, to correcting them quickly, and always learning from them. Humility underscores the importance of governing as a team in cabinet and in caucus, and working constructively with all parties across Parliament, of working in partnership with the provinces and the territories, and with Indigenous peoples. And at this time, it underscores the value of bringing together labor, business, civil society, to advance the nation-building investments we need to transform our economy. Humility is also about recognizing that one of the responsibilities of government is to prepare for the worst, not hope for the best. As I've been warned, America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country. Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home. You know, during this short campaign, I went to Saskatchewan and Alberta a couple of times, even though You know, we're liberals. It's tough. It's tough out there. I grew up there. But I went because I intend to govern for all Canadians. And au cours de cette campagne,
and throughout this campaign, many Quebecers opened their doors to me and gave me their trust. And I thank them.
La langue française. La langue française.
The French language, the culture in Quebec are at the heart of Canadian identity. They define our country and the country I love. And I will defend them relentlessly. With the strong Quebec team you'll be sending to Ottawa, we'll make sure Quebec continues to prosper within a strong Canada. Whether you work in the oil sands in Fort Mac, or whether you're a nurse in Joliette, or an accountant in Toronto, there are a lot of accountants in Toronto. My government will work for all of you.
As we come here after this consequential, most consequential election, let's put an end to the division and anger of the past. We are all Canadian, and my government will work for and with everyone. I began with humility, but Canadians are ambitious. And now, more than ever, it is a time for ambition. It is a time to be bold, to meet this crisis with overwhelming positive force of a united Canada. Because we are going to build, baby, build. Exactly.
必须真的，那他那个一点心理去剖腹自杀算了。
Well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit.
那是垃圾呀！
Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity. We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over. But it's also our new reality. We are over the shock of the American betrayal. But we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take it forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other. When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations. And it will be with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians.
We will strengthen our relationships with reliable partners in Europe, in Asia, and elsewhere. And if the U.S. no longer want to play a major role in the international economy, Canada will. We are masters in our own home. We will build millions of houses. We will be a powerhouse of energy. We will build good jobs in one single economy.
Because this is Canada, and we decide what happens here. We will need to think big and act bigger. Your phone's ringing. Sorry, just okay. It's okay. It might be important. I don't know. We will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations. It's time to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples. It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades. It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change. We will build a Canadian economy, not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. The
challenges are intimidating, and that's normal. Large changes are always worrisome. We have a lot to do, but I'm confident. I'm confident in you and in Canada.
Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of the time, Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, "Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness." That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise. We become just by doing just acts, brave by doing brave acts. When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures,
a country that unites despite different cultures. United, we built cultural institutions that are essential, such as CBC, Radio-Canada.
United, we have created universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. Unite and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens et Canadiennes ont fait leur rassemblés pour défendre notre pays.
They defended our country together and our way of being. That when we are threatened, we will fight.
Everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much.
Long live Canada.
Well, there's the victory speech for the man who will lead Canada in the next government, former Governor of the Bank of Canada, the Governor of Bank of England, the only person to head two central banks in two different countries. He only got elected for the first time when he was 60 years old. He never run for office before. And in fact, back in 2012, when he was asked if he would ever run for office, he said, "Why don't I become a circus clown?" Things have changed.
Yeah.
He is back.
Well, and he's been prime minister for 45 days. Had he lost, he would have taken over the prize for being the shortest term prime minister. Now he just needs to be in office till May 22nd, and then Charles Tupper goes back to being.
Now he's going to get a little time, but he doesn't have that much time. I hate to rain on everybody's parade, but the government of Canada needs parliamentary permission to keep spending money. He is going to have to call Parliament back relatively soon. A throne speech will prompt a confidence vote, and then he'll have to table a budget and some spending bills very soon, like really soon. So those will be confidence votes. Now, the most important position I think Carney is going to appoint next is probably his government house leader. He did appoint Ariel Kayabega to that job in the last cabinet shuffle, but the government house leader is going to have to steer through a really weird minority parliament. And we don't know. Remember, Global News has not projected a minority or a majority yet. We don't know which way it's going to be. Statistically, there's still a lot of potential outcomes. It's a weird thing. But my point is Carney's new at the whole parliamentary thing. It's not like when Stephen Harper became leader in the minority government and he had lots of years negotiating parliamentary ins and outs. Carney has none of that experience. So he'll need some experienced people. Yeah. Dominic LeBlanc, Marco Mendicino, Karina Gould in there.
He will have those people around him, right? A number of people. Chrystia Freeland got reelected
Very important.
Today.
Well, but Freeland's not really been involved with the day-to-day workings of the House. LeBlanc has. Karina Gould has, his rival in the leadership. She was good. Steve McKinnon was a very effective government House leader. But on the other side, it was Peter Julian for the New Democrats making things work in those supply. He's not there anymore. Who are negotiating with leader-wise? Blanchette, Yves-Francois Blanchette lost his government house leader. Alain Terrien is out. So the people who make Parliament work are not there anymore. On the Conservative side, it's Andrew Scheer. That's the guy who is going to be negotiating how to get stuff done or how to block stuff. And he's pretty good at that. So we turn our attention now to how Parliament's going to work. It's going to be really interesting.
Well, so I thought his speech was quite magnanimous, right? I mean,
yes,
he acknowledged, I can't remember hearing a political leader say, I've made mistakes and I'm committed to correcting them quickly and learning from them. I mean, maybe those are turned out to be hollow words in the future, but that sounded refreshing to hear. He also said he was committed to working with the provinces, and he acknowledged that millions of Canadians preferred a different outcome tonight.
Well, and the other part that struck me about this, because this should be a celebratory moment, and there was reason to celebrate, and he sort of touched on that, but there was a long period in that speech in which it was kind of somber. And I think he sees what Canada faces in Donald Trump, and a lot of us see it, but you have the feeling that one of the reasons Canadians opted for Mark Carney is because he is a man of the world. He understands global finance, and he is not pretending that there isn't going to be some really tough slogging ahead dealing with the U.S. president, that the relationship with the United States for us and for the world, but particularly for our country, has changed. And it's not going to change back anytime soon.
Okay, it's almost...
Mark Carney still sounds surprised that he's the prime minister. Pierre Poilievre sounds like a politician. One's a feature, one's a bug. You tell me which is which. I'm not sure which, but very different tones to both those speeches.
It's 1:46 a.m. Eastern.
Oh, sure.
I want to throw to our panel one last time. Are you still awake over there?
Oh, yeah.
We're still awake, listening to all of it, Donna.
Go for it, Mercedes. What's your panel thinking about what they heard?
I mean, we've all been talking about what kind of a crazy night this has been. It's been all over the place. It's been a roller coaster. Really exciting election to watch. Seamus, well, we don't know if this is a majority or a minority yet, but Pierre Poilievre has conceded. Mark Carney has come out and made his victory speech. Two questions for you. How stable is this government, and what does Mark Carney need to do tomorrow?
Well, I think he hit the right tone. He had three great words there at the beginning of his speech where he talked about humility, he talked about ambition, and he talked about unity. I think I counted the word humility about 7. And that's good. We talked about that earlier. I think that's the right tone to set. There are still so many close races that we've all been keeping an eye on. This is far from over. And we know, the Liberal Party know, we've done very well in advanced polls. Our voters showed up more than any other party. That could hold the balance for a number of seats. This is far from over.
Lisa, I thought it was interesting that we saw Pierre come out, perhaps, sooner than was expected. He made that concession speech, which gets him around any allegations that he's Trump-like and not acknowledging the will of the people. He was implying, it sounds like he's going to stay on as leader, but we still don't know whether he's going to hold his seat. And we heard one of his MPs already coming out, Mr. Giovanni, openly saying, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow because the seats aren't in. Does Pierre Poilievre stay on as leader in this? Does he make the argument that, in fact, his approach was successful because he's done a lot better than they were expected to, although still not as well as they would have a few months ago?
I think he can make the case, certainly. I mean, definitely we see an increase in the number of seats. We had 120 at dissolution. We're at 146 today. But it comes down to whether or not he wins his riding. And like Seamus said, the numbers are all over the place. And the advanced polls are dropping. They're coming in now, and we're going to get a flavor as to what's in them. So it could be a majority for the Liberals by the time we all get home or the time we wake up tomorrow morning. It could be. So there's a lot of water to go under the bridge, but it's going to be Pierre's choice as to what he wants to do. And it's an odd time on election night to not answer the question about whether or not you're interested in leadership with anything but, no, we have a leader.
Yeah, it's signs there perhaps that
it's odd.
It's there might be some dissent, and we'll see what that means. The NDP did lose their leader tonight through his own choice, Jagmeet Singh stepping down. Was that inevitable, and what is next for the NDP?
Well, not inevitable. It was, I mean, I thought it was a very heartfelt speech. Oh, it was obvious. Jagmeet was very much feeling it. He's dedicated himself, as he said, over the last 8 years to this cause. Incredibly disappointing. And I think one of the personal disappointments, we talked about this a little bit before, we've all been through elections where we've lost colleagues, We've gained some new ones. The losing one is tough because we know how hard those MPs work. I'm looking at a bunch of ridings in British Columbia. I'm looking at Brian Massey and Alistair McGregor, Laurel Collins, some folks that were outstanding MPs. And I don't really think through any fault of their own that they may have lost their seats, and still some still too close. So I think we should put on another pot of coffee. We don't have the
We're not at all over caffeinated.
But as we look at the bottom of the screen and do those numbers, it's not just the single column. It's the combination of numbers that may matter dramatically over what happens in the days, weeks, and potentially years to come. As we've just seen, Canada keeps producing minority parliaments. We have to get better, or as good as we've been, I suppose, at being able to govern with that. What happens with the NDP in terms of leadership, if the Liberals and the NDP are able to do something together, I think that'll be really interesting and fascinating. Never mind Pierre maybe not getting his seat back. This is a bit unprecedented. There is some precedence for it, maybe, but it'd be unusual because he would have to either push somebody else out of their seat and all sorts of wacky scenarios.
Could be interesting scenarios. That the Bloc has a lot of power right now, Jill.
Well,
I know you're talking to the war room. What do you
The Bloc was expecting to have something like 25 members. It's 23 now. There's quite a few recountings. We don't know. It'd be around 23, 24, 25 or so. And Mark Carney now will have to obtain a mandate on what to negotiate.
The U.S.
Not only with the other provinces, but also with the other leaders.
Yeah.
And there's two important dates coming in the next 2 years. The mid-mandate election in the United States, and Trump is not that popular nowadays, and an election in Quebec in 2 years. So if the negotiation with Mexico and the United States is not what Quebec's asking for, then the election in Quebec could mean a lot.
Yeah.
And Parti Québécois elected, because we know we'll never take power in Ottawa, that's for sure. But when you go to Edinburgh or Barcelona, they don't have as much members in the Spain Parliament or the Scottish Parliament that the Bloc has in Ottawa.
And whatever happens, it has to be strong. Like whatever formation of government happens, because to go to the negotiating table with the U.S. and Mexico, Canada can't have a wobbly position within our parliament at home.
Is that a risk right now? If Donald Trump looks at this and says, it's another minority government, maybe I can manipulate this. Do you really have a mandate? And the Canadians weren't willing to hand you the keys all the way.
Whoever tries to explain the British parliamentary system to Donald Trump successfully so that he understands. Oh, God, no. But he doesn't know, he doesn't care. What he's going to want to see is an ability to negotiate with a clear mandate. Mr. Carney's talked about it. And within the election, there was quite a bit of agreement, even amongst Conservatives and Liberals, about what the context would be. Gilles is right. How we negotiate with the provinces, what is on the table, and as important, Mercedes, what is not on the table. That has to be confirmed and resolved.
That's something that Mr. Carney really hasn't spelled out, Seamus. He hasn't been willing to tell us. We've tried to push him on this and say, what's on the table? What are the cards? He won't reveal it. I get it. You want to keep your cards close to your chest. But he's not going to be able to continue down that path in the way that he could.
You have to have a mandate, a real mandate.
He's got to explain what this is now. And that's a lot harder than convincing Canadians, give me the chance, I'm the guy. Now it's going to be, what's the plan? How long does he have to figure that out?
Oh, I don't think he's very long. I think he's expressed that. I think, he said, look, we got to get working right away. And I think humility, brings that forward as well. Look, a bit of perspective too. 3 months ago, the chances of the Liberals winning a government here were about 1%. Here we are with 166 within breathing room of a majority government. This is really unprecedented in every respect. Again, this night is far from over. There are so many close races that we've all been watching.
That's it.
That's true.
And I think he should tell Trump to practice himself before the negotiation and have the mirror in front of him and negotiating with the mirror. Maybe it will help Trump understand something.
So, Lisa, I want to ask you about the Conservative strategy. I mean, you saw a softer version of Pierre Poilievre, and it changed throughout the campaign. Is the lesson of tonight for Conservatives, what we did worked because we did better than we thought we were going to once this, Trump menace emerged on the stage, and they doubled down with sort of that aggressive tone and tactic? Or is the message it's time to change tones and people start to question the leader?
I think we're going to have to run the numbers and see what worked where. It's really strange how in some places conservatives are winning with 60% of the vote in Ontario, but in other places where you think they were going to win, they didn't win at all. So, I mean, targeting the message, why it happened, how it happened, there's going to be some time to figure all that out, but the leader said he's staying on. He's going to fight for the people that he's pulled together in a very interesting coalition, and we will see what ends up happening.
Well, and if,
without a seat?
If he doesn't have a seat, and we won't know that tonight in our broadcast, but Donna, if there's one clear message here, it's perhaps that Canadians are sending a message to their politicians, don't expect the same old, same old. Yeah. Lots of change here tonight.
Yep.
All right. Mercedes and the panel, thank you all so much. Appreciate your insight, your wisdom. Thanks so much. Okay, we're going to look at more closely at those close races and how many of them there are and how long we might have to wait.
There are, by my count, 14 races that are closer than 1%. That is remarkable. The Liberals are involved in virtually every one of them. And so when you look at the scoreboard, 166 for the Liberals, they're far enough ahead of the Conservatives, the Conservatives cannot catch them. But where can the Liberals end up? The Liberals right now could end up around as high as 173, maybe as low as the high 150s. So if you go 159 to 173, you can see the range, but are they going to run the table and win all of those? They're going to end up losing all of those? They're probably going to end up not too far, perhaps, from where they are, but you don't know, and it's why we can't call it, because some of these races are so close, and you can see the numbers there, so people will see it. They're in ridings all over the country, and some of them Conservatives are leading. The Liberals are leading in about half of these very close races, and they're in second place in just